Chapter 1 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Libby Gone. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 1. Paris at the beginning of 1792. Paris in 1792 is no longer what it was in 1789. In 1789 the old French society was still brilliant. The past endured beside the present. Neither names nor escutcheons, neither liveries nor palaces at court had been suppressed. The aristocracy and the Revolution lived face to face. In 1792 the scene had changed. The Paris of the nobility was no longer in Paris, but at Coblentz. The Faubourg Saint Germain is like a desert. Since June 1790, armorial bearings have been taken down. The blazons of ancient houses have been broken and thrown into the gutters. No more display, no more liveries, no more carriages with coats of arms on their panels. Titles and manorial names are done away with. The Duc de Brissac is called Monsieur Cossé, the Duc de Caraman, Monsieur Riquet, the Duc d'Aiguillon, Monsieur Vignerot. The Almanach Royal of 1792 mentions not a single court appointment. In 1789 it was still an exceptional thing for the nobility to emigrate. In 1792 this is the rule. Those among the nobles who have had the courage to remain at Paris in the midst of the furnace so as to make a rampart for the king of their bodies, seemed half ashamed of their generous conduct. The illusions of worldliness have been dispelled. Nearly every salon was open in 1789. In 1792 they are nearly all closed, those of the magistrates and the great capitalists as well as those of the aristocracy. Etiquette is still observed at the Tuileries, but there is no question of fête, no balls, no concerts, none of the elegance and animation which once made the court a rendezvous of pleasures. In 1789 illusions, dreams, a naïve expectation of the age of gold were to be found everywhere. In 1792 eclogues and pastoral poetry are beginning to go out of fashion. The diapason of hatred is pitched higher. Already there is powder and a smell of blood in the air. A general instinct forebodes that France and Europe are on the verge of a terrible duel. On both sides passions have touched their culminating point. Distrust and uneasiness are universal. Every day the despotism of the clubs becomes more threatening. The Jacobins do not reign yet, but they govern. Deputies who if left to their own impulses would vote on the conservative side, pronounce for the Revolution solely through fear of the demagogues. In 1789 the religious sentiment still retained power among the masses. In 1792 irreligion and atheism have wrought their havoc. In 1789 the most ardent revolutionists, Marat, Danton, Robespierre, were all royalists. At the beginning of 1792 the Republic begins to show its face beneath the monarchical mask. The Tuileries, menaced by the neighbouring lanes of the Carrousel and the Palais Royal, resembles a besieged fortress. The Revolution daily augments its trenches and parallels around the sanctuary of the monarchy. Its barracks are the faubourgs, its soldiers, red-bonneted pikemen. Louis XVI in his palace is like a general-in-chief of a stronghold, who should have voluntarily dampened his powder, spiked his cannon, and torn his flags. He no longer inspires his troops with confidence. A capitulation seems imminent. The unfortunate monarch still hopes vaguely for assistance from abroad, for the arrival of some liberating army. Vain hope. He is blockaded in his castle, and the moment is at hand when he will be compelled to play the buffoon in a red bonnet. Glance at the palace and see how closely it is hemmed in by the earthworks of the Revolution. The abode of luxury and display, intended for fêtes rather than for war, Philbert Delorme's chef d'œuvre, had in its architecture none of those means of defence by which the military and feudal sovereignties of old times fortified their dwellings. On the side of the courtyards a multitude of little streets contain a hostile population ready to swell every riot. Near the pavilion of Marsan is the Palais Royal, the headquarters of insurrection, with its cafés, its gambling dens, its houses of ill fame, its wooden galleries which are known as the camp of the Tartars. It is the Duke of Orleans who has democratized the Palais Royal. In spite of the sarcasms of the aristocracy and the lawsuits of neighbouring proprietors, He has destroyed the fine gardens bounded by the Rue de Richelieu, the Rue des Petits Champs, and the Rue des Bons Enfants. In the place it occupied he has caused the Rue de Valois, the Rue de Beaujolais, and the Rue de Montpensier to be opened, all of them inhabited by a revolutionary population. The remaining space he has surrounded on three sides with constructions pierced by galleries, where he has built the shops that form the finest bazaar in Europe. The fourth side of these new constructions was originally intended to form part of the prince's palace, and to be composed of an open colonnade supporting suites of apartments. But this side has not been erected. In place of it, the Duke of Orleans has run up some temporary wooden sheds, containing 3 rows of shops separated by 2 large passageways, the ground of which has not even been made level. The privileges pertaining to the Orleans family prevent the police from entering the enclosure of the Palais Royal. Hence it becomes the rendezvous of all conspirators. The taking of the Bastille was plotted there, and there the 20th of June and the 10th of August will yet be organized. A little further off is the National Assembly. Its sessions are held in the riding school, built when the little Louis XV was to be taught horsemanship. It adjoins the terrace of the Feuillants. One of its courtyards, which looks towards the front of the edifice, is at the upper end of the Rue de Dauphin. The other extremity occupies the site where the Rue Castiglione will be opened later on. There, close beside the Tuileries, sits the National Assembly, the rival and victorious power that will overcome the monarchy. The Assembly terrorizes the Tuileries. The Jacobin Club terrorizes the Assembly. Close beside the hall of the Ménage, on the site to be occupied afterwards by the market of Saint Honoré, the Revolutionary Club holds its tumultuous sessions in the former convent founded in 1611 by the Jacobin or Dominican friars. The club meets 3 times a week at 7 in the evening. The hall is a long rectangle with a vaulted roof. 4 rows of stalls occupy the longer sides, while the 2 ends serve as public galleries. Nearly in the middle of the hall, the speaker's platform and the president's writing table stand opposite each other. Hither come all ambitious revolutionaries who desire to talk, to agitate, to make themselves conspicuous. Here Robespierre lords it, not being a deputy in consequence of the law forbidding members of the Constituent Assembly to belong to the legislative body. Those who love disorder come here to seek emotions. Some find lucrative employment, applause being paid for, and the different parties having each its claque in the galleries. Since April 1791, the Jacobin Club has affiliations in 2,000 French towns and villages. At its orders and in its pay is an army of agents whose business it is to make stump speeches, to sing in the streets, to make propositions in cafés, to applaud or to hiss in the galleries of the National Assembly. These hirelings usually receive about 5 francs a day, but as the number of chevaliers of the revolutionary lustrum increases, the pay diminishes, until it is finally reduced to 40 sous. Deserters and soldiers dismissed from their regiments for misconduct are admitted by preference. For some days past the club of moderate revolutionists, friends of Lafayette, who might have closed the old clubs after the sanguinary repression of the riot in the Champ de Mars, and who contented themselves with opening a new one, have been meeting in the convent of the Feuillants, Rue Saint Honoré. But this new club has not been a great success. Moderation is not the order of the day. The Jacobins have regained their empire, and on December 26, 1791, seals are placed on the door of the club of the Feuillants. At the other extremity of Paris there is a club still more inflammatory than that of the Jacobins, that of the Cordeliers. The Jacobins, said Barbaroux, have no common aim, although they act in concert. The Cordeliers are bent on blood, gold, and offices. Speaking as a rule, the Cordeliers belong to the Jacobin Club, while hardly a single Jacobin is a Cordelier. The Cordeliers are the advance guard of the Revolution. They are, as Camille Desmoulins has said, Jacobins of the Jacobins. The chiefs are Danton, Marat, Imbert, Chaumette. They take their names from the religious democrats, the Minorite friars of St. Francis, who wear a girdle rope over their coarse grey habit. They meet in the place of the School of Medicine, in a monastery whose church was built in the reign of Saint Louis, in 1259, with a fine paid as indemnity for a murder. In 1590 it became the resort of the most famous Leaguers. Chateaubriand says, "There are places which seem to be a laboratory of seditions." How well this expression of the author of the Memoires d'Outre-Tombe describes the club room of the Cordeliers. The pictures, the sculptured or painted images, the veils and curtains of the convent have been torn down. The basilica displays nothing but its bare bones to the eye of the spectator. At the apse, where the wind and rain enter through the unglazed rose windows, joiners' work benches serve as a desk for the president, and as places on which to deposit the red caps. Do you see the fallen beams, the wooden benches, the dismantled stalls, the relics of saints pushed or rolled against the walls, to serve as benches for dirty, dusty, drunken, sweaty spectators in torn jackets, pikes on their shoulders, or with their bare arms crossed? Do you hear the orators who call each other beggars, pickpockets, robbers, assassins, to the discordant noise of hisses, and those proper to their different groups of devils? They find the material of their metaphors in murder. They borrow them from the filthiest of sewers and dung heaps, and from places set apart for the prostitution of men and women. Gestures render their figures of speech more comprehensible, and with the cynicism of dogs they call everything by its own name in an imperious and obscene parade of oaths and curses. To destroy and to produce, death and generation, nothing else can be disentangled from the savage jargon which deafens one's ear. And what is this that interrupts the speakers? The little black owls of the cloister without monks, and the steeple without bells, making themselves merry in the broken windows in expectation of their prey. At first they are called to order by the tinkling of an ineffectual bell, but as their cries do not cease, they are shot at to make them keep silence. They fall, palpitating, bleeding, and ominous, into the midst of the pandemonium. So then clubs take the place of convents. Since the Constituent Assembly had decreed the abolition of monastic vows by its vote of February 13, 1790, many persons, rudely detached from their usual way of life and its duties, had abandoned their vocation. The nun became a working woman. The shaved Capuchin read his journal in suburban taverns, and grinning crowds visited the profaned and open convents as, in Granada, travellers pass through the abandoned halls of the Alhambra, or as they pause at Tivoli under the columns of the Sibyl's temple. The Jacobin Club and the Club of the Cordeliers will destroy the monarchy. In the Memoirs of Lafayette it is remarked, it is hard to understand how the Jacobin minority and a handful of pretended Marseillais made themselves masters of Paris, when nearly all the 40,000 citizens composing the National Guard desired the Constitution. But the clubs had succeeded in scattering the true patriots, and in creating a dread of vigorous measures. Experience had not yet taught what this feebleness and disorganization must needs cost. The dark side of the picture is plainly far more evident than it was in 1789. But how vivid it is still! Those who hunger after sensations are in their element. When has there been more noise, more tumult, more movement, more unexpected or more varied scenes? Listen once more to Chateaubriand, who, on his return from America, passed through Paris at this epoch. When I read the Histoire des troubles publics chez divers peuples before the Revolution, I could not conceive how it was possible to live in those times. I was surprised that Montaigne wrote so cheerfully in a castle which he could not walk around without risk of being abducted by bands of Leaguers or Protestants. The Revolution has enabled me to comprehend this possibility of existence. With us men, critical moments produce an increase of life. In a society which is dissolving and forming itself anew, the strife between the two tendencies, the collision of the past and the future, the medley of ancient and modern manners, form a transitory combination which does not admit a moment of ennui. Passions and characters, freed from restraint, display themselves with an energy they do not possess in well-regulated cities. The infraction of laws, the emancipation from duties, usages, and the rules of decorum, even perils themselves, increase the interest of this disorder. Yes, people complain, grow angry, suffer, but they are not bored. How many incidents, episodes, emotions there are in this strange tragicomedy! Everywhere there is something to be seen. In the Assembly, the clubs, the public places, the promenades, streets, cafés, and theatres. Brawls and discussions are heard on every side. If by chance a salon is still open, disputes go on there as they would at a club. What quarrels take place in the cafés! Men stood on chairs and tables to spout, and what dissensions in the theatres! The actors meddle with politics as well as the spectators. Naudet, and a left side led by the Republican Talma. Neither actor goes out except well armed. There are pistols underneath their togas. The kings of tragedy, threatened by their political adversaries, have real poniards wherewith to defend themselves. Les Horaces, Brutus, La Mort de César, Barneveld, Guillaume Tell, Charles IX. are plays containing in each tirade allusions which inflame the boxes and the pit. The theatre is a tilting ground. If the royalists are there in force, they cause the orchestra to play their favourite airs, Charmante Gabrielle, Vive Henri IV, O Richard, O mon roi. The revolutionists protest, and sing their own chosen melody, Ça ira. Sometimes they come to blows, swords are drawn, and, the play over, elegant women are dragged through the gutters. There is a general outbreak of insults and violence. The journals play the chief part in this universal madness. Sometimes the press is eloquent, but it is oftener ribald or atrocious. To borrow an expression from Montaigne, it lowers itself even to the worthless esteem of extreme inferiority. The beautiful French tongue, once so correct and pure, is no longer recognizable. Vulgar words fall thick as hail. The language of the Academy has succeeded the jargon of the markets. What a swarm, what a swirl, how noisy, how restless, is this revolutionary Paris! What excited crowds fill the clubs, the Assembly, the Palais Royal, the gambling houses, and the tumultuous faubourg! Riotous gatherings, popular deputations, detachments of cavalry, companies of foot soldiers, gentlemen in French coats, powdered hair, swords at their sides, hats under their arms, silk stockings and low shoes, democrats, close cropped and unpowdered, with English frock coats and American cravats, ragged sansculottes in red caps, weave in and out in ceaseless motion. Do you know what was the chief distraction of this crowd in April 1792? The début of that new and fashionable machine, the guillotine. It was used for the first time on the 25th for a criminal guilty of rape. Sensitive people congratulated each other on the mitigated torment which they were pleased to consider a humanitarian improvement. The excellent philanthropist, Dr. Guillotin, was lauded to the skies. His machine was named the guillotine in his honour, just as the stage coaches established by Turgot had been called Turgotines. What enthusiasm, what infatuation for this guillotine, already so famous, and destined to be so much more so! The editors of the Moniteur declare in a lyric outburst that is worthy of the approaching century. The truth is that it accelerates and makes less difficult the executioner's task. In the end, the crowd would become disgusted with massacres. The delays of the gibbet would weary their patience. The sansculottes, who doubtless have a presentiment of all that is going to happen, at the Ambigu Theatre a ballet pantomime, called Les Quatre Fils d'Amand, is given, and all Paris runs to see the heads of all four fall at once, in the midst of loud applause, under the blade of the good doctor's machine. People amuse themselves with their future instrument of torture as if it were a toy. In a Girondin salon they play at guillotine with a movable screen that is lifted and let fall again. At elegant dinners a little guillotine is brought in with the dessert and takes the place of a sweet dish. A pretty woman places a doll representing some political adversary under the knife, and it is decapitated in the neatest possible style, and out of it runs something red that smells good, a liqueur perfumed with ambergris, into which every lady hastens to dip her lace handkerchief. French gaiety would make a vaudeville out of the Day of Judgment. Poor society, which passes so quick from gay to grave, from lively to severe, and which, like the Figaro of Beaumarchais, laughs at everything so that it may not weep. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monica Rowley. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 2. Count the Fashion's Last Journey to Paris. It has been supposed until lately that after the day when he bade farewell to the royal family at the beginning of the Varennes journey, Count de Fersen never again saw Marie Antoinette. A new publication of very great importance proves that this is an error, and that the Swedish nobleman came to Paris for the last time in 1792 and had several interviews with the King and Queen. This publication is entitled Extrait des papiers du Grand Maréchal de Suède, Comte Jean-Axel de Fersen, and is published by his great-nephew, Baron de Ankarström, a Swedish colonel. There is something romantic in this episode of the mysterious journey made by Marie Antoinette's loyal chevalier, which merits to leave a trace in history. Fersen was one of those men whose sentiments are all the more profound because they know how to veil them under an apparently imperturbable calm, a soul of fire under an exterior of ice, as the Baroness de Korff describes him, courageous to temerity, devoted to heroism. He had conceived for Marie Antoinette one of those disinterested and ardent friendships which lie midway between love and religion. Almost as much a Frenchman as he was a Swede, he did not forget that he had fought in America under the standard of the Most Christian King, and had been colonel of a regiment in the service of France. Having been the courtier of the happy and brilliant Queen, he remained the courtier of the Queen overcome by anguish. He had enkindled in the soul of his sovereign, Gustavus III., the same chivalrous sentiment which animated his own, and was impatiently awaiting the time when he could hasten to the aid of Louis XVI. And Marie Antoinette under the Swedish flag. His dearest ambition was to draw his sword in the Queen's defence. From the Varennes journey up to the day of Marie Antoinette's execution, he had but one thought: to rescue the woman for whom he would willingly have shed the last drop of his blood. This fixed idea has left its trace on every line of his journal. The sad and melancholy countenance of Fersen, the courtier of misfortune, the friend of unhappy days, is assuredly one of the celebrated types in the drama of Versailles and the Tuileries. This man, who would have made no mark in history but for the martyr Queen, is certain, thanks to her, not to be forgotten by posterity. Marie Antoinette was to return him in glory what he gave her in devotion. On her return to the Tuileries after the disastrous journey to Varennes, the Queen wrote to Fersen, June 27, 1791, "Be at ease about us, we are living," and Fersen replied, "I am well and live only to serve you." June 29 she wrote him another letter, in which she said, "Do not write to me, it would endanger us, and, above all, do not return here under any pretext. All would be lost if you should make your appearance. They never lose sight of us by night or day, which is a matter of indifference to me. Be tranquil, nothing will happen to me. The Assembly desires to treat us with gentleness. Adieu, I shall not be able to write to you again." Marie Antoinette was in error when she supposed she would not write again. She was in error likewise when she imagined that Fersen, in spite of all dangers and difficulties, would not find means to see her. Their correspondence was not interrupted. After the acceptance of the Constitution, Marie Antoinette wrote to him: "Can you understand my position and the part I am continually obliged to play? Sometimes I do not understand myself, and am obliged to consider whether it is really I who am speaking. But what is to be done? It is all necessary, and be sure our position would still be worse than it is if I had not at once assumed this attitude. We at least gain time by it, and that is all that is required. I keep up better that could be expected, seeing that I go out so little and endure constantly such immense fatigue of mind. What with the persons whom I must see, my writing, and the time I spend with my children, I have not a moment to myself. The last occupation, which is not the least, gives me my sole happiness. When I am very sad, I take my little boy in my arms, embrace him with my whole heart, and for a moment am consoled. Fersen, touched and pitying, was constantly thinking of that fatal palace of the Tuileries, where the Queen was so much to be compassionated. An invincible attraction drew him thither. There, he thought, was the post of devotion and of honor. November 26 he wrote: "Tell me whether there is any possibility of going to see you entirely alone, without a servant, in case I receive the order to do so from the King, Gustavus III. He has already spoken to me of his desire to bring this about. Of all the sovereigns who interested themselves in the fate of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, Gustavus was the most active, brave, and resolute. He was also the only one in whom Marie Antoinette placed absolute confidence. She expected less from her own brother, the Emperor Leopold, and it was to Stockholm above all that she turned her eyes. Gustavus ordered Fersen to go secretly to Paris, and on December 22nd, 1791, he sent him a memoir and certain letters commissioning him to deliver them to Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. He recommended as forcibly as he could a new attempt at flight, but with precautions suggested by the lesson of Varennes. He thought the members of the royal family should depart separately and in disguise, and that, once outside of his kingdom, Louis XVI should call for the intervention of a congress. The following passage occurs in the letter of the Swedish king to Marie Antoinette: "I beg your Majesty to consider seriously that violent disorders can only be cured by violent remedies, and that if moderating is a virtue in the course of ordinary life, it often becomes a vice when there is question of public matters. The King of France can re-establish his dominion only by resuming his former rights. Every other remedy is illusory. Anything except this would merely open the way to endless discussions, which would augment the confusion instead of ending it. The king's rights were torn from him by the sword. It is by the sword that they must be reconquered. But I refrain. I should remember that I am addressing a prince who, in the most terrible moments of her life, has shown the most intrepid courage." Fersen obtained permission from Louis XVI to accomplish the mission confided to him by Gustavus III. He left Stockholm under an assumed name and with the passport of a Swedish courier, and reached Paris without accident, February 13, 1792. He was so adroit and prudent that no one suspected his presence. On the very evening of his arrival, he wrote in his journal: "Went to the Queen by my usual road. Very few National Guards did not see the King." Fersen therefore only reappeared at the Tuileries in the darkness, like a fugitive or an outlaw. He found the Queen pale with grief, and with hair whitened by sorrow and emotion. It was a solemn moment. The storm was raging within France and beyond it. Terrible omens, snares, and dangers lay on every side. One might have said that the Tuileries were about to be swallowed up in a gulf of fire and blood. The next day Fersen saw the King. He wrote in his journal: "Tuesday 14. Saw the King at 6 in the evening. He will not go and cannot on account of the extreme vigilance. In fact, he scruples at it, having so often promised to remain, for he is an honest man. He sees that force is the only resource, but being weak, he thinks but being weak he thinks it impossible to resume all his authority, unless he were constantly encouraged. I am not sure he would not be tempted to negotiate with the rebels. He said to me afterwards, 'That's all very well, we are by ourselves and we can talk, but nobody ever found himself in my position. I know I missed the right moment. It was the 14th of July. We ought to have gone then. And I wanted to, but how could I when Monsieur himself begged me to stay, and Marshal de Broglie, who was in command, said to me, "Yes, we can go to Metz, but what shall we do when we get there?" I lost the opportunity and never found it again. I have been abandoned by everyone. I have been abandoned by everybody. Louis XVI desired Fersen to warn the powers that they must not be surprised at anything he might be forced to do, that he was obliged, that it was the effect of constraint. They must put me out of the question, he added, and let me do what I can. Fersen had a long talk with Marie Antoinette the same day. She entered into full details about the present and especially about the past. She explained why the flight to Varennes, in which Fersen had taken such a prominent part and which had succeeded so well so long as he directed it, had ended in failure. The Queen described the anguish of the arrest and the return. To the project of a new effort to escape she replied by pointing out the implacable surveillance of which she was the object, and the effervescence of popular passions, which this time would overleap all restraint if the fugitives were taken. It would be better for the royal family to suffer together than to expose themselves to die separately. It would be better to die like princes who abdicate majesty only with life, than as vagabonds under vulgar disguise. The Queen, adds Fersen, told me that she saw Alexandre Lameth and Duport, that they always tell her that there is no remedy but foreign troops. Failing that, all is lost, that this cannot last, that they have gone farther than they wished to. In spite of all this, she thinks them malicious, does not trust them, but uses them as best she can. All the ministers are traitors who betray the king. Fersen had a final interview with Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette on February 21st, 1792. By February 24 he had returned to Brussels. He was profoundly moved on quitting the Tuileries, but dismal and lugubrious as his forebodings may have been, how much more sombre was the reality to prove what a terrible fate was reserved for the chief actors in this drama. Yet a few days, and the chivalrous Gustavus was to be assassinated. The hour of execution was approaching for Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. Fersen, likewise, was to have a most tragic end. From the moment when he bade his last adieu to the unhappy Queen, his life was but long torment. His disposition, already inclined to melancholy because incurably sad, his loyal and devoted soul could not accustom itself to the thought of the calamities weighing so cruelly upon that good and beautiful sovereign, of whom he said in 1778, "The Queen is the prettiest and most amiable princess that I know." On October 14, 1793, he will still be endeavoring, with the aid of Baron de Breteuil, to bring to completion a thousandth plot to extricate the august captive from her fate. He will learn the fatal tidings on the 20th. "I can think of nothing but my loss," he will write in his journal. "It is frightful to have no positive details. It is horrible that she should have been alone in her last moments, with no one to speak to or to receive her last wishes. No, without vengeance my heart will never be content." Covered with honors under the reign of Gustavus IV., Senator, Chancellor of the Academy of Upsal, member of the Seraphim Order, Grand Marshal of the Kingdom of Sweden, there will remain in the depths of his heart a wound which nothing can heal. An inveterate fatality will pursue him as it had done the unfortunate sovereign of whom he had been the chevalier. He will perish in a riot in Stockholm, June 20, 1810, at the time of the obsequies of the Prince Royal. Struck down by fists and walking sticks, his hair pulled out, his clothes torn to rags, he will be dragged about half naked, rolled underfoot, assassinated by a maddened populace. Before rendering his last sigh, he will succeed in rising to his knees and joining his hands. He will utter these words from the stoning of Saint Stephen: O my God, who callest me to thee, I implore thee for my tormentors, whom I pardon. If not the same words, they are at least the same thoughts as those of Marie Antoinette on the platform of the scaffold. End of chapter 2. Recording by Monica Rowley. Chapter 3 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monica Rowley. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 3. The Death of the Emperor Leopold. One after another, Marie Antoinette lost her last chances of safety. Blows as unforeseen as terrible beat down the combinations on which she had built her hopes. Within a fortnight she was to see the two sovereigns disappear from whom she had expected succor, her brother, the Emperor Leopold, and Gustavus III., the King of Sweden. Leopold had not been equal to all the illusions which his sister had cherished with regard to him, but nevertheless he showed great interest in French affairs, and a lively desire to be useful to Louis XVI. Pacific by disposition, he had temporized at first, and adopted a conciliatory policy. He desired a reconciliation with the new principles, and, moreover, he was not blind to the inexperience and levity of the émigrés, but the obligation to which he was bound by treaties to defend the rights of princes holding property in Alsace. His fear of the propaganda of sedition, the aggressive language of the National Assembly and the Parisian press, had ended by determining him to take a more resolute attitude, and it was at the moment when he was seriously intending to come to his sister's aid that he was carried off by sudden death. Though she did not desire a war between Austria and France, the Queen had persisted in wishing for an armed conquest, which would have been a compromise between peace and war, but which the National Assembly would have regarded as an intolerable humiliation. It must not be denied the situation was a false one. Between the true sentiments of Louis XVI and his new rôle as a constitutional sovereign there was a real incompatibility. As to the Queen, she was on good terms neither with the émigrés nor with the Assembly. In order to get a just idea of the sentiments shown by the émigrés, it is necessary to read a letter written from Trèves, October 16, 1791, by Madame de Raigecourt, the friend of Madame Elisabeth, to another friend of the Princess, the Marquise de Probelle. I see with pain that Paris and Coblentz are not on good terms. The Emperor treats the princes like children. The Princess cannot avoid suspecting that it is the influence of the Queen and her agents which thwarts their plans and causes the Emperor to behave so strangely. Some trickery on the part of the Tuileries is still suspected in this country. They ought to explain themselves to each other once for all. Is the Queen afraid lest the Count d'Artois should arrogate an authority in the realm which would diminish her own? Let her be at ease on that score. She will always be the King's wife and always dominant. What is she afraid of then? She complains that she is not sufficiently respected, but you know the good heart and the uprightness of our Prince. He is incapable of the remarks attributed to him, and which have certainly been reported to the Queen with the intention of estranging them entirely. Madame de Raigecourt ends her letter with this complaint against Louis XVI. Our wretched King lowers himself more and more every day, for he is doing too much, even if he still intends to escape. The immigration, meanwhile, increases daily, and presently there will be more Frenchmen than Germans in this region. At this very time the Queen was having recourse to her brother Leopold as to a saviour. She wrote to him October 4th, 1791. My only consolation is in writing to you, my dear brother. I am surrounded by so many atrocities that I need all your friendship to tranquillize my mind. A point of primary importance is to regulate the conduct of the émigrés. If they re-enter France in arms, all is lost, and it will be impossible to make it believed that we are not in connivance with them. Even the existence of an army of émigrés on the frontier would be enough to keep up the irritation and afford ground for accusations against us. It appears to me that a conquest would make the task of restraining them less difficult. This idea of a conquest pleases me greatly. It would second the efforts we are making to maintain confidence. In the first place, I repeat, it would but a check on the émigrés, and moreover it would make an impression here from which I hope much. I submit that to your better judgment. Adieu, my dear brother. We love you, and my daughter has particularly charged me to embrace her good uncle. While Marie Antoinette was thus turning towards Austria for assistance, the National Assembly at Paris repelled with energy all thought of any intervention whatsoever on the part of foreign powers. January 1st, 1792, it issued a decree of impeachment against the King's brothers, the Prince de Conde and Calonne. The confiscation of the property of the émigrés and the taxation of their revenues for the benefit of the State had been prescribed by another decree, to which Louis XVI had offered no opposition. January 14, Guadet said in the Tribune, while speaking to the Congress, "If it is true that by delays and discouragement they wish to bring us to accept this shameful meditation, ought the National Assembly to close its eyes to such a danger? Let us all swear to die here rather than—" He was not allowed to finish. The whole assembly rose to their feet, crying, "Yes, yes, we swear it!" And in a burst of enthusiasm every Frenchman who would take part in a congress, having for its object the modification of the Constitution, was declared an infamous traitor. January 17, it was decreed that the King should require the Emperor Leopold to explain himself definitely before March 1st. By a curious coincidence, the date of March 1st was precisely that on which the Emperor Leopold was to die of a dreadful malady. He was in perfect health on February 27, when he gave audience to the Turkish envoy. He was in his agony February 28, and on March 1st he died. His usual physician asserted that he had been poisoned. The idea that a crime had been committed spread among the people. Vague rumours got about concerning a woman who had caused remark at the last masked ball at court. This unknown person, under shelter of her disguise, might have presented the sovereign with poisoned bonbons. the Jacobins who might have decided to get rid of the armed chief of the empire, and the émigrés who might have reproached him as too lukewarm in his opposition to the principles of the French Revolution, were alternately suspected. The last hypothesis was hardly probable, nor does anything prove that the Jacobins had any hand in the possible natural death of the Emperor Leopold. But minds were so overexcited at the time that the parties mutually accused each other on all occasions of the most execrable crimes. For that matter, there were Jacobins who, out of mere bravado, would willingly have gloried in crimes of which they were not guilty, provided that these crimes had been committed against kings. What is certain is that Marie Antoinette believed in poison. The death of the Emperor Leopold, says Madame Campan, occurred on March 1st, 1792. The Queen was out when the news arrived at the Tuileries. On her return, I gave her the letter announcing it. She cried out that the Emperor had been poisoned, that she had remarked and preserved a gazette in which, in an article on the session of the Jacobin Club at the time when Leopold had declared for the coalition, it was said, in speaking of him, that a bit of pier crust could settle that affair. From that moment the Queen had regarded this phrase as an inadvertence of the propagandists. On the very day when Marie Antoinette's brother died, Louis XVI, Minister of Foreign Affairs, de Lessart, had enraged the National Assembly by reading them extracts from his diplomatic correspondence, which they found not sufficiently firm. They were indignant at a dispatch in which Prince de Kaunitz said: "The latest events give us hopes. It appears that the majority of the French nation, impressed with the evils they have prepared, are returning to more moderate principles, and inclined to render the throne to dignity and authority, which are the essence of monarchical government." When de Lessart came down from the tribune, the whispering changed into cries of rage and threats against the minister and the court, which, it was said, was planning a counter-revolution at the Tuileries and dictating to a cabinet of Vienna the language by which it hoped to intimidate France. At the evening session of the same day, Rouyer, a deputy, proposed to impeach the Minister of Foreign Affairs. "Is it possible," cried he, "that a perfidious minister should come here to make a parade of his work and lay the responsibility of it on a foreign power? Will the time never arrive when ministers shall cease to betray us? Were my head to be the price of the denunciation I am making, I would none the less go on with it." At the session of March 6, Guadet said: "It is time to know whether the ministers wish to make Louis XVI King of the French or the King of Coblentz." On the 10th the storm broke. The day before, Narbonne had received his dismission. Brissot accused de Lessart of having compromised the safety of France, withheld from the Assembly the documents establishing the alliance between the Emperor and the King of Prussia, discredited the assignats, depreciated the credit, lowered the rate of exchange, and encouraged interior disorder. Vergniaud followed him, exclaiming: "From the tribune where I am speaking may be seen the palace where perverse counsellors lead astray and deceive the king given to you by the Constitution, where they forge chains for the nation and arrange the manoeuvres which are to deliver us up to Austria, after having caused us to pass through the horrors of civil war. Terror and dismay have often issued from that famous palace. Let them re-enter it today in the name of the law. Let them penetrate all hearts and teach all who dwell there that our Constitution accords inviolability to the King alone. Let them know that the law will overtake all the guilty without exception, and that there will not be a single head convicted of crime which can escape its sword." The decree of impeachment against the ministers was voted by a very large majority. De Lessart was advised to take flight, but he refused. "I owe it to my country," said he. "I owe it to my king and to myself to make my innocence and the regularity of my conduct plain before the tribunal of the High Court, and I have decided to give myself up at Orléans." He was conducted by gendarmes to that city, where he was imprisoned. Louis XVI dared not do anything to save his favorite minister. On March 11, Pétion, the mayor of Paris, came to the bar of the Assembly and read in the name of the Commune an address in which it was said: "When the atmosphere surrounding us is heavy with noisome vapours, nature can relieve herself only by a thunderstorm. So, too, society can purge itself from the abuses which disturb it only by a formidable explosion. It is true, then, that responsibility is not an idle word, that all men, whatever may be their stations, are equal before the law, that the sword of justice is poised over all heads without distinction." Was not this language like a prognostic of the 21st January and the 16th of October? Encompassed by the thousand snares, hated by each of the extreme parties, by the émigrés as well as by the Jacobins, Marie Antoinette no longer beheld anything but aspects of sorrow. Abroad, as in France, her gaze fell on dismal spectacles only. Her imagination was affected. She hardly dared taste the dishes served at her table. All had conspired to betray her. She had experienced so many deceptions and so much anguish, fate had pursued her with so much bitterness, that her heart, exhausted with emotions and overwhelmed with sadness, was weary of all things, even of hope. End of chapter 3. Recording by Monica Raleigh.
Chapter 4 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 4. The Death of Gustavus III. The drama of the Revolution is not French alone, it is European. It has its afterclap in every empire, in every kingdom, even to the most distant lands. It excites minds in Stockholm almost as much as in Paris. Among the Swedes there are people whose greatest desire would be to parody the October days, and to carry out on pikes the bleeding heads of their adversaries. The new ideas take fire and spread like a train of gunpowder. It is a fashion to go to the extremes. A nameless frenzy and fatality seem let loose upon this epoch of agitations and catastrophes. All those who, at one time or another, have been guests at the Palace of Versailles, are condemned as by a mysterious sentence either to exile or to death. How will terminate the career of that brilliant King of Sweden, who had received from Versailles and from Paris, from court and from the city, such an enthusiastic reception? Gustavus, the idol of the great lords, the philosophers, and the fashionable beauties, who, after being the hero of encyclopedists, came to hold his court at Aix-la-Chapelle amid the French émigrés, and who, on his return to Stockholm, prepared there a great crusade for authority, announcing himself as the avenger of divine right, the saviour of all thrones. The last days of his life, his presentiments, which recall those of Caesar, his superstitions, his belief in prophecies, his magic incantations, that warning which he scorns, as the Duke of Guise did at the castle of Blois, that masked ball, where the costumes, the music, the flower, the lights, offer a painfully strange contrast to the horror of the attack, all is sinister, lugubrious, in these fantastic and fatal scenes which have already tempted more than one dramatist, more than one musician, and whose faces Shakespeare only could retrace. The crime of Stockholm is linked closely to the death struggle of French royalty. The funeral knell, which tolled at this extremity of the north, had echoes in Paris. The Swedish regicides set the example to the regicides of France. Monsieur Geoffroy had remarked very justly in his work, Gustave III et la Cour de France. That the bloody deed which put an end to the reign and the life of Gustavus is not an isolated fact. The faults committed by this prince would not have sufficed to arm his assassins. The true source whence Ankarstroem and his accomplice drew their first inspiration was that vertigo caused during the last years of the century by the annihilation of all religious and even all philosophical faith. No moment of modern history has presented an intellectual and moral anarchy comparable to that which accompanied the revolutionary period in Europe. The 18th century was punished for incredulity by superstition. Having refused to believe the most holy truths, it lent credence to the most fantastic chimeras. For priests it substituted sorcerers, for Christian ceremonies the rites of Freemasonry. The time was coming when, because it had rejected the Sacred Heart of Jesus, it was going to bow before the Sacred Heart of Marat. The adepts of Mesmer and of de Puisger, the seekers after the Philosopher's Stone, the Nicolaites of Berlin, the Illuminati of Bavaria, enlarged the boundaries of human credulity, and the men who succumbed in the most naive and foolish manner to these wretched weakness of mind were precisely the haughtiest philosophers, those who had prided themselves the most on their distinction as freethinkers. Such a one was Gustavus III. The Voltairian prince, who had held the Christian verities so cheap, was superstitious even to puerility. He did not believe in the Gospels, but he believed in the books of magic. In a corner of his palace he had arranged a cupboard with a censer and a pair of candlesticks, before which he performed cabalistic operations in nothing but his shirt. Throughout his entire reign he consulted a fortune teller named Madame Arfvedson, who read the future for him in coffee grounds. Around his neck he wore a gold box containing a sachet, in which there was a powder that, according to his belief, would drive away evil spirits. All this apparatus of incantation and sorcery was one of the causes of Gustavus's fall. It multiplied the snares around the unfortunate monarch, and served to mask his enemies. Prophecies announced his approaching end, and conspirators took care to fulfill the prophecies. The Duke of Sudermania, the king's brother, without being an accomplice in the project of crime, encouraged underhand practices. Sectarians approached Gustavus to reproach him for his luxury, his prodigalities, his entertainments, or addressed him anonymous warnings which, in biblical language, declared him accursed and rejected by the Lord. Their insolence knew no bounds. Madame Arfvedson had counselled the king to beware if he would meet a man dressed in red. Count de Ribbing, one of the future conspirators, having heard of this, ordered a red costume out of bravado, and presented himself in it before his sovereign, whom such an apparition caused to reflect, if not to tremble. Gustavus, like Caesar, was to see his Ides of March. It had been predicted to him that the month of March would be fatal to him. This month approached, and the monarch diverted himself by fetes and boisterous entertainments, in order to banish the presentiments which never ceased to assail him. He said to himself that all this phantasmagoria would probably soon vanish, that the funeral images would of themselves depart, and that the spectres would disappear at the sound of arms. The monarchical crusade, of which he proposed to be the leader, grew upon him as the best means by which to escape the incessant obsessions haunting his spirit. In vain was he reminded that Sweden was in need of money, and that a war of intervention in the affairs of France was not popular. His resolution remained unshaken. He counted the days and hours which still separated him from the moment of action. His sole idea was to chastise the Jacobins and avenge the majesty of thrones. Returned to Stockholm from Aix-la-Chapelle at the beginning of August 1791, the impetuous monarch began to be very active in his warlike preparations. The Marquis de Bouillé, who had been obliged to quit France at the time of the unsuccessful journey to Varnes, had entered his service, and was to counsel him and fight at his side under the Swedish flag. At the same time Gustavus officially renewed his promises of aid to the King of France. Louis XVI replied, "Monsieur, my brother and cousin, I have just received the lines with which you have honoured me on the occasion of your return. It is always a great consolation to have such proofs of friendly sentiment as are given me by this letter. The concern, sir, which you take in all that relates to my interest, touches me more and more, and I recognize in each word the august soul of a king whom the world admires as much for his magnanimous heart as for his wisdom." Meanwhile the conspirators, animated either by the personal rancour or the passions common to the nobles hostile to their king, were secretly preparing for an attack. The five leaders were Captain Ankerstrom, Count de Ribbing, Count de Horn, Count de Lilienhorn, Major of the Blue Guards, and Baron Pechlin, an old man of 72, who had been distinguished in the civil wars and was the soul of the plot. The conspirators had doubts before committing the crime. During the Diet which met at Gefle, January 25, 1792, they refrained at the very moment when they were about to strike. Gustavus was in his castle of Haga, about a league from Stockholm, without guards or attendants. Three of the conspirators approached the castle at 5 in the evening. They were armed with carbines, and having placed themselves in ambush near the king's apartment on the ground floor, were waiting for an opportunity to kill their sovereign. Gustavus, coming in from a long walk, went in his dressing gown to sit in the library, the windows of which opened like doors into the garden. He fell asleep in his armchair. Whether they were alarmed by the sound of footsteps, or whether the contrast between the slumber of the unconscious king and the death poising above his head awakened some remorse, the assassins once more abandoned their meditated crime. Weary of the attempts they had been planning for 6 months, and which never came to anything, the conspirators might possibly have given them up altogether, if a circumstance which they considered providential had not come to rekindle their regicidal zeal. The last masked ball of the season was to begin in the Opera House on the night of March 16 to 17, and it was known that Gustavus would be present. To strike the monarch in the midst of the festival, in order to chastise him for his love of pleasure, was an idea which charmed the assassins. Moreover, the mask alone would embolden them. They thought that if the august victim were enveloped in a domino, they need no longer dread the royal prestige which had more than once caused them to recoil. Gustavus was counselled to be on his guard. The young Count Louis de Bouillé, who was then at Stockholm, and who had been informed by a letter from Germany that the king was about to be assassinated, begged him to profit by the warnings reaching him from every quarter. Gustavus replied that he would rather go blindly to meet his fate than torment himself with the numberless precautions which such suspicions would demand. If I listened, added he, to all the advice I received, I would not even drink a glass of water. Besides, I am far from believing in the execution of such a plot. My subjects, although very brave in war, are extremely timid in politics. The success I expect to gain in France, trophies of which I shall bring to Stockholm, will speedily augment my power by the confidence and general respect which will be their result. Meantime the fatal hour was approaching. The masked ball of March 16 was about to open. Before going there, Gustavus took supper with few of the persons belonging to his household. While he was at the table, he received a note, written in French and unsigned, in which he was entreated not to enter the playhouse, where he was about to be stricken to death. The author of the note urgently recommended the king not to make his appearance at the ball, and if he persisted in going, to suspect the crowd which would press around him, because this gathering was to be the prelude and signal of the blow aimed at him. The really bizarre thing about this was that the man who wrote these lines himself was one of the conspirators, Count de Lilienhorn. It is impossible to tell, says Marquis de Bouillé in his memoirs, whether his conscience wished to acquit itself in this manner towards the king, to whom he owed everything without forfeiting his word to his party, or whether, knowing the fearless character of this prince, he did not offer this anonymous advice as a bait to his courage. It certainly produced the latter effect. Gustavus made no reflections on reading this note, and went fearlessly to the ball. The orchestra is playing wildly, the dancers are animated. The hall, adorned with flowers, sparkles under the glow of the chandeliers. Gustavus appears for a moment in his box. It was only then that he shows to Baron d'Esson, his first equerry, the anonymous note he had received while at supper. That faithful servant begs him not to go down into the hall. Gustavus disregards the prudent counsel. He says that hereafter he will wear a coat of mail, but that, for this time, he is perfectly determined to be reckless about danger. The king and his equerry go into the salon in front of the royal box, where each puts on a domino. Then they enter the hall by the way of the stage. There are men essentially courageous, who love danger for its own sake. Gustavus is one of them. Hence he takes the pleasure in braving all his assassins. As he is crossing the green room with Baron d'Esson on his arm, "Let us see," says he, "whether they will really dare to kill me." Yes, they will dare it. The moment that the king enters, he is recognized in spite of his mask and his domino. He walks slowly around the hall and then goes into the pit, where he strolls about during several minutes. He is about to retrace his steps when he finds himself surrounded, as he had been predicted, by a group of maskers who get between him and the officers of his suite. Several black dominoes approach. They are the assassins. One of them, Count de Horn, lays a hand on his shoulder. "Good day, fine masker," he says. This Judas salute, this ironical welcome given by the murderers to their victim, is the signal for the attack. On the instant, Ankerstrom fires on the king with a pistol loaded with old iron. Gustavus, struck in the left hip, cries, "I am wounded." The pistol, which had been wrapped in wool, made only a muffled report, and the smoke spreading throughout the room, the crowd does not think of a murder but a fire. Cries of "Fire! Fire!" augment the confusion. Baron d'Esson, all covered with his master's blood, helps him to gain a little box called the Oeil de Boeuf, and from there a saloon, where he is laid upon a sofa. Baron d'Umfeld orders the doors of the theatre to be closed, and everyone to unmask. A man, reasoning it out, lifts his mask before the officer of police, and says to him with assurance, "As for me, sir, I hope that you will not suspect me." It is Ankerstrom, the assassin. He goes out quietly, but after the crime was committed, his weapons, a pistol and knife like that of Ravaillac, had fallen on the floor. The gunsmith of Stockholm will recognize the pistol, and declare that he had sold it a few days before to a former officer of the Guards, Captain Ankerstrom. It is the token which will cause the arrest of the assassin and his punishment by the penalty of parricides, decapitation, and cutting off of his right hand. The king showed admirable calm and resignation during the 13 days which he had still to live. He asked with anxiety if the murderer had been arrested, and being answered that his name was not yet known, "Ah, God grant," said he, "that he may not be discovered." As soon as the first bandages were put on, the wounded man was taken to his apartment at the castle. There he received his courtiers and the foreign ministers. When he saw the Duc d'Escars, who represented the brothers of Louis XVI at Stockholm, "This is a blow," said he, "which is going to rejoice your Parisian Jacobins. But write to the princes that if I recover from it, it will change neither my sentiments nor my zeal for their just cause." In the midst of his sufferings he preserved a dignity above all praises. Neither recriminations nor murmurs issued from his lips. He summoned to his death but both his friends and those who had been among the number of his enemies, who would have been horrified to have been an accomplice in a crime. When the old Count de Brahe, leader of the nobles of the opposition, presented himself, Gustavus said, as he pressed him in his arms, "I bless my wound, since it has brought back an old friend who had withdrawn from me. Embrace me, my dear Count, and let all be forgotten between us." The fate of his son, who was about to ascend the throne at the age of 13, was the chief preoccupation of the king. "Let them put me on a litter," cried he. "I will go to the public square and speak to the people." And he said to Baron d'Umfeld, "Go, and like another Antony, show the bloody vestments of Caesar." It was also to d'Umfeld that he said, as he was signing with his dying hand his commission as the governor of Stockholm, "Give me your knightly word that you will serve my son as faithfully as you have served me." He made his confession to his grand almoner. "I fear," he said to him, "that I have no great merit before God, but at least I am sure that I have never done harm to anyone intentionally." He meant to receive the sacraments according to the Lutheran form, and to have the Queen brought to him, as he had not seen her since his illness. But while seeking sleep in order to tranquilize his mind before this emotion, he found the slumber of death. March 29, 1792, at 11 in the morning. He was 46 years old. Thus terminated the brilliant and stormy career of the prince, on whom Marquis de Boyer had pronounced the following judgment: "His manners and his politeness rendered him the most amiable and attractive man in his country, although the Swedes are naturally intelligent. He had a vivid imagination, a mind enlightened and adorned by taste for letters, a masculine and persuasive eloquence, and an easy elocution even when speaking French, useful and agreeable acquirements, a prodigious memory, polite and affable manners, accompanied by a certain oddity which did not displease. His strong and ardent soul was enkindled with an inordinate love of glory, but a chivalrous spirit and loyalty dominated there. His sensitive art rendered him clement when he ought, perhaps, to have been severe. He was even susceptible of friendship, and this prince has had and has preserved friends whom I have known, and who are worthy to be such. He had a firm and decided character, and above all, that resolution so necessary to statesmen, without which wit, prudence, talents, experience are not only useless, but often injurious. According to Marquis de Bouillé, Gustavus should have been the King of France and Louis XVI King of Sweden. As the sovereign of France, Gustavus would have been, beyond all doubt, one of its greatest kings. He would have preserved that beautiful realm for a revolution. He would have governed with glory and with splendor. Louis XVI, on the other hand, placed on the throne of Sweden, would have obtained the respect and esteem of that simple people by his moral and religious virtues, his economy, his spirit of justice, and his good and benevolent sentiments. He would have contributed to the happiness of the Swedes, who would have wept above his tomb, whereas both these monarchs perished at the hands of their subjects. But the designs of the Providence are impenetrable, and we ought, in respect and silence, to obey its unalterable decrees. The Jacobins of Paris, who affected to despise the projects of Gustavus III, showed how much they had feared him, by the mad joy they displayed on the learning of his death. They lavished praises on Brutus Ankarstrom. Although it had been committed by the nobles, there was certain reminiscence of the French Revolution about the assault. In their secret meetings, the conspirators had agreed to carry around on pikes the heads of Gustavus's principal friends. In the French style, as was said in those days, Count de Lilienhorn, brought up, nourished, and drawn from poverty and obscurity by Gustavus, and overwhelmed to the last moment by the benefits of the generous monarch, explained his monstrous ingratitude and the part he had taken in the attack, by saying he had been led astray by the idea of commanding the National Guards of Stockholm after the Revolution, and playing the same part as Lafayette. The Girondin ministry had attained to power in France a few days after Gustavus had been struck down in Sweden. There was no connecting link between the two facts, but at Paris, as at Stockholm, the cause of the king sustained a terrible repulse. The tragic death of their faithful friend must have caused Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette some painful forebodings concerning their own fate. The murder of Gustavus was the first of a series of great catastrophes. The pistol of the Swedish regicide heralded the blade of the Parisian guillotine. The 16th of March was the prelude of the 21st of January. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 5. The Beginnings of Madame Roland. The moment is at hand when a woman of the middle class, born in humble circumstances, is about to make her appearance on the scene of politics. A woman who, after living in obscurity during 38 years, was to become famous in a few days, and attract the attention of all France first and afterwards that of Europe entire. No figure is more curious to study than hers, and it is not surprising that of late years it had tempted men of great merit, such as Messieurs de Bont and Fouget, whose publications have shed great light on the Egeria of the Girondins. At every epoch of history there are certain women who become as it were living symbols, and sum up in their own persons the passions, the prejudices, and the illusion of their time. They reflect at once its vices and its virtues, its qualities and its defects. Such was Madame Roland. All the distinctive characteristics of the close of the 18th century are resumed in her: ardent enthusiasm, generous ideals, aspirations towards progress, passions for liberty, heroic courage in view of persecution, captivity and death, an absence of religious faith, and implacable vanity, a thirst for emotions, plagiarism of antiquity, declamatory language and sentiments, and childish imitation of Greece and Rome. Nothing is more interesting than to analyze the conceptions of this mind, count the pulsations of this heart, and surprise the inmost secrets of a woman whose psychological importance is as considerable as her place in history. Intellectually as well as morally, Madame Roland is the daughter of Jean Jacques Rousseau. Socially, she is the personification of that third estate which, having been nothing, wished at first to be something and afterwards to be all. Politically, she is by turns the heroine and the victim of the Revolution, which, under pretext of liberty, engendered tyranny, which used the guillotine and perished by the guillotine, and which, after dreaming of light, expired in mire and blood. How was it that this little bourgeoisie, the daughter of Philippon the engraver, a man midway between an artisan and artist, whose very origin seemed to remove her so far from any political rôle, attained to high renown? What influences formed this woman whose qualities were masculine? Whence was drawn the inspiration of this siren, destined to be taken in her own snares and die the victim of her own incantations? A rapid glance at the earliest years of Marie Jeanne Philippon, the future Madame Roland, is enough to explain her passions and her hopes, her errors and her talents, her rages and her enthusiasms. She was born in Paris, March 18th, 1754, of an intelligent but frivolous father, and a simple, devoted, honestly commonplace mother. From infancy she felt herself superior to those by whom she was surrounded. Thence sprang an unmeasured pride and a continual hunger to produce an impression. The infant prodigy preluded the female politician. Speaking of herself in her memoirs, she becomes ecstatic over the child who read serious works, explained very well the circles of the celestial globe, used crayon and the burin, found at 8 years that she was the best dancer in an assembly of young persons older than herself, and who, nevertheless, was often summoned to the kitchen to make an omelette, clean the vegetables, or skim the pot. She admires her own willingness to descend to domestic cares. "I was never out of my element," she says. "I could make soup as skilfully as any Philippopian man could chop wood. But no one, observing me, could imagine that this was suitable employment." Still speaking of herself, she celebrates the little person who on Sundays went to church, or out walking in a spick and span costume whose appearance was fully sustained by her demeanor and her language. She calls attention to the contrast by which, on week days, the same child went out alone, in a little cloth frock, to buy parsley and salad at a short distance from home. "It must be owned," she adds, "that I did not like this very well, but I did not show it, and I had the art of doing my errands in such a way as to find some pleasure in it. I united such great politeness to a certain dignity, that the fruit seller or other persons of the sort took pleasure in serving me first, and even those who came before me thought this proper. So the little Philippon wanted to take the chief place in the fruiterer's shop, just as, later on, she desired it on the political stage or the Ministry of the Interior. This enemy of privilege will admit them only for herself. In everything she made pretensions, pretensions to elegance, beauty, distinction, talent, knowledge, eloquence, genius, and, when she wanted to be simple, to simplicity. In her style, as in her conversation, in her public as in her private life, what she sought before all things was effect. It was absolutely essential that people should talk about her, that she should be playing a part or standing on a pedestal. Assuredly, if she had a fault, it was not excessive modesty. She regarded herself as the flower of her sex, a superior woman made to be loved, flattered, and adored. She speaks of her charms with the precision of a doctor and the enthusiasm of a poet. Not one of her perfections escapes her. It is through a magnifying glass and before a mirror that she studies and admires herself. She discovers that a society in which a woman so remarkable and so attractive is not thoroughly well known must be badly organized. Middle class by birth, and aristocratic by instinct, she represents what one might then have called the new social strata. A secret voice told her that the day was to come when she would make herself feared by the powerful of the earth, those giants with feet of clay who, at the beginning of her career, were still looked at kneeling, banished by faith from the theatre where the human tragi-comedy is played. She said to herself, I too will have a part one of these days. In the earliest stage of her existence there was in her a confused medley of uneasiness and ambition, of spite and anger. She had a horror of the slightly disdainful protection of people of quality. She conceived an aversion for persons like that demoiselle de Hannaches, big, awkward, dry, and yellow, infatuated with her nobility, annoying everybody with her titles, and yet, in spite of her ignorance, her stiff manners, her old-fashioned dress, and her follies, well received everywhere on account of her birth. Slowly but steadily the future Amazon of the Revolution prepared herself for the combat. The books which she read and reread incessantly were the arsenal whence she drew her weapons. One of these presentiments, which do not deceive, promised her a stormy but illustrious destiny. More Roman than French, more pagan than Christian, she longed for glory like that of the heroines of Plutarch, her favorite author. In the humble dwelling of her father, situated at the corner of the Pont Neuf and the Quai des Orfèvres, she caught a glimpse of horizons as wide as her thoughts. From the upper part of our house, she says, a great expanse offered itself to my dreamy and romantic imagination. How often from my north window have I contemplated with emotion the deserts of the sky, its superb azure vault splendidly outlined from the bluish dawn far behind the Pont de Change, to the sunset gilded with a faint purplish lustre behind the trees of the Champs Élysées and the houses of Chaillot. Irritated with the obscurity to which she was condemned by faith, there was but one resource which could have consoled her for the social inequalities which bruised her vanity and her pride. That resource would have been religion. Nothing but an ideal of humility could have appeased the interior revolts of this soul of fire. To such a woman, what is lacking is heaven. Earth, no matter what happens, can give her nothing but deceptions. The only moment of her life when she felt herself really happy was that when she enjoyed the supreme good, peace of heart. Of all parts of her memoirs, The most pure and touching are those she devotes to her recollection of the convent. One might think that the author of Rolla had remembered them when he described in such penetrating terms the mystic poetry of the cloister, and the regrets often engendered by the loss of faith in the minds and hearts of people who have become unbelievers. The little Philippon, being in her 12th year, asked to be sent to a convent, in order to prepare better for her first communion. She was placed with the ladies of the congregation, Rue Neuve Saint Etienne, in the Faubourg Saint Marcel, near Saint Pelagie, her future prison. How I pressed my dear mamma in my arms at the moment of parting from her for the first time! I was stifled, overwhelmed, but I obeyed the voice of God, and crossed the threshold of the cloister, offering him with tears the greatest sacrifice that I could make. The first night I spent at the convent was agitated. I was no longer under the paternal roof. I felt that I was far from the good mother who was surely thinking of me with tenderness. There was a feeble light in the room where I had been put to bed, with 4 other children of my own age. I rose quietly and went to the window. The moonlight permitted me to see the garden upon which it looked. The most profound silence reigned. I listened to it, so to say, with a sort of respect. Great trees cast their gigantic shadows here and there, and promised a safe refuge for tranquil meditation. I lifted my eyes to the pure and serene sky, and thought I felt the presence of the Divinity, who smiled at my sacrifice, and already offered me its recompense in the peace of the celestial abode. Delicious tears flowed slowly down my cheeks. I reiterated my vows with a holy transport, and I enjoyed the slumber of the elect. As if in these silent cloisters, which she crossed slowly so as to enjoy their solitude more fully, she had a presentiment of the storms in her destiny and her heart. She sometimes stopped beside a tomb on which was engraven the eulogy of a holy maiden. "She is happy," she said to herself with a sigh. While she was in prison she remembered with emotion a novice's taking the veil. I experienced yet the thrill caused by her faintly tremulous voice when she chanted melodiously the customary versicle elegy: "Here I have chosen my abode, and I will not depart from it forever. I have not forgotten the notes of this little air. I can repeat them as exactly as if I had heard them yesterday." Unhappily, religious ideas were soon to undergo a change in the mind of the future Madame Roland. Returning to the paternal dwelling, she was badly brought up there. Her mother let her read everything, even Candide, Voltaire, Helvetius, Diderot. Had no secrets for this young girl. Extreme disorder and confusion in mind and heart were the result. When she had the misfortune to lose her mother at the age of 21, the book in which she sought consolation was Nouvelle Héloïse. Jean Jacques became her god. "It seems," she says, "as if he were my natural aliment, and the interpreter of the sentiment I had already, and which he alone knew how to explain to me. To have the whole of Jean Jacques," she says again, "to be able to consult him incessantly, to enlighten and elevate one's self with him at all times of life, is a felicity which can only be tasted by adoring him as I did." Such reading robbed her of faith. It made her a free thinker in a blue stocking. It inspired her with an unhealthy ambition, sullied her imagination, and troubled the peace of her heart. It deprived her of that moral delicacy, lacking which, even virtue itself loses its charms. She was no longer anything but a young girl, well conducted but not pure, honest but shameless. Was not a day coming when a prisoner and on the point of getting into the fatal cart, she would throw off the terrible anxieties of her situation, in order to imitate the impurities of the confessions of Jean Jacques, and retrace indecent details with complacency? Do not seek in her that flower of innocence which is the young girl's grace. The charming Puritan does not commit great faults, but she has astonishing licenses of thought and speech. For her, Louvet's Fables is one of those charming romances known to persons of taste, in which the graces of imagination ally themselves to the tone of philosophy. Is not this woman, who begins her life like a saint and ends it as a pupil of Voltaire and Jean Jacques Rousseau, the symbol of that troubled 18th century which opened in fidelity to religious faith and closed in the depths of the abyss of incredulity? The ravages caused by bad reading in the soul of this young girl explains the catastrophes of the entire century. From the time when she replaced the Gospels by the Contrat Social, and the Imitation of Jesus Christ by the Nouvelle Heloise, there was no longer anything simple or natural remaining in the young philosopher. All her thoughts and actions became declamatory. There was something theatrical in her attitudes and gestures, and even in the sound of her voice. Her speech was rhythmical, cadenced, marked by a special accent. Even her private letters often resembled the amplifications of rhetoric rather than the effusions of friendship. One might say that their author had a presentiment that they would be printed. She wrote to Mademoiselle Sophie Cannet, January 3, 1776. In any case, burn nothing. Though my letters were one day to be read by all the world, I would not hide the only monuments of my weakness and my sentiments. Monuments of weakness is not the expression worthy of the bombast of the time. Not finding love, Mademoiselle Philippon married philosophically. Her union bears a striking imitation to that of Heloise with M. de Volmar. Looking her destiny peacefully and tenderly in the face, greatly moved but not infatuated, she united herself to a man whom she esteemed but did not love. This was Roland de la Pétière, who was descended from an ancient and very honorable middle class family. Though not rich, he was at least comfortably well off, well educated, honest, simple in his tastes and manners. He fulfilled his duties as inspector of manufactures in a notable way. The marriage was celebrated on February the 4th, 1780. Roland was 46 years old, while his wife was not yet 26. Thin, bald, careless in his dress, the husband was not at all an ideal person. It had taken him 5 years to declare his passion, and this hesitation, as his wife was to write 13 years later, left not a vestige of illusion in his sentiments. "I have often felt," says she, "that there was no similarity between us. If we lived in retirement, I spent many painful hours. If we mingled in society, I was loved by persons among whom I perceived there was some who might affect me too much. I plunged into labor with my husband. It was a long time before I gained courage to contradict him." Monsieur Roland was sent to Amiens, where his wife presented him with a daughter, whom she nursed and afterwards brought up with the utmost tenderness and devotion. In 1784 he was summoned to Lyons, where he found himself once more in his native region. Thenceforward he spent 2 of the winter months in Lyons, and the remainder of the year on his paternal domain, the close of Platière, 2 leagues from Villefranche, surrounded by woods and vineyards, and opposite the mountains of Beaujolais. While her husband went to take possession of his new post, Madame Roland, not yet a republican, remained a few weeks in Paris in order to obtain, if possible, the patent of nobility so ardently desired by the family. Her solicitations proved unsuccessful, and the married pair, despairing of being nobles, consoled themselves by a frank avowal of democracy. Up to the time of the Revolution, Madame Roland's life glided peacefully away without any remarkable incidents. In the close of Platière, which she calls her dovecot, she appears as a good housekeeper who looks after everything, from the cellar to the garret, who plays the doctor among the poor villagers, who is delighted to find in nature a savor of frank and free rusticity. The life she leads is not merely honest but edifying. She is very careful at this period to hide her philosophy. She writes to Beauce, one of her friends, February 9, 1785. My brother in law, whose disposition is extremely gentle and sensitive, is also very religious. I leave him the satisfaction of thinking that the dogmas are as evident to me as they appear to him, and my exterior actions are such as become the mother of a family out in the country, who is bound to edify everybody. As I was very devout in my early youth, I know my prayers as well as my philosophy, and I prefer to make use of my first erudition. She wrote again to Beauce, October 12, 1785. I have hardly touched a pen for a month, and I think I am acquiring some of the inclinations of the beast whose milk refreshes me. I am extremely asinine, and I busy myself with all the petty cares of the hoggish country life. I make preserved pears that are delicious. We dry grapes and plums. We wash and make up linen. We have white wine for breakfast, and we lie down on the grass to rest. We follow the vintagers. We repose in the woods and fields. Before looking at the female politician, let us glance once more at the woman in private life, the charitable, devoted, honorable mother of a family, such as she paints herself in the letter of November 10th, 1786. From the corner of my fire, at 11 o'clock, after a quiet night and the various morning cares, my husband at his desk, my little girl knitting, and I chatting with one and superintending the other's work, enjoying the happiness of being snugly in the bosom of my dear little family, writing to a friend, while the snow is falling on so many wretches weighed down by poverty and sorrow. I am touched with compassion for their fate. I turn back sweetly to my own, and at this moment I count as nothing the annoyances of relations or circumstances which seem occasionally to mar its felicity. Alas! why did not Madame Roland stay in her modest country house to dry her grapes and plums, to superintend her washing, mend her linen, and spread out in her garret the fruits for winter use? Were not obscurity, repose, peace of heart, better for her than the fictitious glory which was to pass so quickly and end upon the scaffold? One might say that before quitting nature, that great consoler which calms and does not betray, in order to plunge herself into the odious world of politics, which spoils and embitters the most beautiful souls, she experiences a certain vague regret for the sweet and tranquil joys which her folly was about to cause her to renounce forever. "The weather is delightful," wrote Madame Roland, May 17th, 1790. "The country has changed almost beyond recognition in only 6 days. The vines and walnuts were as black as they are in winter. But a stroke of the magic wand does not alter the aspect of things more quickly than the heat of a few fine days has done. Everything turns green and leaves out. A soft verdure is visible where there was nothing but the dull and faded tint of torpor and inaction. I could easily forget public affairs and men's controversies here, content to arrange the manner, to see my fowls brood, and take care of my rabbits. I would care nothing more about the revolutions of empires. But, as soon as I am in the city, the poverty of the people and the insolence of the rich rouse my hatred of injustice and oppression. I have no longer any soul or desire except for the triumph of great truths and the success of our regeneration. The die is cast. The daughter of Philippon the engraver is about to become a political woman. The hour is come when this great actress, who has long known her part, is at last going on the stage. She has a presentiment of the risk she is running in assuming a task which is beyond her sex. But, like soldiers who love danger for danger's sake, and prefer the emotions of the battlefield to garrison life, she will joyfully quit her province and throw herself into the seething furnace of Paris. Even though she is to meet persecution and death at the end of her new career, she will not recoil. A short but agitated life will seem better to her than a long and fortunate existence without violent emotions. A clear sky pleases her no longer. She is homesick for storms and lightning flashes. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 6. Madame Roland's Entrance on the Scene. The hour of the Revolution had struck, and, ambitious, unbelieving, full of disdain for the leading classes, full of confidence in her own superiority, active, eloquent, impassioned, uniting the language of an orator to the seductions of a charming woman, Madame Roland was ripe for the Revolution. Her epoch suited her, and she suited her epoch. This pagan, who, according to her own expression, roamed mentally in Greece, attended the Olympic games, and despised herself for being French, this fanatical admirer of antiquity, who, at 8 years of age, carried Plutarch to church with her instead of a missal, who styled Roland the virtuous, as the Athenians called Aristides the just, who will die like her heroes, Socrates and Phocion, this student who, at another period, would have been rated as an underbred woman of the middle class, a more or less ridiculous bluestocking, suddenly found herself, in consequence of a general panic and circumstances as strange as they were unforeseen, the very ideal of the society in which she lived. For several months she was to be its fashionable type, its favorite heroine, but the Revolution was a Saturn who devoured his children, male and female, and the Egeria of the Girondins expiated bitterly the intoxication caused by her brief popularity. In 1777, at the age of 23, she had written, "Gay and jesting speeches fall from this mouth, which sobs at night upon its pillow. A laugh dwells on my lips, while my tears, shut up within my heart, at length make on it, in spite of its hardness, the effect produced by water on a stone; falling drop by drop, they insensibly wear it away." In 1791, when she was 38, she wrote, "The phenomena of nature, which make the vulgar grow pale, and which are imposing even to the philosophical eye, offer nothing to a sensitive person preoccupied with great concerns, but scenes inferior to those of which her own heart is the theatre. The flame consuming the eloquent and ardent disciple of Rousseau was in need of fuel, and, finding this in politics, she threw herself upon it with a sort of ravenous fury, just as she had once abandoned herself to study. At 22 she had written to one of her young friends, "You scold me for studying too hard. Bear in mind, then, that unless I did so, love might perhaps excite my imagination to frenzy. It is a necessary distraction. I am not trying to become a learned woman. I study because I need to study, as I do to eat." It was thus that Madame Roland plunged into politics. All her unappeased instincts and repressed forces found their outlet in that direction. Woman being formed by nature to be dominated, nothing is more agreeable to her than to invert the parts, and in her turn to domineer. To exert influence in public affairs, to designate or support the candidates for great offices of state, to organize or direct a ministry, to make themselves listened to by serious men, to inspire opinions or systems, is to ambitious women a kind of revenge for their sex. Those who have acquired a habit of exercising this sort of power cannot relinquish it without extreme reluctance. If they have once persuaded themselves of their superiority to men, nothing can ever root the conviction from their minds. To be protected humiliates them. What they long for most of all is to be acknowledged as protectresses. Self-deluded, they attribute to their passion for the public welfare what is, especially in their case, the need of petty glory, the thirst for emotions, or the amusement of pride and vanity. The revolutionary bluestocking, Madame Roland, was from the very start delighted to see that her works were printed, and that they produced as much effect as if they had been written by some great statesman. These first successes seemed to her to justify the excellent opinion she had always entertained of herself. She got into a habit of playing the oracle. No sooner had her lips touched the cup containing this poisonous but intoxicating beverage than she would have no other. That alone could refresh, even while it killed her. Politics has the immense defect of exasperating, troubling, and disfiguring souls. Madame Roland was born good, sensible, and generous. Politics made her at times wicked, vindictive, and cruel. July 26, 1789, she wrote this odious letter: "You are nothing but children. Your enthusiasm is a fire of straw, and if the National Assembly does not order the trial of 2 illustrious heads, or some generous Decius does not strike them down, you are all lost." Madame Roland employed a more trivial expression. If this letter does not reach you, may the cowards who read it redden to learn that it is from a woman, and tremble in reflecting that she can create 100 enthusiasts, from whom will proceed 1,000,000 others. Roland had been employed by the Agricultural Society of Lyons to draw up its reports for the States General. Madame Roland wrote much more of them than her husband did. She sent article on article to a journal founded by Champagneau to forward the revolutionary propaganda. 60,000 copies were printed of one of them, in which she described the festival of the Federation at Lyons. Imagine the joy felt by the femme autour, the pupil of Jean Jacques, the model of George Sand. Soon afterwards the municipality deputed Roland to the Constituent Assembly to advocate the interests of the city, which was involved to the extent of 40 millions, and which asked to have this debt assumed by the state. Roland and his wife arrived in Paris February 20th, 1791. The married pair installed themselves on the third floor of the Hôtel Britannique in Rue Guénégaud. There a sort of political reunion was formed, of which Brissot was the first link. 4 times a week a few friends, and certain deputies and journalists, met around this still unknown woman, whose wit, charm, and beauty were not long in making a sensation. It was at this period that she made Buzot's acquaintance. The day of her first interview with the young and brilliant deputy was an epoch in her sentimental life. Thenceforward 2 passions, love and ambition, the one as fierce and devouring as the other, were to occupy her ardent soul. Comparing the young orator, whom she perhaps transformed in her imagination into the president of a more or less Athenian republic, with the austere and prosaic companion of her existence, she perceived that, according to her own expression, there was no equality between her and her husband, and that the ascendancy of a domineering character, joined to 20 years' seniority, rendered one of these superiorities too great, that of age. She was herself 6 years older than Buzot. Even though her love for him may have remained platonic, she gave him all her heart and soul. For the majority of women, still beautiful, who mingle in public affairs, love is the principal thing, politics but the accessory, the pretext. They imagine they are attaching themselves to ideas, and it is to men. In this respect the heroines of the Revolution resemble those of the Fronde. The stateswoman in Madame Roland plays second to the lover of Buzot. In her mind the Republic and the handsome Republican blend into one. Believing herself a patriot, when she is above all a woman in love, she carries the emotions, the infatuations, the ardors and exaggerations of her private life into her public one. With her, angers and enthusiasms rise to paroxysm. She is extreme in all things. She detests Louis XVI as much as she loves Buzot. After the flight to Varennes, she wrote, "To replace the king on the throne is a folly, an absurdity, if it is not a horror. To declare him demented is to make obligatory the appointment of a regent. To impeach Louis XVI would be, beyond all contradiction, the greatest and most righteous step, but you are incapable of taking it. Well then, put him not exactly under interdict, but suspend him." Here begins the influence of Madame Roland. The suspension of the royal authority is one of her ideas. "So long as peace lasted," she says, "I adhered to the peaceful rôle and to that kind of influence which I thought fitting to my sex. When war was declared by the king's departure, it appeared to me that every one should devote himself unreservedly. I joined the fraternal societies, being persuaded that zeal and good intentions might be very useful in critical moments. I was unable to stay at home any longer, and I went to the houses of worthy people of my acquaintance that we might excite each other to great measures. One knows what the Revolution meant by that expression, great measures. Madame Roland became furious. She wanted a freedom of the press without check or limit. She was angry because Marat's newspapers were destroyed by the satellites of Lafayette. "It is a cruel thing to think of," she exclaims, "but it becomes every day more evident that peace means retrogression, and that we can only be regenerated by blood." Her hatred includes both Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. June 25, 1791, she writes, "It appears to me that the king ought to be sequestered and his wife impeached." And on July 1st, "The king has sunk to the lowest depths of degradation. His trick has exposed him completely, and he inspires nothing but contempt. His name, his portrait, and his arms have been effaced everywhere. Notaries have been obliged to take down the escutcheons marked with a flower de luce, which served to designate their houses. He is called nothing but Louis the False, or the Great Hog. Caricatures of every sort represent him under emblems which, though not the most odious, are the most suitable to nourish and augment popular disdain. The people tend of their own accord to all that can express this sentiment, and it is impossible that they should ever again be willing to see seated on the throne a being they despise so completely." Things did not go fast enough to suit Madame Roland's furious hatred. The popular gathering in the Champ de Mars, whose aim was to bring about the deposition of the king, was forcibly dispersed on July 17th. With 6 exceptions, all the deputies who had belonged either to the Jacobin Club or that of the Cordeliers left them on account of their demand that Louis XVI should be brought to trial. The time for great measures, to use Madame Roland's expression, had not yet arrived. The ardent Democrat laments it. "I cannot describe our situation to you," she writes at this moment of the revolutionary recoil. "I feel environed by a silent horror. My heart grows steadfast in a mournful and solemn silence, ready to sacrifice all rather than cease to defend principles, but not knowing the moment when they can triumph, and forming no resolution but that of giving a great example." The mission which had kept Roland in Paris for 7 months being ended, the discouraged pair returned to their province in September. After stopping a few days in Lyons in order to found a popular society affiliated to the Jacobins of the capital, they went to spend the remainder of the autumn at their country place, the Close of Platière. But calm and silence no longer suited Madame Roland. Repose exasperated her. She missed the struggle and the emotions of revolutionary Paris, of which she had said, "One lives 10 years here in 24 hours. Events and affections blend with and succeed each other with singular rapidity. No such great events ever occupied minds." The pleasure of seeing her daughter again was not enough to compensate her for the chagrin of having parted from Buzot. Just as she was despairing at the thought of sinking back into all the nullity of the province, as she expresses it, the news came that the inspectors of agriculture had been suppressed. Roland, no longer an official, deliberated with his wife as to their next step. His own inclination was to settle permanently in the country and devote himself to agricultural labors, which would surely and safely augment his fortune. But his wife was by no means of the same mind. She must see her dear Buzot again at any cost. She flattered the self-love of her unsuspecting spouse, and persuaded him that Paris was the sole theatre worthy of the virtuous Roland. Roland allowed himself to be convinced. His wife, no longer mistress of herself, was drawn into the Parisian abyss as by an irresistible force. And yet was it not she who had proposed to herself this ideal, so easily to have been realized? I have never imagined anything more desirable than a life divided between domestic cares and those of agriculture, spent on a healthy and fertile farm, with a little family where the example of its heads and common labor maintain attachment, peace, and freedom. Was it not she who had uttered this profoundly true thought? I see neither pleasure nor happiness except in the reunion of that which charms the heart as well as the senses, and costs no regrets. In the most beautiful days of her youth had she not written, "There was a time when I was never content except when I had a book or a pen in my hand. At present I am as well satisfied when I have made a shirt for my father, or added up an account of expenses, as if I had read something profound. I do not care at all to be learned. I want to be good and happy. That is my chief business. What is necessary but good, honest, common sense?" Is it not she too who will write at the beginning of her memoirs, "I have observed that in all classes ambition is generally fatal. For the few happy ones whom it exalts, it makes a multitude of victims"? Why did she not more frequently remind herself of the sentiment so just and well expressed in a letter dated 1790? Women are not made to share in all the occupations of men. They are altogether bound to domestic cares and virtues, and they cannot turn away from them without destroying their happiness. But alas, passion does not reason. Farewell common sense, wisdom, and experience, when ambition and love have taken possession of a woman's heart. Returning to Paris, December 15th, 1791, the Rolands established themselves in the Rue de la Harpe, and plunged headlong into politics. The wife redoubled her activity, eloquence, and passion. The husband, instead of attending quietly to the management of his retiring pension, was named a member of the Jacobin Corresponding Committee at the beginning of 1792, a revolutionary centre of which Brissot was the leader. At this period, we are informed by Madame Roland, the intimidated court imagined that the nomination of a minister, chosen from among the patriots of the Assembly, would cause it to regain a little popularity. Brissot proposed Roland, who, on March 24th, 1792, accepted the portfolio of the Interior. Madam, behold yourself, then, the wife of a minister, and in fact more of a minister than your husband. Your ambitious projects, which have been treated as chimerical, are now realized. You have a cortège like Marie Antoinette. Men seek the favor of a smile, a word from you. They court, they solicit, they fear you. The monarchy, which you detest, is at last obliged to reckon with you and your friends. Your beauty, your talent, and your eloquence are boasted of. Your name is in every mouth. You are powerful, you are celebrated. Well, you will find out for yourself what bitterness there is at the bottom of this cup of pride which has tempted your lips so long. You will learn at your own expense that renown does not produce happiness, and that, for a woman, twilight is better than the full glare of day. Yes, you will long for the obscurity which weighed upon you. You will long for the house of your father, the engraver, on the Quai des Orfèvres. You will dream of the sunsets which affected you, and of the monotonous but peaceful succession of your days. You, the deist, the female philosopher, will recall with regret the cloisters where, in your adolescence, you tasted the peace of the elect. In the time of your supreme trial, Buzot's miniature will not console you. It is not his image you should cover with your kisses. No, that miniature is not the viaticum for eternity. What you will need is the crucifix, and you respect the crucifix no longer. And yet your imagination will evoke the mystic cloister, with its altars decked with flowers, its painted windows, its penetrating and ineffable poesy. And in thought, also, you will see the country once more, the harvest time, the month of the vintage, the poor who come to the door asking for bread, and who go away with blessings on their lips and gratitude in their hearts. Why have you quitted these honest people? What have you come to do in the midst of these ferocious Jacobins, who flatter you today and will assassinate you tomorrow? Do you fancy that Marie Antoinette is the only woman who will be insulted, calumniated, and betrayed? Why do you seat at your hospitable table this livid-faced Robespierre, who today, perhaps, will address you a madrigal, and tomorrow send you to the scaffold? You will pay very dear for these false and artificial joys, these gusts of commonplace vanity, this pride of a parvenu, and the pleasure of presiding for a few evenings at the dinners given to the Minister of the Interior in Cologne's dining room. The Legislative Assembly, the Jacobin Club, the journals and the ministry, the souvenirs of Plutarch and the parodies of Jean-Jacques, the noisy crowd of flatterers who are the courtiers of demagogues, as they would have been the courtiers of kings, these adulators who are going to change into executioners, all are vanity. Poor woman, whose power will be so ephemeral, why do you make yourself a persecutor? You will so soon be persecuted. Why labor so relentlessly to shake the foundations of a throne that will bury you beneath its ruins? End of chapter 6. Recording by Lucretia B.
Chapter 7 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monica Rowley. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 7. Marie Antoinette and Madame Roland. Two women find themselves confronted across the chessboard and about to move the pieces in a terrible game in which each stacks ahead and each is foredoomed to lose. One is the woman who represents the old regime, the daughter of the German Caesars, the Queen of France and Navarre. The other stands for the new regime, the Parisian middle classes, the daughter of the engraver of the Quai des Orfèvres, They are nearly the same age. Madame Roland was born March 18, 1754, and Marie Antoinette November 2nd, 1755. Both are beautiful, and both are conscious of their charm. Each exercises a sort of domination over all who approach her. In 1792, when Roland enters the ministry, Marie Antoinette is no longer thinking of coquetry, luxury, or dress. The heroine of the Galerie of the Mirrors, the crowned shepherdess of the Trianon, the queen of elegance, pleasure, and fashion, is not recognizable in her. The time for splendors is over, like the time for pastorals. No more festivals, no more distractions, no more theatres. Incessant anxieties and unremitting labor, writing throughout the day, and reading, meditating, and praying throughout the night, are now the unfortunate sovereign's whole existence. She hardly sleeps. Her eyes are reddened by tears. A single night, that of the arrest on the journey to Varennes, had sufficed to whiten her hair. She wears mourning for her brother, the Emperor Leopold, and for her ally, the King of Sweden, Gustavus III., and one might say that she is also wearing it for the French monarchy. All trace of frivolity has disappeared. The severe and majestic countenance of the woman who suffers so cruelly as queen, spouse, and mother, is sanctified by the double poetry of religion and sorrow. Madame Roland, on the other hand, is more coquettish than she has ever been. The actress who has at last found her theatre, and is very proud to play her part, wishes to allure desires to reign. She delights in presiding at these political dinners, where all the guests are men, and of which her grace and eloquence constitute the charm. She has just completed her 38th year. Her husband is nearly 58. Buzot is only 32. Possibly she is still more preoccupied with love than with ambition. To use one of her own expressions, her heart swells with the desire to please Buzot above all. She takes pains to celebrate her own beauty, which, in spite of showing symptoms of decline, has the brilliance of sunset. In her memoirs she describes her large and superbly modelled bust, her light, quick step, her frank and open glance, at once keen and soft, which sometimes amazes, but which caresses still more and always quickens. She writes, "My mouth is rather large. There are 1,000 prettier, but none that has a softer and more seductive smile." In prison, when she is nearly 40, she states that if she has lost some of her attractions, yet she needs no help from art to make her look 5 or 6 years younger. "Even those who see me every day," she adds, "require to be told my age in order to believe me more than 32 or 33. Madame Roland had at first written 33 or 34, but after reflection, finding herself too modest, she made an erasure and retrenched another year. She adds that she made very little use of her charms, avowing at the same time, and with the most absolute frankness, that if she could reconcile her duty with her inclination to utilize them more fully, she would not be sorry. Both Marie Antoinette and Madame Roland were political women, but the one became so in her own despite, in the hope of saving the life of her husband and the heritage of her son; the other through ambition and a desire to play a part for which her origin had not destined her. In the one everything is at once noble and simple, natural and majestic; in the other there is always something affected and theatrical. One scents the parvenue who will never be a grande dame, even in the Ministry of the Interior or at the House of Calonne. All is unstudied in Marie Antoinette. Madame Roland, on the contrary, is an artist in coquetry. Bizarre caprice of fate which makes political rivals and adversaries treating with each other on equal terms. Of these two women, of whom one was so much above the other by rank and birth. The Tuileries and the house of the Minister of the Interior are like two hostile citadels at a stone's throw from each other. On both sides there is watchfulness and fear, an impassable abyss hollowed out by the vanity of the commoner still more than by the pride of the Queen. Forever separates these two courageous women who, had they united instead of antagonizing each other, might have saved both their country and themselves. It is necessary to go back a few years in order to comprehend the motive of Madame Roland's hatred for Marie Antoinette. It was inspired in the vain commoner by envy, the worst and vilest of all counsellors. Madame Roland's special characteristic was the passion of making an effect. Now, the effect produced by Marie Antoinette under the old regime was immense. That produced by the future Egeria of the Girondin group was almost nil. A simple mortal regarding Olympus from below, she said to herself with vexation that in spite of her talents and her charms, there was no place for her among the gods and goddesses. Versailles was like a superior world from which it maddened her to be excluded. She was 20 years old when, in 1774, she visited it with her mother, her uncle, the Abbé Bimont, and an aged gentlewoman, Mademoiselle d'Hannaches. They all lodged at the palace. One of Marie Antoinette's women, who was acquainted with the Abbé, and who was not then on duty, lent them her apartment. The only object of the excursion was to give the young girl a near view of the court. In recalling this souvenir in her memoirs, Madame Roland displays her aversion for the old society. She is annoyed even with the companion of her visit, because she was, according to the expression then in use, a person of quality. Mademoiselle d'Hannaches, she says, went boldly wherever she chose, ready to fling her name in the face of any one who tried to stop her, thinking they ought to be able to read on her grotesque visage her 600 years of established nobility. The fine figure of a pedantic little clerk like the Abbé Bimont and the imbecile bride of the ugly d'Hannaches were not out of keeping in those scenes. But the unpainted face of my worthy mamma and the modesty of my dress announced that we were commoners. If my eyes or my youth provoked remark, it was almost patronizing, and caused me nearly as much displeasure as Madame de Boismorel's compliments. It was this Madame de Boismorel who, although she found the little Philippon very pleasing, had said to the grandmother of the future Madame Roland, "Take care that she does not become a learned woman. It would be a great pity." The splendors of Versailles did not dazzle the daughter of the engraver of the Quai des Orfèvres. The apartment she occupied was at the top of the palace, in the same corridor as that of the Archbishop of Paris, and so near it that it was necessary for the prelate to take precautions lest she should overhear him talk. 2 poorly furnished rooms, she says, in the upper end of one of which space had been contrived for a valet's bed, was the habitation which a Duke and Peer of France esteemed himself honoured in possessing, in order to be closer at hand to cringe every morning at the levee of their Majesties, and yet he was the rigorist Beaumont, the ordinary and the ceremonial table service, with the entire family, eating separately or all together, the masses, the promenades, the gaming, the presentations, had us for spectators during a week. What impression was made on her by this excursion to the royal palace? She herself will tell us 19 years later in her prison. "I was not insensible," she says, "to the effect of so much pomp and ceremony, but I was indignant that its object should be so exalt certain individuals already too powerful and of very slight personal importance. I liked much better to look at the statues in the gardens than at the persons in the palace, and when my mother asked if I was satisfied with my visit, "Yes," I replied, "provided it will soon be over. If I stay here many days longer, I shall detest the people so much that I shall be unable to hide my hatred." "What harm are they doing you, then?" "Making me feel injustice and constantly behold absurdity." How this impression is emphasized in the really prophetic letter written by the future heroine of the Revolution to her friend, Mademoiselle Sophie Canet, October 4th, 1774. To return to Versailles, I cannot tell you how greatly all I have examined has made me value my own situation and thank Heaven that I was born in an obscure condition. You think, perhaps, that this sentiment is based on the slight esteem I attach to the worth of opinion, and my sense of the reality of the penalties attached to greatness. Not at all. It is based on the knowledge I have of my own character, which would be very detrimental both to me and to the state if I were placed at a little distance from the throne, because I would be keenly shocked by the extreme inequality which sets so many thousands of men below a single individual of the same species. What a prediction! The most unforeseen events were one day to bring this young plebeian near that royalty formerly so far above her. The engraver's daughter will be the wife of a minister of state, and then what will happen? According to her own expression, her rôle will be very detrimental to herself and to the state. In the same letter she had written, "A beneficent king seems to me an almost adorable being, but if before coming into the world the choice of a government had been given me, my character would have made me decide for a republic." She will end by hating the beneficent king, and probably no one will contribute more than she towards establishing the republican regime in France. Supposing that instead of being merely an insignificant commoner, Madame Roland had been born in the ranks of aristocracy, had enjoyed the right of sitting down in the presence of their Majesties at Versailles, and had shown at the familiar entertainments of the Trianon, she would doubtless have shared the sentiments and ideas of the woman of the old régime, and like the Princess de Lamballe or the Duchess de Polignac, have shed tears of compassion over the Queen's misfortunes. Fate, in placing her in a subordinate position, made her an enemy and a rebel. She anathematized the society in which her rank bore no relation to her lofty intelligence and her need of domination. When, from the upper window of her father's house on the Quai des Orfèvres, beside the Pont Neuf, she saw the brilliant retinue of Marie Antoinette pass by on their way to Notre Dame to return thanks to God for some happy event, she grew angry at all this pomp and glitter, so much in contrast with her own obscure condition. What crimes have been engendered by the sentiment of envy! The furies of the guillotine were above all things envious. They were delighted to see in the fatal cart the woman whom they had formerly beheld in gala carriages resplendent with gold. Madame Roland certainly ought not to have carried her hatred to such a pitch, but had she not demanded in 1789, when speaking of Louis XVI and the Queen, that two illustrious heads should be brought to trial? Who knows if in 1784 she had obtained the patent of nobility for her husband, which at that period she solicited so ardently, she might have become sincerely royalist. But having remained, despite herself, in the citizen class, she retained and personified to her latest hour its rancour, pettiness, and wrath. What figure could she have made at Versailles or even at the Tuileries? In the midst of great lords and noble ladies, the haughty commoner would have been out of place. She would have stifled. It was chiefly on that account that she attached herself to the new ideas. She told herself that so long as royalty lasted, she would always be of small importance, while, if the Republic were established, she might aspire to anything. Though her husband was one of the King's ministers, she became daily more adverse to the monarchy, and Roland, following her counsels, was like a pilot whose whole intent is to make the vessel founder, even though he was to perish with its crew. It is a sad thing to say, but even their community in suffering did not disarm Madame Roland's hate for Marie Antoinette. It was in prison, on the eve of ascending the scaffold herself, that she wrote concerning Louis XVI and the Queen. He was led away by a giddy creature, who united the presumption of youth and grandeur to Austrian insolence, the intoxication of the senses, and the heedlessness of levity, and was herself seduced by all the vices of an Asiatic court, for which she had been too well prepared by the example of her mother. Ah, why were not these cruel lines effaced by the tears Madame Roland shed in floods over the pages she was writing, and of which the traces still remain on the manuscript of her memoirs? Why did she not sympathize in the grief of Marie Antoinette separated from her children, when, in speaking of her daughter Eudora, she wrote: "Good God, I am a prisoner, and she is living far from me. I dare not even send for her to receive my embraces. Hatred pursues even the children of those whom tyranny persecutes, and mine, with her 11 years, her virginal figure, and her beautiful fair hair, could hardly appear in the streets without creatures suborned or deluded by falsehood, pointing her out as the offspring of a conspirator. Cruel wretches, how well they know how to tear a mother's heart! Why were these two women political adversaries, both sensitive, both artistic, with inexhaustible sources of poetry and tenderness at heart? They were born for gentle emotions and not for horrible catastrophes. Who at their dawning could have predicted for them such an appalling night? Like Marie Antoinette, Madame Roland loved nature and the arts. She felt the profound and penetrating charm of the fields. She drew, she played on the harp, guitar, and violin, and she sang. "No one knows," she wrote a few moments before her death, "what an alleviation music is in solitude and anguish, nor from how many temptations it can save one in prosperity." She had sung the same romances as the Queen. The same poets had inspired and affected each. Does not this most feminine passage in Madame Roland's memoirs recall the character of the mistress of the little Trianon? I always remember the singular effect produced on me by a bunch of violets at Christmas. When I received them, I was in that condition of soul often induced by a season favorable to serious thought. My imagination slumbered. I reflected coldly, and I hardly felt at all. Suddenly the color of these violets and their delicate perfume struck my senses. It was an awakening to life. A rosy tinge suffused the horizon of the day. Would not this cry of Madame Roland in her captivity suit Marie Antoinette as well? Ah, when shall I breathe pure air, and those of soft exhalations so agreeable to my heart? And might not the daughter of the great Marie Theresa have cried, like the daughter of Philippon the engraver: "Adieu, my child, my husband, my friends. Adieu, sun, whose brilliant rays brought serenity to my soul, as if they were recalling it to the skies. Adieu, ye solitary fields which have so often moved me." What must not these two keenly sensitive women have had to suffer at the epoch when France became a hell? They have each believed in the amelioration of the human species and the return of the golden age to earth. And what will their awakening be after such alluring dreams? Men will be as unjust, as wicked, as cruel to the Republican as to the Queen. She, too, will be drenched with calumnies and outrages. They will insult her also in the most cowardly and ferocious manner. Under the very windows of her dungeon she will hear the hawkers crying, "Great visit of Père Duchesne to Citizens Roland in the Abbey prison for the purpose of pumping her." The ignoble journalist will call her "old sack of the counter revolution." He will say to her with his habitual oaths, "Weep for your crimes, old fright, before you expiate them on the scaffold." The wife of Louis XVI and the wife of Roland will die within 23 days of each other, one on October 16, the other on November 8, 1793. They will start from the same prison of the Conciergerie, to be led to the same place Louis XV, to have their heads cut off by the blade of the same guillotine. The commoner who had been so jealous of the Queen can no longer complain. If the lives of the two women have been different, they will at least have the same death, and the doer of the noble deeds of the regime of equality, the headsman, will make no distinction between the two victims, between the veritable sovereign, the Queen of France and Navarre, and the sovereign of the day, whom Père Duchesne, as insolent to one as the other, will no longer speak of except under the sobriquet of Queen Coco. End of chapter 7. Recording by Monica Raleigh. Chapter 8 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monica Raleigh. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 8. Madame Roland at the Ministry of the Interior. Roland took the portfolio of the Interior March 24, 1792, and installed himself and his wife in the ministerial residence, then occupying the site afterwards built on by the Théâtre Italien. This very beautiful and luxurious mansion had formerly been the controller's office, and both Calonne and Necker had lived in it. Madame Roland found no small pleasure in queening it under the gilded canopies of the old regime. It was not at all disagreeable to her to give dinners in the sumptuous banqueting hall erected by the elegant Calonne, nor did the austere admirer of the ancients set the black broth of Sparta before her guests. Once arrived at power, was this great enemy of nobility and prescription simple and easy of approach? Not in the least. There is often more arrogance displayed by parvenus of both sexes than by those who are aristocrats by birth. Madame Roland was extremely proud of her new dignity, and at once resolved, as she tells us in her memoirs, neither to make nor receive visits. Her attitude and manners while at the ministry were those of an Asiatic sovereign. She secluded herself, permitting only a small number of privileged courtiers to enter her presence. Under the old regime the wives of ministers and ambassadors, dukes and peers, had never felicitated themselves on cultivating their private tastes to the detriment of proprieties and obligations of good breeding. But the Revolution had changed all that. French politeness was now mere old-fashioned rubbish. At the Ministry of the Interior, the etiquette whose severity is vaunted by Madame Roland was more rigorous than that of the court of Versailles, and it was easier to see the wife of the king than the wife of the minister. With what hauteur the latter expresses herself concerning the self-seeking crowds who throng about those who hold great places. Assuredly the Queen had never spoken of her subjects in this tone of disdainful patronage. Madame Roland, who was tired of fools, incommoded herself for nobody. The agreeable side of power was all she wanted. Suppressing the receptions which annoyed her, she gave none but men's dinners, where she perorated and paraded, and where, being the only woman present, she had no rivals to fear. Self-sufficiency and insufficiency are, for the most part, what fall to the share of parvenus. What would have been said in the old days of a noble dame who did the honours of a ministry so strangely, who never invited another woman to dinner, and admitted no one to her presence but a little clique of flatterers? Everybody would have accused such a lady as lacking in good breeding, but to Madame Roland all that she did was right in her own eyes. How could a woman so superior be expected to submit to the tyranny of polite usage? Was not the first of all despotisms the very one to be shaken off? And ought not a person so proud of the originality of her genius feel bound before all things, as she said herself, to preserve her own mode of being? Madame Roland did at the ministry just what she did from her cradle to her grave. She posed. To listen to Madame Roland, said Count Beunon in his witty and curious memoirs, you would have thought she had imbibed the passion for liberty from reading the great writers of antiquity. Cato the elder was her hero, and it was probably out of respect for this hero that she showed a lack of courtesy towards her husband. She was unwilling to see that there was as much difference between Roland's wife and the Roman minister as there was between the Brutus of the Revolutionary Tribunal and him of the Capitol. Self-love was the means by which this woman had been elevated. To the point where we have seen her, she was incessantly actuated by it, and does not dissimulate the fact. It was she, and not her husband, who was the Minister of Interior. If the aristocrats treated Roland as the minister sans culotte, it might have been added that the breeches which he lacked were worn by his spouse. Out of all the rooms composing the vast apartment, she had chosen for her own daily use the smallest that could be converted into a study, and kept her books and writing table in it. It was from this boudoir, half literary, half political, that she conducted the ministry according to her own whims. It often happened, says she, that friends or colleagues, desiring to speak confidentially with the minister, instead of going to his own room, where he was surrounded by his clerks and the public, came to mine, and begged me to have him called thither. Thus I found myself in the stream of affairs without either intrigue or idle curiosity. Roland took pleasure in talking these subjects over with me afterwards, with that confidence which has always reigned between us, and which has brought our knowledge and our opinions into community. On this head M. d'Aubon makes the very just remark: a community in which there is no equilibrium of forces becomes a sort of omnipotence of the strongest. The omnipotence in this case was not on the side of the beard, but of Madame Roland. The wife wrote, thought, and acted for her husband. It was she who drew up his circulars and reports to the National Assembly. My husband, she tells us, had nothing to lose in passing through my hands. Roland without me would have been none the less a good administrator. With me he has made more sensation, because I imparted to my writings that mixture of force and sweetness, that authority of reason and charm of sentiment, which perhaps belongs only to a sensitive woman endowed with sound understanding. And the virtuous Roland took pride in the magnificent phrases which he naively believed to be the expression of his own genius, when his wife had saved him not merely the trouble of writing, but even of thinking. He often ended, she says, by persuading himself that he had really been in a good vein when he had written such or such a passage, which proceeded from my pen. Madame Roland had at her orders a man of letters, salaried by the Minister of Interior, who was the official defender of the minister and his policy. It had been felt, she tells us, that it was needful to counteract the influence of the court, the aristocracy, the civil list and their journals by popular instructions to which great publicity should be given. A journal posted up in public places seemed to be the proper thing, and a wise and enlightened man had to be found for its editor. This wise and enlightened man was Louvet, the author of the Amour de Faublas. He was the writer whom Madame Roland esteemed most capable of instructing and of moralizing the masses. Men of letters and persons of taste, she says, know his charming romances, in which the graces of imagination are allied to lightness of style, a philosophical tone, and the salt of criticism. He has proved that his skilful hand could alternately shake the bells of folly, hold the burin of history, and launch the thunderbolts of eloquence. Courageous as a lion, simple as a child, a sensible man, a good citizen, a vigorous writer, he could make Catiline tremble from the tribune, dine with the Graces, and sup with Bachaumont. Madame Roland admired the author of Faublas, now become the editor-in-chief of the Sentinelle, but among her intimates there was a man whom she admired much more. This was Buzot. With what complacency she draws in her memoirs the portrait of this man, of an elevated character, a haughty spirit, and a vehement courage, sensitive, ardent, melancholy, an impassioned lover of nature, nourishing his imagination with all the charms she has to offer, and his soul with the principles of the most touching philosophy. He seems formed to enjoy and to procure domestic happiness. He could forget the universe in the sweetness of private virtues practised with a heart worthy of his own. Needless to say that in Madame Roland's thought this heart worthy of the heart of Buzot was her own. He is susceptible, says she, of the tenderest affections, always from Madame Roland, capable of sublime flights and the most generous resolutions. Into what ecstasy she falls over the noble face and elegant figure of this handsome man, in whose costumes reigns that care, cleanliness, and decency which manifest the spirit of order, taste, the sentiment of decorum, and the respect of an honest man for the public and himself. How she contrasts with men who think patriotism consists in swearing, drinking, and dressing like porters in order to fraternize with their equals. This attractive, this irresistible Buzot, who professes the morality of Socrates and the politeness of Scipio. Clearly the veritable idol of the Egeria of the Girondins is not the Republic but Buzot. He is so elegant, so distinguished. His mind and his person have so many charms. Poor Roland! You think that your better half is solely occupied with your ministry. Alas! This learned woman has other thoughts in her head. Your position as a minister has not augmented your prestige in the region of sentiment. Though you laud it in the Hôtel Calonne, yet, in spite of the throng of petitioners and flatterers who surround you, you will never be a Lovelace, and your romantic spouse will not allow herself to be affected by your appearance like that of a Quaker in Sunday clothes. You thought you were doing wonders in presenting yourself at a council of ministers with lanky, unpowdered locks, a round hat, and shoes minus buckles. This peasant costume, which so greatly scandalized the master of ceremonies, doubtless made the best impression at the Jacobin Club, but your wife prefers the careful dress of her too dear Buzot. Madame Roland, who had just completed her 38th year, was still very charming. Lemontet thus painted her portrait as she appeared in this epoch. Her eyes and hair were remarkably beautiful. Her delicate complexion had a freshness and colour which made her look singularly young. At the beginning of her husband's ministry she had lost nothing of her air of youth and simplicity. Her husband resembled a Quaker whose daughter she might have been, and her child hovered round her with hair floating to her waist. One might have thought them natives of Pennsylvania transported to the drawing-room of Monsieur de Calonne. Count Beugnot, who was the companion of her captivity in the Conciergerie, is severe on the female politician, but he admires the pretty woman. Her figure was graceful, he says, and her hands perfectly modelled. Her glance was expressive, and even in repose her face had something noble and subtle attractive in it. One surmised her wit without needing to hear her speak, but no woman whom I have ever listened to spoke with more purity and elegance. She must have owed her faculty of giving to French a rhythm and cadence veritably new to her familiar knowledge of Italian. The harmony of her voice was still further heightened by graceful and appropriate gestures, and the expression of her eyes, which grew animated in conversation. I daily experienced new charm in listening to her, less on account of what she said than because of the magic of her delivery. If Madame Roland, a prisoner, crushed by misfortune on the very threshold of the scaffold, after so many sleepless nights and so many tears, had preserved such attractions, what a charm must she not have exercised at the Ministry of the Interior, when hope and pride illuminated her beautiful face, and when, after appearing to her electrified adorers as the muse of the new régime, the magician, the cirque of the Revolution, she touched so profoundly their minds and hearts. She who knew so well how to love and how to hate, who felt so keenly, who had so much energy, so much vigor, what fascination must she not have exerted with her glance of fire, her long black tresses, her more than ornate eloquence, her inspired, lyric, enthusiastic bearing, and that consummate art which, according to the remark of Fontaine, made one believe that in her everything was the work of nature. End of chapter 8. Recording by Monica Raleigh.
Chapter 9 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 9. Dumouriez, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Madame Roland had wished to reign alone. She saw an influential rival in Dumouriez, and at once conceived for him an instinctive repugnance and suspicion. She met him first on March 23, 1792. At the time when, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, he came to salute Roland, just named Minister of the Interior, as his colleague. As soon as he departed, "There," said she to her husband, "is a man with a crafty mind and a false glance, against whom it is probably more necessary to be on one's guard than any other person." He expressed great satisfaction at the patriotic choice he was deputed to announce. "But I should not be at all surprised if he were to have you dismissed some day." She thought she recognized in Dumouriez, at first sight, a witty roué, an insolent chevalier who made sport of everything except his own interests and glory. Later on she drew the following portrait of him: among all his colleagues, he had the most of what is called wit, and less than any of morality. Diligent and brave, a good general, a skilful courtier, writing well and expressing himself with ease, capable of great enterprises, all he lacked was character enough to balance his mind, or a cooler brain to carry out the plans he had conceived. Agreeable to his friends and ready to betray them. Gallant to women, but not at all suited to succeed with those among them who are susceptible to affectionate relations. He was made for the ministerial intrigues of a corrupt court. The nomination of Dumouriez as Minister of Foreign Affairs is one of the most curious and unforeseen events of this strange epoch. Few men have had a career so adventurous and agitated as his. A complex and mobile nature, where the intriguer and the great man were blended into one. He never commanded esteem, but at certain moments he secured admiration. Napoleon I seems to have been too severe when he said of him that he was only a miserable intriguer. The man who opened the series of great French victories, and who saved his country from invasion by his admirable defense of the defiles of Argonne, merited more than this disdainful mention. It is none the less certain, however, that one scents, as it were, an air of Beaumarchais in the memoirs of Dumouriez, and that there is more than one length of character and existence between the author of the Mariage de Figaro and the victor of Jemmapes. Both were men without principles, but full of resource, wit, and fascination. Both were lovable in spite of their great defects, because of their humanity and kindness. Both belonged at the same time to the old regime and the Revolution. Before arriving at celebrity, each had a stormy youth, tormented by the love of pleasure, the need of money, and the sort of perpetual restlessness. They flattered every power of the time, sought fortune by the most circuitous ways, were diplomatic couriers and secret agents. Before coming out into the open daylight, they made trial of their marvelous address in obscurity, and signalized themselves among those men of action and initiative whose governments, which make use of them in occult ways, first launched, then compromised, disavowed, and sometimes imprisoned. Born at Cambrai, January 25th, 1739, Dumouriez belonged to a family of the upper middle class. Entering the army early, he distinguished himself by his high spirits and courage. As a cornet of the Penthièvre cavalry, he served in the German campaigns from 1758 to 1761, and was invalided in 1763. He spent 24 years at the wars and brought back nothing but 22 wounds, the rank of captain, a decoration, and some debts. Seeking then a new career, he entered, thanks to his connections with Favier, the secret diplomacy of Louis XV, and was sent to Corsica, Italy, and Portugal. He returned to the army in 1768, and made a brilliant record in the Corsican campaign, obtaining successively the grades of adjutant major general, adjutant quartermaster, and colonel of the cavalry. It was he who seized the castle of Corte, Paoli's last asylum. In 1771 he again became a secret agent. Louis XV wished to befriend Poland in its death struggle, but without betraying his hand, Dumouriez was sent to the Polish confederates. He was reputed to be merely acting on his own impulses. He organized troops and fought successfully against Suvaroff, the future adversary of the French Republic. but could not save Poland, that Asiatic nation of Europe, as he called it. He came back to Paris in 1772, and the government, complying with the demands of Russia, shut him up for a year in the Bastille, where he had leisure to meditate on the ingratitude of courts. This captivity strengthened his taste for study, and, far from allaying his ambition, gave it renewed force. Louis XVI. Put him in command at Cherbourg, and it was he who conceived the plan of making that town a station for the French marine. He was 50 years old when the Revolution of 1789 broke out. At once he saw in it an opportunity for success and glory. Full of confidence in his own superiority, he merely awaited the hour when events should second his ambition. He said to himself that the emigration, by making a void in the upper ranks of the army, was going to leave him free scope, and that he would be commander in chief of the French troops under the new regime. To attain this end, he decided to serve the King, the Assembly, and the factions, to assume all parts and all masks, and to be in turn, and simultaneously if need were, the courtier of Louis XVI. And the favorite of the Jacobins. As has been very well said by M. Frédéric Masson in an excellent book, as novel as it is interesting, Les départements des affaires étrangères sous la Révolution, Dumouriez had been accustomed to make his way everywhere, to eat at all tables and listen at all doors. One of the agents of Count d'Artois brought him into relations with Mirabeau. He was protected by the minister Montmorin. He drew up plans of campaigns for Narbonne. He used the intimate thou to Laporte, the king's confidant and intendant of the civil list. He made use of women also. Separated from his lawful wife, he lived in marital relations with the sister of Rivarol, the Baroness de Beauvert, a charming person who had much intercourse with aristocratic society, who speculated in arms, and who was pensioned by the Duke of Orleans, as appears from a letter of Latouche de Triville, the prince's chancellor, dated April 17th, 1789. Dumouriez, who had expensive tastes, sought at the same time for golden honors, either by means of the court or revolution. He desired to gain a great fortune and much glory, to become a statesman, a minister, commander in chief, and realize his great military plan, the conquest of the natural frontiers of France. He said to himself, "He who wills the end wills the means," and managed as adroitly with parties as with soldiers. At Niort, where he was in command at the beginning of the Revolution, he made himself remarkable by his enthusiasm for the new ideas, and became president of the club and honorary citizen of the town. He contracted an intimacy with Gensonné, whom the Assembly had sent into the departments of the West to observe their spirit. In January 1792, the immigration of general officers had become so considerable that he rose by seniority to the rank of lieutenant general. Thereafter, he believed his hour had come, and threw himself boldly into the political arena. The Gironde and the Jacobins were the two powers then in vogue. He flattered both the Jacobins and the Gironde. Brissot was the coryphus of the diplomatic committee and the chief of the war party. He became the familiar of Brissot. Already, in 1791, he had prepared a memoir on the subject of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which he had dedicated and read to the Jacobins. In it he announced, singular prediction for the future minister of the King, that before 50 years had passed, Europe would be republican. He demanded an immediate and radical change in the diplomatic personnel. It is of small importance, said he, in the same memoir, that our representatives would lack experience. In the first place, our interests are greatly simplified. Moreover, our former representatives were young men belonging to the court who had had no political education. In a word, it is the majesty of the nation which gives our negotiations weight. The minister, he added, should be a man of approved patriotism, above all suspicion, like the wife of Caesar. Absolute integrity, great knowledge of men, great firmness, a broad and upright mind, should complete his character. Dumouriez perhaps imagined that all these qualities of an ideal minister were reunited in his person. However that may be, he accepted, without any mistrust of his own abilities, the portfolio of foreign affairs, confided to him March 15, 1792, on account of his relations with the Gironde and his popularity with the Jacobins. He had a high opinion of himself, and, even after his cruel disappointments, he was to write in his memoirs in 1794: Dumouriez sometimes laughed sardonically in his retreat over the judgments passed upon him. When he arrived at the ministry, the courtiers said and published that he was only a soldier of fortune, incapable of conducting political affairs, in which he would make nothing but blunders. When he commanded an army, they told the Prussians and the German emperor's troops that he was a mere writer, who had never made war and understood nothing about it. Since he retired with reputation from public employments, they have published that up to the date of the Revolution he had been an intriguing adventurer, a ministerial spy, an office sweeper. Would to God they had employed the adventures of their youth in similar espionages. They would not have begun the Revolution like factionists. They would have conducted it with wisdom. They would have preserved the esteem of the nation. They would not have been the prime authors of the king's death, either by betraying or abandoning him. The new minister of foreign affairs began to play his rôle of leader of the French diplomacy in a singular fashion. Repairing to the Jacobin Club, he described himself as their liegeman, assumed the red bonnet in their presence, and, with it on his head, announced that as soon as war should be declared, he would throw away his pen in order to resume his sword. Let us add that he was simultaneously trying to conciliate the good graces of Louis XVI, and to persuade him that if he leaned upon the Jacobins, it was solely in the hope of serving the king and consolidating the throne. At the same time he appointed as director of foreign affairs that Bon Carrère, whose portrait has been traced in this wise by Brissot. Falling with all his vices and perverse habits into the midst of a revolution whereby the people had recovered sovereignty, he merely changed his idol without changing his idolatry. He caressed the people instead of caressing the great, made the hall of the Jacobins his Œil de Bœuf, played valet to the successful parties one after the other, the Lamets and the Maribos, and succeeded in raising himself from the secretaryship of the Jacobins to the embassy of the Leger, by the aid of that very Montmorin who detested the Jacobins, and could but advance a man who betrayed them. Dumouriez, then following the example of Mirabeau, was about to play a double game, to be revolutionary with the revolution, and a courtier with the court. As to Madame Roland, he never placed himself at her feet. The despotism of this female minister, the pretensions of this demagogic blue stocking, her affectation of Puritan rigor, her mania for directing everything, shocked the good sense of a man who believed that woman is made to please, not to reign. It was repugnant to this soldier to take his orders from the Egeria of the Girondins. On the other hand, Dumouriez was displeasing to Madame Roland. She found him too dissolute and not sentimental enough. She could not pardon his having Madame de Beauvert for mistress and Bonne Carrère for confidant. She admitted neither his free and easy tone, his Gallic humor, nor his natural gaiety, so unlike the declamatory tone and pretentious jargon of the disciples of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Moreover, she found him too much of a royalist, too accustomed to the old regime. The ministry, apparently so homogeneous, was soon to be divided against itself. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 10. The Council of Ministers. Louis XVI had been persuaded that the only means of regaining public confidence would be to name a ministry chosen by the Gironde and accepted by the Jacobins. The 6 ministers, Dumouriez of Foreign Affairs, Roland of the Interior, de Grave of War, Clavière of Finances, Duranton of Justice, Lacoste of Marine, formed what was called the Girondin Ministry. The reactionists named it the Sans Colettes Ministry. The revolutionists rejoiced in its advent, while the royalists sought to cover it with ridicule. On the day when the council met for the first time at the Tuileries, in the great royal cabinet on the first floor, afterwards called the Salon of Louis XIV., Roland created a scandal by his plebeian dress. The simplicity of his costume, his round hat, his shoes fastened with ribbons instead of buckles, caused, as his wife disdainfully remarks, astonishment to all the valets, those creatures who, existing only for the sake of etiquette, thought the safety of the empire depended on its preservation. The master of ceremonies, approaching Dumouriez with an uneasy frown, glanced at Roland, and said in an undertone, "Eh, sir, no buckles on his shoes." "Ah, sir, all is lost," replied Dumouriez so coolly that it raised a laugh. Louis XVI, who wished, as one might say, to enlarge the borders of gentleness and resignation, displayed more than goodwill towards the ministers. He showed them deference. This was the more meritorious because to him this ministry was like a reunion of the seditious, like the revolution in arms against his crown. His pretended advisers seemed much more like enemies than auxiliaries. He tried, however, to attach them to him by kindness, and made a sincere trial of his rights and duties as a constitutional sovereign. Madame Roland herself, bitter and violent as she is, renders him a certain justice. Louis XVI, says she, showed the greatest good nature towards his new ministers. This man was not precisely such as he had been painted by those who seek to degrade him. As to Dumouriez, he says in his memoirs, Dumouriez had been greatly deceived concerning the character of Louis XVI, who had been represented to him as a violent and wrathful man, who swore a great deal and maltreated his ministers. He must, on the contrary, do him the justice to say that during 3 months when he observed him closely and in very delicate circumstances, he always found him polite, gentle, affable, and even very patient. This prince had a great timidity arising from his education and his distrust of himself, some difficulty in speaking, a just and dispassionate mind, upright sentiments, a great knowledge of history, geography, and the arts, and an astonishing memory. Madame Roland also owns that he had an excellent memory and much activity, that he was never idle, that he read often, and had a distinct knowledge of all the different treaties concluded by France with neighboring powers, that he knew history well, and was the best geographer in the kingdom. His knowledge of the names and faces of those belonging to his court, she adds, and the anecdotes peculiar to each, extended to all persons who had come into prominence during the Revolution. No subject could be mentioned to him on which he had not some opinion founded on certain facts. At first, the sessions of the ministry went off very tranquilly. The king, with an accent of candor, protested his attachment to the Constitution and his desire to see it solidly established. Often he left his ministers to chat among themselves without taking any part in their conversation. During such times he read his French and English journals, or wrote letters. If a decree was presented for his sanction, he deferred his decision until the next meeting, to which he came with a settled opinion, concealing it carefully, none the less, and appearing to decide only in accordance with the will of the majority. He frequently evaded irritating questions by turning the conversation to other subjects. If war were the topic, he spoke of travels. Apropos of diplomacy, he described the manners of the country in question. To Roland, he spoke of his works; to Dumouriez of his adventures. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was a first class story teller, and whose freedom of speech was welcomed by the King, to use Madame Roland's expression, amused both his colleagues and his sovereign by his jests and anecdotes. But all this was far from agreeable to the spiteful companion of the Minister of the Interior. Indignant at the accord which seemed to exist between Louis XVI. And his councillors, she dreamed of nothing but discussions and conflicts. All that wore the appearance of reconciliation was repugnant to her. She made her obedient spouse recount to her the smallest details of the sessions of the council, meddling with and criticizing all. During the first 3 weeks, Roland and Clavière, enchanted with the King's dispositions, flattered themselves that the Revolution was at an end. Madame Roland scoffed at their confidence. Bon Dieu, she said to them, every time I see you start for the council with this charming confidence, it seems to me you are ready to commit some folly. I assure you, replied Clavière, that the king is perfectly aware that his interests are bound up with the observance of the laws just established. He reasons too pertinently not to be convinced of this truth. Well, added Roland, if he is not an honest man, he is the greatest rascal in the kingdom. Nobody can dissimulate like that. Madame Roland rejoined that she could not believe in love for the Constitution on the part of a man nourished in the prejudices and accustomed to the use of despotic power. She, who doubtless thought herself the only person capable of presiding well at the Council of Ministers, treated it as a café where they amused themselves with idle gossip. There was no record of their deliberations, says she, nor the secretary to take them down. After sitting 3 or 4 hours, they went away without having accomplished anything but a few signatures. It was like this 3 times a week. This is pitiable, she would exclaim impatiently when, on his return, she asked her husband what had passed. You are all in very good humor because there have been no disputes or vexations, and you have even been treated with civility. Each of you seems to be doing pretty much as he pleases in his own department. I am afraid you are being made game of. Nevertheless, business is getting on. Yes, and time is wasted, for in the torrent that is carrying you away, I should be much better pleased to have you employed 3 hours in solid meditation on great combinations than to see you spend them in useless chatter. It must needs be said that no person contributed more to the downfall of royalty than Madame Roland. At the moment when the good temper and gentleness of Louis XVI began to gain upon his ministers, when Dumouriez was softened by the royal kindness, when minds experienced the relaxation, and honest people, worn out by so many political shocks, were sincerely desirous of repose, it was she who nourished discord, made the Gironde irreconcilable, inspired the subversive pamphlets of Louvet, embittered her husband's heart, and invented the provocations against which the conscience of the unfortunate monarch rebelled. This part, which would have been a sorry one for a man to play, seems still worse in a woman. Count Bougnot has said very justly, I have seen that a woman can preserve only the faults of her sex in the midst of such a frightful catastrophe, not its virtues. The gentle, amiable, sensitive qualities grow and develop in the shelter of peaceful domestic joys. They are lost and obliterated in the heat of debates, the bitterness of parties, and the shock of passions. The soft and tender foot of woman cannot tread unharmed in paths bristling with steel and red with blood. To do so with safety she must become a man, but to me, a man woman seems a monster. Ah, let them leave to us, whom nature has granted the pitiful advantage of strength, the field of contention, and the fate of war. We are adequate to this cruel destiny. But let them keep to the easier and sweeter part of pouring balm into the wounds and staunching tears. Roland's character was tranquil. It was his wife who made him ambitious, haughty, and inflexible. She should have pacified her husband, but instead of that she excited him. Never was he malevolent and spiteful enough to suit her. She would not pardon him a single movement of compassion or respect towards the august unfortunates. Led by her, Roland no longer dared entertain a generous thought. He returned shamefaced to the Ministry of the Interior if he had felt a humane sentiment while at the Tuileries. It is sad to find tenderness and pity in the heart of a man, Dumouriez, and in the heart of a woman, Madame Roland. Nothing but malevolence and hatred. Dumouriez wanted to put out the fire, Madame Roland to stir it up. Dumouriez sincerely desired the king's safety. Madame Roland swore that he should perish. If a germ of pity woke to life in the hearts of the ministers, Madame Roland hastened to stifle it. Her hostility towards the royal family was more than deliberate. There was something like ferocity in it. Her memoirs and those of Dumouriez display two very different minds. Sadness dominates in his, anger in hers. Even on the steps of the scaffold, Madame Roland will not feel her hatred lessen. Dumouriez, on the contrary, will cast a glance of melancholy respect upon the unfortunate sovereign whose sorrows and whose resignation, whose gentleness and uprightness had touched him so profoundly. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 11. The Fillette of the Swiss of Chateauvieux. Dumouriez, at the beginning of his ministry, was still the slave of the Jacobins, his allies and protectors. His elevation to the ministry was in great part due to them, and even while despising them, he felt unable to shake off their yoke. Little by little, they inspired him with horror, and before many weeks were over, his only idea was to free himself from their control. But at first he treated them like a power with which he was obliged to reckon. What proves this is his passive attitude at the time of the celebrated Fête of the Swiss of Chateauvieux. The prologue of the bloody tragedies that were in course of preparation. This Fête shows what headway the revolutionary ideas had made. The sinister days of the Convention were approaching. The terror existed in germ, and already many representatives who, on a secret ballot, would have voted in accordance with right and honor, were cowardly enough to do so against their conscience when they had to answer to their names. Things had travelled fast since the close of the Constituent Assembly. In 1790, that Assembly, as the faithful guardian of the discipline, had congratulated the Marquis de Bouillé on the energy with which he represented the military rebellion that broke out at Nancy, August the 31st. The soldiers garrisoned at this town were guilty of the greatest crimes. They pillaged the military chests, arrested the officers, and fired on the troops who remained faithful. Monsieur de Sils, an officer of the king's regiment, conducted himself at the time in a heroic manner. When the insurgents were about to discharge the cannon opposite the Stainville gate, he sprang toward it, and, covering it with his body, cried: "It is your friends, your brothers, who are coming. The National Assembly sends them. Do you mean to fire on them? Will you disgrace your flags?" It was useless to try to hold De Sille back. He broke away from his friends and threw himself again in front of the rebels, falling under 4 wounds at the moment when the fight began. The Constituent Assembly passed a decree by which it thanked the Marquis de Bouillé and his troops for having gloriously fulfilled their duty in repressing the military insurrection of Nancy. Its president wrote an official letter to De Sille, soon to die in consequence of his wounds. The National Assembly has learned with just admiration, mingled with profound sorrow, the danger to which your heroic devotion has exposed you. In trying to describe it, I should weaken the emotion by which the Assembly was penetrated. So sublime an example of courage and civic virtue is above all praise. It has secured you a sweeter recompense and one more worthy of you. You will find it in your own heart and the eternal memory of the French people. The Swiss regiment of Chateauvieux had taken part in the rebellion at Nancy. Switzerland had reserved by treaty its federal jurisdiction over such of its troops as had taken service under the King of France. By virtue of this special jurisdiction, the soldiers of the regiment of Chateauvieux, taken arms in hand, were tried before a council of war composed of Swiss officers. 22 were condemned to death and shot. 50 were condemned to the galleys and sent to the convict prison at Brest. It was in vain that Louis XVI attempted to negotiate their pardon with the Swiss Confederacy. It remained inflexible, and the guilty were still undergoing their penalty when the Jacobins resolved to release them from prison in defiance of the treaties uniting Switzerland and France. To deliver these condemned prisoners, says Dumouriez in his memoirs, was to insult the cantons, attack their treaty rights, and judge their criminals. We had enemies enough already without seeking new ones among an allied people who were behaving wisely towards us, especially a free and republican people. But revolutionary passions do not reason. Collot d'Herbois, a wretched actor who had passed from the theatrical stage to that of politics, and who, not content with having bored people, wished to terrorize them also, made himself the champion of the galley slaves of the regiment of Chateauvieux. He was the principal impresario of the lugubrious fête which disgraced Paris on April 15, 1792. The programme was not arranged without some opposition. Public opinion was not yet ripe for Saturnalia. There were still a few honest and courageous publicists who, like André Chénier, boldly lifted their voices to stigmatize certain infamies. In the tribune of the Assembly some orators were to be found who expressed their minds freely and held their own against a tempest of demagogy. There were generals and soldiers in the army for whom discipline was not an idle word, and if the fête of the Swiss of Chateauvieux made the future Septembrists and furies of the guillotine utter shouts of joy, it drew from honest men a long cry of grief and indignation. Intimidated by the menaces of the Jacobins, the Assembly voted the release of the Swiss incarcerated in the prison of Brest, but merely to deliver them was not enough. The Jacobins wanted to give them an ovation. Their march from Brest to Paris was a triumph, and Collot d'Herbois organized a gigantic fête in their honor. André Chénier was at this time writing weekly letters for the Journal de Paris, in which he eloquently supported the principles of order and liberty. As M. de Lamartine had said, he was the treatise of good sense and moderation. He was indignant at the threatened scandal, and, in concert with his collaborator on the Journal de Paris, Rocher, the poet of Les Mois, he criticized in most energetic terms the revolutionary manifestations then organizing. At the Jacobin Club, on April 4th, Collot d'Herbois freed his mind against him. "This is not Chénier Gracchus," said the comedian. "It is another person, quite another." He spoke of André as a sterile prose writer, and pointed him out to popular vengeance. The two brothers were in opposing camps. While André Chénier stigmatized the fête of anarchy, his brother Joseph was diligently manufacturing scraps of poetry, inscriptions, and devices which were to figure in the programme. "What!" cried André, "must we invent extravagances capable of destroying any form of government, recompense rebellion against the laws, and crown foreign satellites for having shot French citizens in a riot? People say that the statues will be veiled in every place through which this procession is to pass. Oh, if this odious orgy takes place, it will be well to veil the whole city. But it is not the images of the despots that should be wrapped in funeral crape, but the faces of honest men. How is it that you do not blush when a turbulent handful, who seem numerous because they are united and make a noise, oblige you to do their will, telling you that it is your own, and amusing your childish curiosity meanwhile with unworthy spectacles? In a city which respected itself such a fête would mean nothing but solitude and silence." The controversy waxed furious. The walls were covered with posters for and against the Fillette. Roucher thus flagellated Colette de Herbois, this character out of the comic novel who skipped from Polichinello's booth to the platform of the Jacobins, has sprung at me as if he were going to strike me with the oar the Swifts brought back from the galleys. Pétion, then mayor of Paris, far from opposing the Fillette, approved and encouraged it. I think it my duty, he wrote, April 6, 1792, to explain myself briefly concerning the fête which is being arranged to celebrate the arrival of the soldiers of Chateauvieux. Minds are heated, passions are in ferment, and citizens hold different opinions. Everything seems to betoken disorder. It is sought to change a day of rejoicing into a day of mourning. What is it all about? Some soldiers, leaders with the French guards, who have broken our chains and afterwards been overloaded with them, are about to enter within our walls. Some citizens propose to meet and offer them a fraternal welcome. These citizens are obeying a natural impulse and using a right which belongs to all. The magistrates see nothing but what is simple and innocent in all this. They see certain citizens abandoning themselves to joy and mirth. Every one is at liberty to participate or not to participate in the fête. Public spirit rises and assumes a new degree of energy amidst civic amusements. The municipality ordered this letter of Pétion's to be printed, posted on the walls, and sent to the 48 sectional committees and the 60 battalions of the National Guard. Not all members of the National Assembly shared the optimism of the mayor of Paris. The preparations for the fête, which was announced for April 15th, occasioned, on the 9th, a session as affecting as it was stormy. The whole debate should be read in the Moniteur. The question was put whether the Swiss of the Chateauvieux, then waiting outside the doors, should be introduced and admitted to the honors of the session. M. de Gouvion, who had been a major general of the National Guard under Lafayette, gravely ascended the tribune. "Gentlemen," said he, "I had a brother, a good patriot, who, through the favorable opinion of your fellow citizens, had been successively a commander of the National Guard and a member from the department, always ready to sacrifice himself for the Revolution and the law. It was in the name of the Revolution and the law that he was required to march to Nancy with the brave National Guards. There he fell, pierced by 50 bayonets in the hands of those who... I ask if I am condemned to look on tranquilly while the assassins of my brothers enter here?" A voice rising from the midst of the assembly cried, "Very well, sir, go out." The galleries applauded. Gouvion attempted to continue. The murmurs redoubled. Several persons in the galleries cried, "Down, down." The Assembly, revolutionary though it was, felt indignant at the scandal, and called the galleries to order. The president reiterated the injunction to keep silence. Gouvion began anew. "I treat with all the contempt he merits, and with, I would say the word if I did not respect the Assembly, the coward who has been base enough to outrage a brother's grief." The question was then put whether the Swiss of Chateauvieux should be admitted to the honors of the session. Out of 546 votes, 288 were in the affirmative, and 265 in the negative. Consequently, the president announced that the soldiers of the Chateauvieux, who had asked to present themselves to the Assembly, should be admitted to the honors of the session. Gouvion went out by one door, indignant and swearing that he would never re enter an assembly which received his brother's assassins as conquerors. By another door, Colette de Herbois made his entry with his protégés, the ex-galley slaves. The party of the left and the spectators in the galleries burst into transports of joy, and gave 3 rounds of applause. The soldiers entered the hall to the beating of drums and cries of "Long live the nation!" They were followed by a large procession of men and women carrying pikes and banners. Collot d'Herbois, the showman of the Swiss, pronounced an emphatic address in the praise of the pretended martyrs of liberty, which the Assembly ordered to be printed. One, Gauchon, speaking for the Faubourg Saint Antoine, and holding a pike ornamented with a red liberty cap, exclaimed: "The citizens of Faubourg Saint Antoine, the victors of the Bastille, the men of July 14th, have charged me to warn you that they are going to make 10,000 more pikes after the model which you see." The fête took place on Sunday, April 15th. It was the triumph of anarchy, the glorification of indiscipline and revolt. On that day the galley slaves were treated like heroes. The emblems adopted were the colossal galley, ornamented with flowers, and the convict's headgear, that hideous red bonnet in which Dumouriez had already played the buffoon, and which was presently to be set on the august head of Louis XVI. The soldier galley slaves, whose chains were kissed with transport by a swarm of harlots, came forward wearing civic crowns. What a difference between the Constituent Assembly and the Legislative Assembly! Under the one, a grand expiatory ceremony on the Champ de Mars had honored the soldiers slain at Nancy, and the National Guard had worn mourning for these martyrs of duty. Under the other, it was not the victims who were lauded, but their assassins. A goddess of liberty in the Phrygian cap was borne in the state chariot. The procession halted at the Bastille, and the Hôtel de Ville, and the Champ de Mars. The mayor and the municipality of Paris were present in their official capacity. The Ça ira was sung in a frenzy of enthusiasm. Soldiers and public women embraced each other. It was David who had designed the costumes, planned the chariot, and organized the whole performance. David, the revolutionary artist who was destined by a change of fortune to paint the portrait of a pope and the coronation of an emperor. In 1791, André Chénier and David, then friends, and saluting together the dawn of the Revolution, had celebrated with lyre and pencil the Sermon du Jeu de Paume, consecrating an ode to the painter's magnificent tableau. The poet exclaimed: "Resume thy golden robe, bind on thy chaplet rich, divine and youthful poesy, to David's lips, king of the skilful brush, bear the ambrosial cup." How he repented his enthusiasm now! What ill will he bore the artist who placed his art, that sacred gift, at the service of anarchical passions! With what irony the same pen passed from dithyramb to satire! Arts worthy of our eyes, pomp and magnificence worthy of our liberty, worthy of our vile tyrants who are devouring France, worthy of the atrocious dementia of that stupid David whom in other days I sang. On the very day of the fête, the young poet had the courage to publish in the Journal de Paris an avenging satire, which branded the shoulders of the ex-galley slaves as with a new hot iron. The sweet and pathetic elegiast, the Catullus, the Tibullus of France, added a bronze cord to his lyre. Hail, divine triumph! Enter within our walls. Bring us these warriors so famed for Desilles' blood and for the obsequies of many Frenchmen massacred. One day alone could win so much renown, and this fair day will shine upon us soon. when thou shalt lead Jourdan to our army, and Lafayette to the scaffold." Jourdan was the slaughterer, the headsman, the torturer of the glacier of Avignon, who, coming under the provisions of the amnesty, had arrived to take part in the triumph of the Swiss of the Chateauvieux. The acclamations were lugubrious. The lanterns and torches shed a funereal glare. Nothing is more doleful than the enthusiasm for ignominy. The applause accorded to disgrace and crime sounds like sinister derision. Outraged public conscience extinguishes the fires of apotheosis such as these. Madame Elisabeth, in a letter of April 18th, speaks with a sort of pity of these odious but ridiculous fêtes. The people have been to see Dame Liberty waggling about on her triumphal car, but they shrugged their shoulders. 300 or 400 sans culottes followed, crying, "Long live the nation! Long live liberty! Long live the sans culottes! To the devil with Lafayette!" All this was noisy but sad. The National Guards took no part in it. On the contrary, they were indignant, and Pétion, they say, is ashamed of his conduct. The next day a pike surmounted by a red bonnet was carried noiselessly through the garden, and did not remain there long. The Princess de Lamballe, who was living at the Tuileries in the pavilion of Flora, could see the pike thus carried by a passer. It may, perhaps, have been that belonging to one of the Septembrists, that on which her own head was to be placed. The Moniteur, however, grew ecstatic over the fête. "There are plenty of others," it said, "who will describe the march of the triumphal cortège. The groups composing it, the car of liberty, conducted by Fame, drawn by 20 superb horses, preceded by ravishing music, which was sometimes listened to in religious silence, and sometimes erupted by wild, irregular dances whose very disorder was rendered more piquant by the fraternal union reigning in all hearts. The people were there in all their might, and did not abuse it. There was not a weapon to repress excesses, and not an excess to be repressed. It concluded thus: 'We say to the administration, give such festivals as these often. Repeat this one every year on April 15th. Let the Feast of Liberty be our spring festival, and let other civic solemnities signalize the return of the other seasons.' In former days the people had none but those of their masters, and all that was accomplished by them was their depravity and abasement. Give them some that shall be their own, and that will elevate their souls, develop their sensibilities, and fortify their courage. They will create, or, better, they will have already created, a new people. Popular festivals are the best education for the people." Optimists, how will your illusions terminate? You who see nothing but an ideal in all this, cannot you perceive that such ceremonies are the prelude to massacres, and that an odor of blood mingles with their perfumes? All who took part on either side of the heated controversy which preceded the ovation to the Swiss of the Chateauvieux will be pursued by fate. Gouvion, who had sworn never again to set foot within the precincts of the Assembly where the murderers of his brother triumphed, kept his word. On the very day of that shameful session he asked to be sent to the Army of the North, and 3 months later was to be carried off by a cannon ball. Still more melancholy was to be the fate of Pétion, who showed such complaisance towards the Swiss on this occasion. He, once so popular that in 1791 he was asked to allow the 9th child, which a citizeness had just presented to her country, to be baptized in his name, revered almost as much as that of the divinity. He of whom someone said at that time, for the same reason which would have made Jesus a suitable mayor of Jerusalem. Pétion is a suitable mayor of Paris. There is too striking a resemblance between them to be overlooked, was sadly to exclaim some months later. I am one of the most notable examples of popular inconsistency. For a long time I have said to myself and to my friends, the people will hate me still more than they have loved me. I can no longer either enter or depart from the place where we hold our sessions without being exposed to the grossest insults and the most seditious threats. How often have I not heard them say as I was passing, "Scoundrel, we will have your head." Proscribed with the Girondins, May 31st, 1793, he fled at first to Normandy and afterwards into the Gironde, wandering from town to town, from field to field, and hiding for several months 30 feet underground, in a sort of well. The poor people who showed him hospitality paid for it with their heads. Ah, how disenchanted he must have been with that revolutionary policy of which he had been the enthusiastic promoter! How sad was the farewell to life signed by him and Buzot! Now that it has been demonstrated that liberty is hopelessly lost, that the principles of morality and justice are trodden under foot, that there is nothing to choose between two despotisms, that of the brigands who are tearing the vitals of France and that of the foreign powers, that the nation has lost all its energy, that it lies at the feet of the tyrants by whom it is oppressed, that we can render no further service to our country, that, far from being able to give happiness to the beings we hold most dear, we shall bring down hatred, vengeance, and misfortune upon them so long as we live. We have resolved to quit life and be no longer witnesses of the slavery which is about to desolate our unhappy country. After ending with a cry of grief and indignation, we devote the vile scoundrels who have destroyed liberty and plunged France into an abyss of evils to the scorn and indignation of all time. The two proscripts were found dead in a wheat field about a league from Saint Emilion. Their bodies were half devoured by wolves. And how will André Chénier end? On the day of the Swiss fête, the city where such a scandal took place seemed to him insupportable. For several days he sought refuge in the country where he could breathe a purer air beneath the blossoming trees. But contemplation of nature did not soothe him. Running to meet danger, he returned and threw himself into the furnace, more ardent and indignant than before. With manly enthusiasm he exclaimed: "It is above all when the sacrifices which must be made to truth, liberty, and country are dangerous and difficult, that they are accompanied by inexpressible delights. It is in the midst of spying accusations, outrages, and proscriptions, it is in the dungeons and on the scaffolds, that virtue, probity, and constancy taste the pleasures of a proud and pure conscience." André had a presentiment of his fate. He was to die on the same day and the same scaffold as his friend Rocher, a few hours earlier than the moment when Robespierre's condemnation would have saved them. It is thus that he was to pay with his life for his opposition to the fête of the Swiss of the Chateau Vieux, and Collot de Herbois was avenged. But after the turn of the victims came that of the headsman, the unlucky comedian who, pursuing even his comrades with his hatred, asked that the head of the Comédie Française should be guillotined and the rest transported. The impresario of the fête of the Swiss galley slaves, the organizer of the Lyons massacres, Collot de Herbois, cursed by friends and enemies, was transported to Guiana and died there in 1796, just as he had lived, in an access of burning fever. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 12. The Declaration of War. The wave of anarchy constantly rose higher, but the optimists, sheltering themselves like Pétion in a beatific calm, obstinately closed their eyes and would not see it. Abroad and at home there was such a series of shocks and agitations, of struggles and emotions, perils and troubles. Things hurried on so fast, and the scene of the drama was so varied and so violent, that what happened today was forgotten by the morrow. The noise of the fête of the Swiss of Chateauvieux had hardly ceased when the shouts of the multitude were heard saluting Louis XVI, who had just declared war on Austria. In reality, the king did not desire war, but the bellicose current had become irresistible. The court of Vienna had shown itself intractable. It forbade the princes who owned possessions in Lorraine and Alsace to receive the indemnities offered by France in exchange for their feudal rights, and threatened to have the Diet of Ratisbonne annul any private treaties they might conclude concerning them. The electors of Treves, Cologne, and Mayence undisguisedly favored the levying of troops by the emigrant princes, and even paid subsidies towards their support. They refused to recognize the official ambassadors of Louis XVI, while recognizing the plenipotentiaries of these princes. There was talk of holding a congress at Aix-la-Chapelle for the purposes of intimidating the National Assembly. The successor of Emperor Leopold, Francis II, who, before his election to the empire, had assumed the title of King of Hungary and Bohemia, displayed extremely martial sentiments. Austria, which had sent 40,000 men to the Low Countries and 20,000 to the Rhine, had just signed a treaty of alliance with Prussia, to put an end to the troubles in France. Dumouriez urgently demanded the court of Vienna to explain itself. It finally sent the French ambassador, Marquis de Noailles, a dry, curt, and formal note, naming the only conditions on which peace could be preserved. These were the re-establishment of the French monarchy on the basis of the Royal Declaration of June 23, 1789, and consequently the restoration of the nobility and clergy as orders, the restitution of church property, the return of Alsace to the German princes, with all their sovereign and feudal rights, and finally the surrender of Avignon and the county of Venaissin to the Holy See. In truth, says Dumouriez in his memoirs, if the Viennese minister had slept through the entire 33 months that had elapsed since the royal séance, and had dictated this note on awakening without knowledge of what had happened, he could not have proposed conditions more incongruous with the progress of the Revolution. The new social compact was founded on the abolition of the orders and the equality of all citizens. The financial system, which alone could prevent bankruptcy, was founded on the creation of assignats. The assignats were hypothecated on the property of the clergy, now become the property of the nation, and the greater part of which had been already sold. The nation, therefore, could not accept these conditions except by violating its constitution, destroying property, ruining its purchasers, annulling its assignats, and declaring bankruptcy. Could so humiliating an obedience be expected from a great nation, proud of having conquered its liberty, and that for the sake of placing itself once more under the yoke of nobles who, having abandoned their king himself, now threatened to re enter their country with sword and flame and every scourge of vengeance? The entire National Assembly reasoned in the same way as Dumouriez. A cry for war arose on all sides. The Girondins saw in it the indispensable consecration of the Revolution. The Feuillants hoped that besides proving creditable to the government, it would accomplish the additional end of drawing away from Paris and the other great cities a multitude of turbulent men who, for lack of anything else to do, were disturbing public order. Certain reactionists, stifling the sentiment of patriotism in their hearts, were equally anxious for war, in the secret hope that it would prove disastrous for the French army, and result in the re establishment of the old régime. On the other hand, there were good citizens, inclined to optimism and judging others by themselves, who thought that when confronted with an enemy all intestine dissensions would vanish as by enchantment, and that the new constitution, hallowed by victory and glory, would ensure the country a most brilliant destiny. Ministers were unanimous and enthusiasm universal. Even if he had so desired, Louis XVI. Could no longer resist it. On April 20th, 1792, he went to the Assembly. The hall was filled with a crowd which comprehended the importance and solemnity of the act about to be accomplished. According to Dumouriez, the king was very majestic. "I come," he said, "in accordance with the terms of the Constitution, formally to propose war against the King of Hungary and Bohemia." He afterwards paid the greatest attention to the reports of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and seemed, by the motions of his head and hands, to approve it in every respect. He returned to the Tuileries amidst great acclamations. War was unanimously decided on, and Dumouriez went to the diplomatic committee in order to draw up the declaration. At 10 in the evening the decree was brought in and carried to the king, who sanctioned it at once. Thus commenced that gigantic war which France was to wage against all Europe, and which ended 23 years later in the disaster of Waterloo. How many battles, what suffering, and what a prodigious shedding of blood! And to attain what end? Simply the point of departure, that is to say, in the political order, to constitutional monarchy, and in territory to the boundaries of 1792. What? To have filled Europe with noise and renown, to have carried the standards of France from east to west, from north to south, to have camped victoriously in Brussels, Milan, Venice, Rome, Naples, Cairo, Berlin, Madrid, Vienna, Moscow, to have enlarged the borders of valor, heroism, and self sacrifice in order to arrive, after so many efforts, just at the spot where the strife began. Ah, how short sighted is human wisdom! How deceitful the previsions of mortal man! How sterile the agitations of republics and monarchs! "Assuredly," said Dumouriez, "if the Emperor and the King of Prussia could have foreseen that France was able to withstand all Europe, they would not have meddled in her domestic quarrels. They would have treated the émigrés not with confidence, but compassion. They would have responded frankly and without trickery to the minister's negotiation. The revolution would have been accomplished without cruelties. Europe would have remained at peace, and France would be happy." What sadness underlies all history, and what disproportion there is between man's sacrifice and their results. The Revolution was achieved. All necessary liberties had been conquered. Privileges existed no longer. Animated by excellent intentions, Louis XVI. Would have been the best of constitutional sovereigns, had his subjects possessed wisdom. Why this long misunderstanding between him and his people? Why, on one side, the insensate attitude of the émigrés, whose task seemed to be to justify the revolutionists, and why, on the other, those savage passions which seemed trying to justify the wrathful recriminations of Coblentz? Why that untimely intervention of Austria, which irritated French national sentiment and gave a political pretext to the inexcusable violence, cruelty, and crime? Inextricable confusion of false situations. Multitudes asked themselves in what direction right and duty lay. A large contingent of French nobility heartily desired the success of foreign armies. At Coblentz, a gathering of 22,000 gentlemen hastened to the side of the 7 Bourbon princes, the Comte de Provence, the Comte d'Artois, and the Duc de Berry, and the Duc d'Angoulême, and the Prince de Condé, the Duc de Bourbon, and the Duc d'Enghien. As M. de Lamartine has said, infidelity to the country called itself fidelity to the king. Desertion called itself honor. Fealty to the throne was the religion of the French nobility. To them the sovereignty of the people seemed an insolent dogma against which it was necessary to draw the sword under penalty of sharing the crime. There was real devotion in the act by which these men, young and old, abandoned their rank in the army, and the ties of country and family, and rushed into a foreign land to defend the white flag as common soldiers. Their country symbolized duty for the patriots. To the émigrés, duty meant the throne. One of these parties deceived itself concerning its duty, but both of them believed they were performing it. As to the unfortunate Louis XVI., he suffered cruelly. It was like death to him to declare war against his nephew, and at certain moments he felt that this Austrian army against which his troops contended might yet be his last resource. He could not even flatter himself that the sacrifice he had made of his sympathies and family feelings would be repaid by the love and confidence of his people. We have no difficulty nowadays in comprehending, says M. Geoffroy very justly, what pure patriotism there was in that young army of 1792, which represented New France. But this army, formed in independence of the old regiments, was none the less, in the eyes of the Queen, a veritable army of sedition. She thought of it as composed of the victors of the Bastille, those whom Mirabeau styled the greatest scoundrels of Paris, the very rabble who came to Versailles on the 6th of October. She believed they could be crushed by the first attack of the frontier, and that France and Paris would be rid of them. The following reflection by M. Geoffroy is very judicious. Marie Antoinette committed a double error, but honest men who had not the same overpowering motives as she have committed it likewise. I do not allude merely to those Frenchmen who, after April the 20th, remained in the ranks of the immigration, and who apparently did not suppose themselves to be betraying the true interests of their country. But look at M. de Bouillé. He even accepted a command in the foreign army under Gustavus III. And yet M. de Bouillé is an honest man who knows France and loves her ardently. Observe, in his memoirs, his involuntary pride in our success, and how he shrugs his shoulders at the bluster of the Prussian officers. It is not yet well understood what vigor, enthusiasm, and martial ardor animated that brave national army, which, according to the foreigners, was but a band of rioters, but which was suddenly to appear on the battlefield as a people of heroes. Honor took refuge in the camps. It was there that men whom the Jacobin Club enraged, and who had no consolation for their patriotic grief but the virile emotions of combat, went to fight and die. Why did not Louis XVI. Call to mind that he was the commander in chief of the army? Ah, had he been a soldier, had he been accustomed to wear a uniform, to command, and above all to speak to his troops, how quickly he would have come to the end of his difficulties. Count de Vaublanc had good reason to say, anything can be done with Frenchmen if one knows how to animate and impress them with vehement ardor. Otherwise, nothing need be expected. Never did a prince merit better the eternal rewards promised by religion to the true Christian, and yet his example should forever teach kings that their conduct must be totally different from his. Lacking the courage which acts, the most virtuous king cannot achieve his own safety. Why did not Louis XVI. Go amongst his soldiers? Victory would have given him a scepter and a crown, while he still retained his sword. Why did he leave it in the scabbard? Why did he not remember that it might launch thunderbolts? On the contrary, Louis XVI. Hesitates, fumbles, temporizes. Count de Vaublanc says again, "This wretched time proves thoroughly that finesse is the most detestable means of conducting great affairs." Nothing but finesse was opposed to the impetuous attacks of the Jacobins. All was dissimulation, conversation, writings, measures. Authority acted only by crooked ways. With 1,000 means of safety, people were lost because they pushed prudence to excess, and extreme prudence always degenerates into despicable means. I was in every great crisis of the Revolution, and I have always seen the same faults produce the same misfortunes. It is the same thing in revolution as in war. No matter how prudent a general may be, he must take some risk. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gain a single battle. Ah, how true and how striking is that great saying of Bossuet: "When God wills to overthrow empires, all is feeble and irregular in their designs." Undecided and fickle, Louis XVI. Does not even know whether to desire the success or the failure of the Austrian army. He has no plan, no steadiness of purpose. The secret mission he gives to Mallet du Pan is a fresh proof of the irresolution of his character and his policy. What is it he asks? To have the powers declare that they are making war against an anti-social faction, and not the French nation; that they are undertaking the defense of legitimate governments and of peoples against anarchy; that they will treat only with the King; that they should demand perfect liberty for him; that they convoke a congress to which the émigrés may be admitted as complainants, and where the general scheme of claims and reclamations shall be negotiated under the auspices and the guarantee of the great courts of Europe. Hesitating between Austria and his own kingdom, the unhappy monarch attempts to continue that equivocal system, that see-saw policy in which he has succeeded so ill, and which constrains him to dissimulation, that last resource of the feeble. Sent to Germany with instructions written by Louis XVI. With his own hand, Mallet du Pan recommends the sovereigns to be cautious in advancing into France, to observe the greatest prudence in dealing with the inhabitants of the invaded provinces, and to precede their arrival by a manifesto in which they declare conciliatory and pacific intentions. It follows that official ministers of the king did not possess his confidence, and were not the interpreters of his mind. A sort of occult and mysterious government existed, with a diplomacy, secret funds, and agents abroad and at home. Such a system, lacking all grandeur and sincerity, could accomplish nothing but catastrophes. Meanwhile, the war had begun under the most painful conditions. The invasion of Belgium, arranged for the end of April, failed miserably. Near Mons, Biron's troops took to flight, threatening to fire on their officers, and crying, "We are betrayed." At Lille, General Theobald Dillon was massacred by his own soldiers. Such news caused indescribable emotions in Paris. Popular mistrust and irritation reached their height. The different parties hurled reproaches and accusations in each other's face. The Girondins, finding the National Guard too conservative, demanded pikes for the men of the faubourgs who had no guns. The Sans-Culottes enlisted. The army of the assassins was organized. The only thing left to do before giving the signal for a riot was to obtain from the king a last concession, the disbanding of his guard. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 13. The Disbanding of the Constitutional Guard. Louis XVI had still some defenders, some heroes resolved to shed the last drop of their blood for their king. Hence it was necessary to remove them from his person. What means of doing so could be found? Calumny. Fable on fable was spread among an always credulous public. Imaginary conspiracies invented, and the wretched monarch constrained to deprive himself of his last resource, in order to deliver him, weak and disarmed, into the hands of his enemies. The Constitution provided a guard for Louis XVI. 1/3 of it was composed of soldiers of the line, and the remainder of National Guards, chosen by the departments themselves from among their best formed, richest, and best bred citizens. It was commanded by one of the greatest lords of the old regime, the Duc de Cossé-Brissac. Born in 1734, the son of a marshal of France, the duke had been governor of Paris, grand steward of France, and colonel of the 100 Switzers. He had never been willing to leave the king since the beginning of the Revolution. When his regiment was disbanded, he might have fled, and Louis XVI begged him to do so. But the heart of a subject so faithful had been deaf to the entreaties of the unfortunate sovereign. "Sire," he had answered, "if I fly, they will say that I am guilty, and you will be considered my accomplice. My flight would be your accusation. I would rather die." And in fact, he did die. He had a real devotion to the former mistress of Louis XV, the Countess du Barry, and this latest conquest is not the least important of the favorite's adventures. Probably Count de Longueville exaggerates when, in his memoirs, he extols in Madame du Barry that decency of tone, that nobility of manners, that bearing equally removed from pride and humility, from license and from prudery, that countenance which was enough to refute all the pamphlets. Nevertheless, it is certain that the society of the Duc de Brissac inspired the former favorite with generous sentiments. After the October days, she took the wounded body guards into her own house, and when the Queen sent to thank her for it, she replied: "These wounded young men regret nothing except not having died for a princess so worthy of all homage as your Majesty. Lucienne is yours, Madame. Did not your benevolence give it back to me? The late King, by a sort of presentiment, forced me to accept 1,000 precious objects before sending me away from his person. I already had the honor of offering you this treasure in the time of the notables. I offer it again, Madame, with eagerness. You have so many expenses to provide for, and so many favors to confer. Permit me, I entreat you, to render to Cæsar that which belongs to Cæsar." An enthusiastic royalist, a gentleman of the old nobility, chivalrous and full of courtesy, bred in notions of romantic susceptibility like those of Clélie and Astrée, the Duc de Brissac, like the knight errant of former times, represented at the court of Louis XVI. A whole past which was crumbling to decay. If the unhappy monarch had been a man of action, he would have turned to good advantage a guard commanded by such a champion. He could have made it the nucleus of resistance by grouping the Swiss regiments and the well inclined battalions of the National Guard around it. Unfortunately, there was nothing warlike in Louis XVI. Among the deplorable causes which ruined him, says the Count de Vaublanc in his Memoirs, must be counted the wretched education which kept him apart from every sort of military action. I remember that in the early days of the Consulate, after a review held on the Place of the Tuileries by Bonaparte, when talking about this to M. Suard of the French Academy, I said that Bonaparte walked as if he were all ready to defend himself sword in hand. "Ah, well," responded Mr. Suard naïvely, "we used to think differently. We wanted the King to have nothing military about him, and never to wear a uniform." To this anecdote, M. de Vaublanc adds another. "We had in 1792," he says, "a forcible proof of despondency under which a royal soul, spoiled by the detestable education, can labor. M. de Narbonne, the Minister of War, with great difficulty induced the King to review 3 excellent battalions of the Paris National Guard. He was on foot, in silk breeches and white silk stockings, and wearing his hair in a black bag. After the review, a notary, named Chandon, I think, left the ranks and said to the King: 'Sire, the National Guard would be greatly honored to see your Majesty in its uniform.' 'Sire,' said M. de Narbonne, 'at once, have the goodness to promise to do so.' At the head of these 3 battalions of heroes you could destroy the Jacobins' den." After a minute's reflection, the King replied: "I will inquire of my Council whether the Constitution permits me to wear the uniform of the National Guard." Louis XVI. Allowed the last resources accorded by fortune to slip away, and elements which in other hands would have produced notable results, remained sterile in his. The Constitutional Guard, which according to regulation should have numbered 1,800 men, really amounted, says Dumouriez, to 6,000 fit for duty. The royalist element predominated in it. But a certain number of false brethren had found their way into the ranks, who managed by the aid of bribery to spy upon their officers and make reports to the Committee of Public Safety. Undoubtedly the King's Guard did not approve of all that was going on, but how could devoted royalists and men accustomed to discipline be expected to approve the fête of the Swiss of Chateauvieux, for example? How could they help being indignant when, while on duty at the Tuileries, they heard the populace insult the royal family under the very windows of the palace? When they returned to the barracks at the military school, they expressed this indignation too forcibly, and their words, hawked about in all quarters by ill will, were represented as the preliminary symptoms of a reactionary plot. A guard commanded by a Duc de Brissac was intolerable to the Jacobins. Their sole idea was to drive it from the Tuileries, where its presence appeared to ensure order, a thing they held in utmost horror. A 20th of June would not have been possible with the Constitutional Guard, and ever since May, the 20th of June had been in course of preparation. Its organizers had their plan completely laid already. An adroit rumor was started of a so-called plot, some Saint Bartholomew or other, which they pretended was on foot against the patriots, and of which the École Militaire was the centre. The white flag, which was to be the signal for the assassins to assemble, was said to be hidden there. Pétion, the mayor of Paris, under pretext of preventing troubles, sent municipal officers to make a search. They could not lay their hands on the white flag, which was the pretended object of their visit. But they did find monarchical hymns and ballads, and counter-revolutionary writings. An unlucky incident still further increased suspicion. The famous Countess de Lamotte had just published in London some new particulars concerning the affair of the necklace. In order to avert scandal, the Queen had caused Laporte, attendant of the civil list, to buy up the whole edition, and he had burned every copy of it at the manufactory of Sèvres. That very evening the Committee of Surveillance were in possession of the fact that Laporte had gone to Sèvres with 3 unknown persons, and that 30 bales of paper had been put into the fire in his presence. There was at this time a great deal of talk concerning a pretended Austrian committee, in which a complete plan of restoration by foreign aid was being elaborated. It was claimed that the paper burnt at the manufactory were the archives of this committee, with which popular imagination was extremely busy. Denunciations fell in showers. Laporte and several others were summoned before the Committee of Surveillance. Pétion declared that the people were surrounded by conspiracies. Bazire demanded the disbanding of the King's Guard, which, according to him, was made up of servants of the émigrés and refractory priests. It was claimed that the soldiers, to whom the Duke of Brissac had given sabres with hilts representing a cock surmounted by a royal crown, used insulting language concerning the Assembly and the nation in their barracks. They were said to rejoice in the reverses which the French troops had just sustained on the northern frontier, and it was added that they meant to march 20 leagues under a white flag to meet the Austrians. The masses, always so easily deceived, were convinced that the conspiracy was on the brink of discovery. The National Assembly took up the question, and a stormy debate on it occupied the evening session of May 29. "What will become of the individual liberty of citizens?" cried M. Deverhouté. "If the dominant party, merely by alleging suspicions, can decree the impeachment of all who displease it, and if the different parties, coming successively into power, overthrow, by means of this unchecked right of impeachment, both ministers and all functionaries by the torrent of their intrigues, in that case you would see proscriptions like those of Marius and Sylla." In fact, this was what the near future was about to show. Vergniaud responded by evoking a souvenir of the Praetorian Guards of Caligula and Nero. At the close of his speech the Assembly passed the following decree: Article 1. The existing hired guard of the King is disbanded, and will be replaced immediately in conformity with the laws. Article 2. Until the formation of the new guard, the National Guard of Paris will be on duty near the King's person, in the same manner as before the establishment of the King's Guard. A discussion ensued on the subject of Brissac's impeachment. The struggle between the two opposing parties was of unheard of vivacity. One of the most courageous members of the right, Monsieur Calvet, gave free vent to his indignation. "The informer," said he, "is a scoundrel who makes a thrust with a poniard and hides himself. He was unknown at Rome until the times of Sejanus and Tiberius, times, gentlemen, of which you remind me often." "To the Abbey, to the Abbey!" retorted the left with fury. Said Godet, "I demand that Monsieur Calvet should be sent to the Abbey for 3 days, for having dared to say that representatives of the French people remind him of the Roman Tiberius and Sejanus." The motion was adopted, and the Assembly decided that Monsieur Calvet should pass 3 days in prison. Monsieur de Jaucourt threatened to cudgel Chabot, and the ex-friar, ascending the tribune, said, "I think it was very cowardly on the part of the colonel to offer to cane a Capuchin." The Assembly, having passed an order of the day concerning this incident, decreed that there was reason for an accusation against M. Cousset, styled Brissac, and that his papers should be sealed up at once. The King and Queen, awakened in the middle of the night by these tidings, besought Brissac to make his escape, and provided him with the means. The duke refused, and instead of trying to assure his safety, sat down to write a long letter to Madame du Barry. At first Louis XVI. Wished to veto this decree, as was his duty, but his ministers dissuaded him. They reminded him of the October days, and the weak monarch, alarmed on account of his family, if not on his own, sacrificed his constitutional guard and also the brave servitor who commanded it. Speaking to M. d'Aubier, one of the ordinary gentlemen of the King's bedchamber, the Queen said, "I tremble lest the King's Guard should think the honor of the corps compromised by their disarmament." "Doubtless, Madame, that corps would have preferred to die at the feet of your majesties." "Yes," replied the Queen, "but the few partisans who still adhere to the King in the Assembly counsel him to sanction the decree disbanding them, and to disregard their advice is to run the risk of losing them." While the Queen was yet speaking, a man approached under pretense of asking alms. "You see," said she to M. d'Aubier, "there is no place and no time when I am free from spies." The Constitutional Guard were sent as prisoners to the École Militaire, between a double file of National Guards, and forced to surrender their weapons. By a sort of fatality, Louis XVI. Was led to disarm himself, to spike his cannons, tear down his flags, and dismantle his fortresses. By dint of approaching too near the fatal declivity of concessions, he ended by losing even his dignity as man and king. He was paralyzed, annihilated by Assembly, which treated him like a hostage, a conquered man, and which struck down, one after another, the last defenders of the monarchy and of public order. The fate of the Constitutional Guard might well discourage honest men who only sought to devote themselves. How was it possible to remain faithful to a chief who was false to himself, who was more like a victim than a king? Finding themselves unsupported by the Tuileries, the royalists began to look across the frontier, and many men who would have flocked around an energetic monarch fled from a feeble king, and sorrowfully went to swell the ranks of the emigration. In spite of the advice of Dumouriez, Louis XVI. would not make use of his right to form another guard. He preferred to put himself in the hands of the National Guard, who were his jailers rather than his servants. As to the Duc de Brissac, even the formality of an interrogatory was dispensed with, and he was sent before the Superior Court of Orleans. When he bade adieu to Louis XVI., the king said to him: "You are going to prison. I should be much more afflicted if you were not leaving me there myself." What was to be the fate of the loyal and devoted servant, thus sacrificed to his master's inexcusable weaknesses? He left the dungeons of Orleans only to be transferred to Versailles by the Marseillais, and there, on September 9, 1792, was assaulted by a furious throng surrounding the carriages containing the prisoners. The brave old man struggled long against the assassins, but, after losing 2 fingers and receiving several other wounds, he was killed by a sabre thrust which broke his jaw, and his head was set on one of the spikes of the palace gate. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 14. The Sufferings of Louis XVI. Dissatisfied with men and things, dissatisfied with others and himself, the mind and heart of Louis XVI were the prey of moral tortures which left him no repose. He began to be ashamed of his concessions, and to repent of having accepted pusillanimous advice. Why had he not succeeded in being a king? Why had he garrisoned Paris insufficiently ever since the outbreak of the Revolution? Why had he suffered the Bastille to be taken, encouraged the emigration, and disbanded his bodyguards? Why had he not opposed the first persecutions aimed at the Church? Why had he pretended to approve acts and ideas which horrified him? Why, by resorting to deplorable equivocations which cast a shadow over his policy and his character, had he reduced his most devoted followers to doubt and despair? Such thoughts as these assailed him like so many stings of conscience. The sentiments of the monarchy and of the military honor awoke in him once more, and he sounded with bitterness the whole depth of the abyss into which his irresolution had plunged him. In seeing what he was, he recalled sorrowfully what he had been, and comprehended by cruel experience what feebleness could make of a most Christian king and the eldest son of the Church, and heir of Louis XIV. He thought of the many brave men, victims of his political errors, who on his account had suffered exile and ruin; of the faithful royalists menaced because of him with prison and death. He thought of the incessantly repeated crimes, the massacres of the Glacier, the impunity of brigands of Headsman Jourdan, of Brissac's incarceration. This is what it is, he said within himself, to have suffered religion to be persecuted, and to have believed that, were the altar once overthrown, the throne might rest secure. He reproached himself bitterly for having sanctioned the civil organization of the clergy at the close of 1790, and thus drawn upon himself the censure of the sovereign pontiff. He wanted to be done with the concessions, but he understood perfectly that it was too late now to resist, and he was irrevocably lost in consequence of events undesired and unforeseen. What was to be done? How could he sail against the stream? Where find a point of vantage? Ought he take violent measures? If the unhappy king had been alone, perhaps he might have tried to do so, but he feared to endanger his wife and children by thus acting. As if to push the wretched monarch to extremities, the National Assembly passed 2 decrees which struck him to the heart. According to the first of these, voted May 19, any ecclesiastic, having refused the oath of the civil constitution of the clergy, should be transported at simple request of 20 citizens of the canton in which they resided. According to the second, voted June 8, a camp of 20,000 federates recruited from every canton of the realm were to be assembled before Paris, in order, as was said in one of the preambles, to take every hope from the enemies of the common weal who were scheming in the interior. They had counted too much on the king's patience. He could not resolve to sanction the two decrees and banish the ecclesiastics whose behaviours he honoured. Dumouriez afflicted him still further, when, in entreating him to yield, he asked why he had sanctioned at the close of 1790 the decree obliging the clergy to take oath of the civil constitution of the clergy. Sir, said he, you sanctioned the decree for the priest's oath, and it was to that your veto must be applied. If I had been one of your councillors at that time, I would, at risk of my life, have advised you to refuse your sanction. Now my opinion is that having, as I dared to say, committed the fault of approving this decree, which has produced enormous evils, your veto, if you apply it to the second decree, which may arrest the deluge of blood ready to flow, will burden your conscience with all the crimes to which the people are tending. Never had the sovereign's conscience been a prey to similar perplexities. Louis XVI seemed crushed beneath an irresistible fatality. The Tuileries, haunted night and day by the spectre of Charles I, assumed a dismal air. At this period a sort of stupor characterized the countenance, the gait, and even the silence of the future victim of January 21. He no longer spoke. One might say he no longer thought. He seemed prostrated, petrified. A rumour got about that he had become almost imbecile through care and trouble, so much so that he did not recognize his son. But on seeing him approach, he asked, "What child is that?" It was added that while out walking, he caught sight of the steeple of Saint Denis from the top of the hill, and cried out, "That is where I shall be on my birthday." He had been so calumniated, so misunderstood, so outraged, that not merely his crown, but his existence had become an intolerable burden to him. His throne and his life alike disgusted him. He was no longer a king, but only the ghost of one. Madame Campan thus describes him: "At this period the king fell into a discouragement amounting to physical prostration. For 10 days together he never uttered a word, even in the bosom of his family, except when the game of backgammon, which he played with Madame Elisabeth after dinner, obliged him to pronounce some indispensable words. The queen drew him out of his condition, so fatal at a critical time when every minute may necessitate action, by throwing herself at his feet and addressing him sometimes in words intended only to frighten him, and at others expressing her affection for him. She demanded also what he owed to his family, and went so far as to say that if they must perish, it ought to be with honor and without waiting to be strangled one after another on the floor of their apartment." While Louis XVI assisted unmoved, not merely like Charles V, at his own obsequies, but at those of royalty, the blood of Maria Theresa was boiling in the veins of Marie Antoinette. The scenes she had witnessed sometimes extorted sobs and cries of anguish from her. Her pride revolted at seeing the royal mantle, crown, and sceptre dragged through the mire. She wanted to struggle at last, to hope against all hope, to cling to the last chances of safety, like a shipwrecked sailor to the fragments of a ship. Who could say? She might find defenders where she least expected them. It was for this reason that she wished to meet Dumouriez, as she had met Mirabeau and Barnave. Dumouriez has preserved the details of this interview in his memoirs. How times had changed! Secrecy was almost necessary if one sought the honor of speaking with the Queen of France. Even to salute her was to expose oneself to the suspicion of belonging to the pretended Austrian committee, which was the perpetual object of popular invective. When Louis XVI told Dumouriez that Queen had desired a private interview with him, the minister was not at all well pleased. He thought it was a useless step which might be misinterpreted by all parties. However, he must needs obey. He had received an order to go down to the Queen an hour before the meeting of the Council. That it might be sooner over, he took the precaution of going half an hour late to this perilous rendezvous. He had been presented to Marie Antoinette on the day of his nomination as minister. She had then addressed him several words, asking him to serve the king well, and he had replied with a respectful phrase. Since then he had not seen her. When he entered her room, he found the queen alone, very much flushed, and pacing to and fro in an agitation which promised a lively interview. She approached him with an air of majestic irritation. "Sir," she exclaimed, "you are all powerful at this moment, but it is by the favor of the people who soon break their idols. Your existence depends upon your conduct." Dumouriez insisted on the necessity of scrupulously respecting the constitution, which Marie Antoinette was unwilling to do. "It will not last," she said, raising her voice. "Take care of yourself." "Madame," replied the minister, "I am past 50. I have encountered many perils during my life, and in entering the ministry I thoroughly understood that responsibility was not the greatest of my dangers." "Nothing was wanting but to calumniate me," cried the queen, tears flowing from her eyes. "You seem to think me capable of having you assassinated?" Agitated as greatly as the sovereign. "God preserve me," said Dumouriez, "from offering you so grievous an offence. Your Majesty's character is great and noble. You have given proofs of which I admire, and which have attached me to you." Marie Antoinette grew calmer. "Believe me, madame," went on the minister, "I have no interest in deceiving you, and I abhor anarchy and crime as much as you do. This is not, as you seem to think, a popular and transitory movement. It is the almost unanimous insurrection of a great nation against inveterate abuses. The conflagration is stirred up by great parties, and there are scoundrels and fools in all of them. I behold nothing in the revolution but the king and the nation as a whole. All that tends to separate them leads to their mutual ruin. I am doing all I can to reunite them, and it is your part to aid me. If I am an obstacle to your designs, say so, and I will at once offer my resignation to the king, and go into a corner to bewail the fate of my country and your own." The interview ended amicably. The queen and the minister talked over the different factions. Dumouriez spoke to Marie Antoinette of the faults and the crimes of each. He tried to convince her that she was misled by those who surrounded her, and the queen appeared to be convinced. When he was obliged to call her attention to the clock, as the hour of the council had arrived, she dismissed him most affably. If we may credit Madame Campan, who has also given an account of this interview, the impression Marie Antoinette received from it was scarcely a good one. "One day," says Madame Campan, "I found the queen extremely troubled. She said she no longer knew where she stood, whether the Jacobin chiefs were making overtures to her through Dumouriez, or Dumouriez, abandoning the Jacobins, was acting on his own account; that she had given him an audience; that, when alone with her, he had fallen at her feet and said that although he had pulled the red bonnet down to his ears, yet he was not and could not be a Jacobin; that the revolution had been allowed to fall into the hands of a rabble of disorganizers who, seeking only for pillage, were capable of everything, and could furnish the Assembly with a formidable army, ready to undermine the support of a throne already too much shaken." While speaking with extreme warmth, he had seized the queen's hand, and kissing it with transport, cried, "Permit yourself to be saved. The queen said to me that the protestations of a traitor could not be believed, and this entire conduct was so well known that undoubtedly the wisest thing would be not to trust him." Meantime, the danger was constantly increased. Even the gates of Tuileries were no longer fastened. Hawkers of vile pamphlets and sanguinary satires on the queen cried their infamous wares under the very windows of the palace; and the National Assembly, sitting close beside and hearing them, the National Assembly, terrorized by the Jacobins and the pikemen, dared not even censure such baseness. On June 4, a deputy named Ribes, till then unknown, cited from the tribune the titles of the following articles in Freron's journal, L'Orateur du Peuple: "The crowned porcupine, a constitutional animal who behaves unconstitutionally. Crimes of Monsieur Capet, since the Revolution. Decree to be passed forbidding the Queen to sleep with the King. The royal tigress, separated from her worthy spouse, to serve as a hostage. Rouse up, cried the indignant deputy. There is still time. Join with me in proclaiming war on traitors, and justice for the seditious, and the country is safe. Rebus preached in the desert. The assembly shrugged their shoulders and treated him as a fool. June 11, another deputy, Monsieur Delsax, said from the tribune, last evening at 7:30, passing through the Tuileries, I saw an orator standing on a chair and speaking with great vehemence, mixing with crowd. I heard him read a libel strongly inciting to the king's assassination. This libel is called The Fall of the Idol of the French, and these sentences occur in it. This monster employs his power and his treasures to hinder our regeneration. A new Charles IX, he wishes to bring desolation and death to France. Go, cruel wretch, thy crimes shall have an end. Damiens was less guilty. He was punished by the most horrible tortures for having desired to deliver France from a monster. And thou, whose offences are 25,000,000 times greater, art left unpunished. But tremble, tyrant, there is a scaphola amongst us. The assembly listened, but took no measures. No further restraint was placed either on moral or material disorder. Anarchy showed a nameless epileptic ferocity. Never had the press been more furious and licentious. It was a torrent of mud and gall and blood. The limits of invective and insult were driven further back. You see that I am annoyed, said the Queen to Dumouriez on Louis XVI's presence. I dare not go to the window looking into the garden. Last evening, needing a breath of air, I showed myself at the window facing the courtyard. A gunner belonging to the guard apostrophized me in an insulting way, and added, what pleasure it would give me to have your head on the end of my bayonet. In that frightful garden, a man standing on a chair reads out horrors against us on one side, and on the other may be seen a soldier or a priest whom they are dragging through a pond and crushing with blows and insults. Meantime, others are flying balloons and quietly strolling about. Ha! What a place! What a people! End of chapter 14. Recording by Lambda.
Chapter 15 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 15. Roland's Dismissal from Office. In the ministry, as elsewhere, discord reigned. At first the ministers had seemed to be of one mind. They dined at each other's houses 4 times a week, on the days when there was a meeting of the council. Friday was Roland's day for receiving his colleagues at his table, where his wife presided and perorated. These dinners, said Etienne Dumont, were often remarkable for their gaiety, of which no situation can deprive Frenchmen when they meet in society, and which was natural to men contented with themselves and flattered by their elevation. The future was hidden from them by the present. The cares of the ministry were forgotten. They seated themselves in their dwellings as if they were to abide there forever. This sort of political honeymoon could not last very long. Things presently began to change for the worst. Dumouriez tired very soon of Madame Roland's pretensions. She wanted to know, see, and direct everything, and he persisted in refusing to transform himself into a puppet whose strings were to be pulled by this woman and the Girondins. Madame Roland, who posed as a Puritan, caused remonstrances to be addressed to Dumouriez on the subject of some more or less suspicious affairs, said to have been negotiated by Bonquerolles, the director at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, by which Madame de Beauvert was supposed to have gained large sums. The wife of the Minister of the Interior had a grudge against the favorite of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. "She is Dumouriez's mistress," said she. "She lives in his house and does the honors at his table, to the great scandal of sensible men, who are friendly to good morals and liberty. For this license on the part of a public man charged with state affairs marks too plainly his contempt for decorum, and Madame de Beauvert, Rivière's sister, very well and very unfavorably known, is surrounded by the tools of aristocracy, unworthy in all respects." One evening, after dinner, Roland, with the gravity belonging to his age and character, as his wife says, gave a lecture on morality to the Minister of Foreign Affairs apropos of this matter. At first Dumouriez made jesting replies, but afterwards showed temper and appeared displeased with his entertainers. Thereafter he seldom visited the Ministry of the Interior. Reflecting on this, Madame Roland said to her husband: "Though not a good judge of intrigue, I think worldly wisdom would dictate that the hour has come for getting rid of Dumouriez, if we wish to avoid being ruined by him. I know very well that you would be unwilling to lower yourself to such an action, and yet it is plain that Dumouriez must be seeking to disembarrass himself of those whose censures has offended him. When one undertakes to preach and does so in vain, he must either punish or expect to be molested." Thenceforward, Madame Roland formed a distinct group within the ministry, composed of her husband, Clavière, and Servan, who had just replaced de Grave as Minister of War, while Dumouriez, Lacoste, and Duranton, whom Louis XVI. Called the good Duranton, allowed themselves to be affected by the King's goodness, and sincerely wished to save him. Their three colleagues, inspired by the spiteful Madame Roland, had but one idea: to destroy him. Roland, Clavière, and Servan, says Dumouriez in his Memoirs, no longer observed any moderation, not merely with their colleagues, but with the King himself. At every meeting of the Council they abused the mildness of this prince, in order to mortify and kill him with pinpricks. It was Servan who proposed forming a camp of 20,000 federates around Paris. He thought it would be a sort of central revolutionary army, analogous to that English parliamentary army under the command of Cromwell, which had brought Charles I. to the scaffold. Servan, a very wicked man and most inimical to the King, says Dumouriez again, took the notion to write to the President of the Assembly, without consulting his colleagues, and proposed a decree for assembling an army of 20,000 men around Paris. This was at the time when the Girondin faction was at the height of its power, having the Jacobins at their command, and governing Paris through Pétion. They wanted to destroy the Feuillants, perhaps at the sword's point, to put down the court, and probably to begin putting their republican projects into execution. Thus it was this faction which brought to Paris the federates, who ended by causing every one of them to perish on the scaffold after making Louis XVI. Ascend it. Dumouriez was indignant that the Minister of War should have taken it on himself to propose such a decree without even mentioning it to the sovereign. The dispute on this matter was so violent that, but for the presence of the King, the meeting of the Council might have come to a bloody close. Louis XVI., deeply grieved by such scandals, resolved to dismiss the three ministers, who, instead of supporting him, were merely conspirators who had sworn his ruin. The anguish of the unhappy monarch had reached its height. 4 councils were held without his returning the decrees submitted to him for consideration. The National Assembly grew impatient. The Jacobins were in a rage. And at last the king concluded to take up in the council the decree relative to the camp of 20,000 federates. "I think," said Dumouriez, "that the decree is dangerous to the nation, the king, the National Assembly, and above all to its authors, whose chastisement it will turn out to be. And yet, sire, it is my opinion that you cannot refuse it. It was proposed by profound malice, debated with fury, and decreed with enthusiasm. Everybody is blinded. If you veto it, it will none the less be passed." The hesitation of Louis XVI. redoubled. As to the decree concerning the clergy, he declared that he would never sanction it. This was the only time that Dumouriez ever saw the character of this gentle soul somewhat changed for the worse. Meanwhile, Madame Roland, more impatient and vindictive than ever, wrote the famous letter supposed to issue from her husband, which was to echo in the ears of royalty like a funeral knell. She says of it: "The letter was written at one stroke, like nearly all matters of the sort which I have done. For, to feel the necessity, the fitness of a thing, to apprehend its good effect, to desire to produce it, and to give form to the object from which this effect should result, was to me but a single operation." This letter, a veritable arraignment of the king, was much more like a club speech or a newspaper article than a letter from a minister of state to his sovereign. Such sentences as these occur in it: "Sire, the existing state of things in France cannot long continue. It is a crisis whose violence is attaining its highest point. It must end by an outbreak which should interest your Majesty as seriously as it affects the entire kingdom. It is no longer possible to draw back. The revolution is accomplished in men's minds. It will end in blood and be cemented by blood if wisdom does not avert the evils which it is still possible to prevent. Yet a little more delay, and the afflicted people will behold in their king the friend and accomplice of conspirators. Just heavens, hast thou stricken with blindness the powerful of this earth, and will they never heed other counsels than those which drag them to destruction? I know that the austere language of truth is rarely welcome near the throne. I know also that it is because it so rarely obtains a hearing there that revolutions become necessary. I know, above all, that I am bound to employ it to your Majesty, not merely as a citizen submissive to the law, but as a minister honored with your confidence, or vested with functions which imply this." The letter also contained a defense of the 2 decrees, and plainly threatened Louis XVI., should he veto them, with the horrors of a civil war which would develop that sombre energy, mother of virtues and of crimes, which is always fatal to those who have evoked it. Was not Madame Roland here announcing the September massacres, and the heinous crimes of which she herself was speedily to become one of the most celebrated victims? At first, Roland sent this letter to the king, with a promise that it should always remain a secret between them. But, incited by the vanity of his wife, who was incessantly urging him on to notoriety and display, Roland did not keep his promise. He read the letter at the next meeting of the council, June 11th. "The king," says Dumouriez, "listened to this impudent diatribe with admirable patience, and said with the greatest coolness: 'Monsieur Roland, you had already sent me your letter. It was unnecessary to read it to the council. as it was to remain a secret between ourselves. Dumouriez was summoned to the palace the following morning, June 12th. He found the king in his own room, accompanied by the queen. "Do you think, monsieur," said Marie Antoinette, "that the king ought to submit any longer to the threats and insolence of Roland and the knavery of Servan and Clavière?" "No, madame," he replied. "I am indignant at them. I admire the king's patience, and I venture to ask him to make an entire change in his ministry. Let him dismiss us on the spot and appoint men belonging to neither party." "That is not my intention," said Louis XVI. "I wish you to remain, as well as Lacoste and that good man Duranton. Do me the service of ridding me of these three factious and insolent persons, for my patience is exhausted. It is a dangerous matter, sire, but I will do it." As a condition of remaining in the ministry, Dumouriez exacted the sanction of the two decrees. There was another ministerial council the same evening. Roland, Servan, and Clavière were more insolent and acrimonious than usual. Louis XVI. Closed the session with mingled dissatisfaction and dignity. At 8 o'clock that evening, June 12th, Servan, the Minister of War, went to Madame Roland and said: "Congratulate me, I have been turned out." "I am much piqued," replied she, "that you should be the first to receive that honor, but I hope it will not be long before it will be decreed to my husband also." Madame Roland's prayer was granted. The virtuous Minister of the Interior received his letters of dismissal the next morning, as Duranton, who delivered it at the Ministry of Justice, was slowly drawing it from his pocket. "You make us wait for our liberty," said Roland, and taking the letter, he added: "In reality, that is what it is." Then he went home to his wife to announce to her that he was no longer minister. Madame Roland, with the instinct of hatred, saw at once how to obtain revenge. "One thing remains to be done," she cried. "We must be the first to communicate the news to the Assembly," sending them at the same time a copy of the letter to the king which must have caused it. This idea pleased the ex minister highly, and he put it instantly into execution. "I was conscious," says the irascible Egeria of the Girondins in her Memoirs, "of all the effects this might produce, and I was not deceived. My double object was obtained, and both utility and glory attended the retirement of my husband. I had not been proud of his entering the ministry, but I was of his leaving it. Thenceforward, Madame Roland was to be the most indefatigable cause of the revolution, and Louis XVI. Was to learn by experience what the vengeance of a woman can accomplish." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 16. A 3 days' Ministry. Dumouriez had taken the portfolio of war. He kept it 3 days only, but during those 3 days what activity, what excitement! More than 1,500 signatures affixed, instructions sent to all the generals, a most tumultuous session of the National Assembly, a last effort to induce Louis XVI. To make further concessions, a resignation which was to be the signal for catastrophes. How the scenes of the drama multiply! How the denouement is accelerated! The session at which Dumouriez was to appear for the first time as Minister of War could not fail to be singular. It took place June 13th, 1792, and from 10 o'clock in the morning all the galleries had been crowded. The Jacobins had filled them with their satellites. The Girondins had prepared a dramatic surprise. The three ex-ministers were to be brought into the chamber under pretext of explaining the causes of their dismissal. It was agreed that they should be received as victims of the aristocracy and martyrs of the Revolution. Roland's letter, rather his wife's letter, to Louis XVI, was read to the Assembly and frequently interrupted by loud bursts of applause. Just as it was finished, and someone was demanding that it should be sent to all 83 departments, Dumouriez entered the hall. Murmurs and hisses arose on all sides. The Assembly voted the dispatch of the letter to the departments. A deputy exclaimed, "It will be a famous document in the history of the Revolution and of the ministers." The Assembly went on to declare that Roland was followed by the regrets of the nation. Then Dumouriez ascended the tribune and read a message in which M. Lafayette announced the death of M. de Gouvion. He had been major general of the National Guard, and having quitted the Assembly rather than be present at the triumph of the Swiss of Chateauvieux, had met his death bravely in the army of the North. A cannon ball, said the message, had terminated a virtuous life. The Assembly was affected, and voted complimentary condolences to the father of the heroic officer. Afterwards, Dumouriez read his report on military affairs. It was a long criticism on the legislators, who had ordered a new levy of troops before providing the existing corps with their full complements; on the muster masters, the standing committees, the market contractors, who were piling up abuses. Dumouriez complained of everything. He reproached the factions, and insisted on the consideration due to ministers. Guadet thundered out, "Do you hear him? He already thinks himself so sure of power that he takes it on him to give us advice." "And why not?" resumed the minister, turning towards the side of the mountain. This bold response astonished the most furious. Someone said, "The document is not signed." "Let him sign it! Let him sign it!" Dumouriez called for pen and ink, signed his memoir, and went to lay it on the desk. Then he slowly crossed the hall, and went quietly out the door beneath the mountain, with a haughty glance at his adversaries. His martial attitude disconcerted them. The shouts and hootings ceased, and complete silence ensued. On leaving the Assembly, Dumouriez was surrounded by a group of persons before the door of the Feuillants, but their faces displayed no sign of anger toward him. As soon as he quitted the Assembly, his enemies, no longer intimidated by his presence, redoubled their attacks. 3 or 4 deputies left the chamber, and making their way to him through the crowd, said, "They are raising the devil inside. They would like to send you to Orleans." It was there the Duke of Brissac was imprisoned and the Superior Court held its sessions. "So much the better," replied Dumouriez. "I would take the baths, drink buttermilk, and rest myself." This sally amused the crowd, and the minister, as he entered the Tuileries garden, said to the deputies who followed him, "It will be a mistake for my enemies to have my memoirs printed, for it will bring all good citizens back to me. At present, being drunk and crazy, you have just extolled Roland's infamous perfidy to the skies." Then he went to the palace. Louis XVI complimented him on his firmness, but absolutely refused to sanction the decree against the priests. Far from ameliorating, the situation continued to grow worse. Pétion's emissaries stirred up the inhabitants of the faubourgs. That evening Dumouriez sent a letter to the king announcing that a riot was apprehended. Louis XVI suspected that the minister was lying, and wrote to him: "Do not believe, monsieur, that any one can succeed in frightening me by threats. My resolution is taken." Dumouriez had based his entire scheme on the hypothesis that the decree concerning the priests would be accepted by the king. From the moment that Louis XVI rejected it, Dumouriez no longer hoped to remain in the ministry. He wrote again imploring the sovereign to give it his sanction, and announcing that, in case of his refusal, the ministers would all feel obliged to retire. The next day, June 15th, the king received them in his chamber. "Are you still," said he to Dumouriez, "in the same sentiments expressed in your letter last evening?" "Yes, sire, if your majesty will not permit yourself to be moved by our fidelity and attachment." "Very well," replied Louis XVI, with a gloomy air. "Since your decision is made, I accept your resignation and will provide for it." Dumouriez was no longer a minister. In his memoirs he describes himself as much affected, not on account of quitting a dangerous post, which simply made his existence disturbed and painful, but because he saw all his troubles thrown away, and the king handed over to the fury of cruel enemies, and the criminal indiscretion of false friends. At the bottom, Dumouriez inspired nobody with confidence. He belonged to no party, and no one knew his opinions. He had leaned on both Jacobins and Girondins, while at the same time he was inspiring certain hopes in the Feuillants, and flattering the king, to whom he promised signs and wonders. Too revolutionary for the conservatives, and too conservative for the revolutionists, he had tried a seesaw policy which would no longer answer. It became indispensable to make a choice. It was impossible to please both the Jacobins and the court. And yet Dumouriez was a man of resources, and it is much to be regretted, on the king's account, that no better understanding could be arrived at between them. More successfully than any one else, Dumouriez might have resorted to bold measures, and called in at this time the intervention of the army, as he did several years later. He loved money and rank. Royalty still excited a great prestige over him, and he had used the Revolution as a means, not as an end. Could Louis XVI have pretended patience for a few days longer, perhaps he might have extricated himself from difficulties which, though grave, were still not insoluble. He did not choose his hour for resistance wisely. It was either too late or too soon. The dismission of Dumouriez was a blunder. At what moment did Louis XVI elect to deprive himself of his minister's aid? That very one when, attacked by the Girondins, exasperated by Roland's conduct, and disgusted with the progress of anarchy, the forces of circumstances was about to toss Dumouriez back to the side of the reactionists. The camp of 20,000 men, if confided to safe hands, and a secret service money judiciously employed, might have become the nucleus of a monarchical resistance. Lafayette and his partisans were becoming conservative, and between him and Dumouriez agreement was not impossible. Louis XVI was in too great a hurry. His conscience revolted at an unfortunate moment. Why, if he was bent on this veto, so just, so honest, but so ill timed, had he freely made so many concessions which thus became inexplicable? In rejecting the offers of Dumouriez, The queen possibly deprived herself of her only remaining support. He who had saved France in the passes of Argonne might, had he gained the entire confidence of Louis XVI. And Marie Antoinette, have saved the king and royalty. Dumouriez had a final interview with Louis XVI. June 18th. The king received him in his chamber. He had resumed his kindly air, and when the ex-minister had shown him the accounts of the last fortnight, he complimented him on their clearness. Afterwards, the following conversation took place. "Then you are going to join Luckner's army?" "Yes, sire. I leave this frightful city with delight. I have but one regret. You are in danger here." "Yes, that is certain." "Well, sire, you can no longer fancy that I have any personal interest to consult in talking with you. Once having left your counsel, I shall never again approach you. It is through fidelity and the purest attachment that I dare once more entreat you, by your love for your country, your safety, and that of your crown, by your august spouse and your interesting children, not to persist in the fatal resolution of vetoing the two decrees. This persistence will do no good, and you will ruin yourself by it. Don't say any more about it. My decision is made. Ah, sire, you said the same thing when, in this very room and in presence of the queen, you gave me your word to sanction them. I was wrong, and I repent of it. Sire, I shall never see you again. Pardon my frankness. I am 53, and I have some experience. It was not then that you were wrong, but now. Your conscience is abused concerning this decree against the priests. You are being forced into civil war. You are helpless, and you will be overthrown. And history, though it may pity you, will reproach you with having caused all the misfortunes of France. On your account, I fear your friends still more than your enemies. God is my witness that I wish for nothing but the welfare of France. I do not doubt it, sire, but you will have to account to God, not solely for the purity, but also for the enlightened execution of your intentions. You expect to save religion, and you destroy it. The priests will be massacred, and your crown torn from you. Perhaps even your wife, your children." Emotion prevented Dumouriez from going on. Tears stood in his eyes. He kissed the hand of Louis XVI. Respectfully. The king wept also, and for a moment both were silent. "Sire," resumed Dumouriez, "if all Frenchmen knew you as well as I do, our woes would soon be ended. Do you desire the welfare of France? Very well. That demands the sacrifice of your scruples. You are still master of your fate. Your soul is guiltless. Believe a man exempt from passion and prejudice, and who has always told you the truth." "I expect my death," replied Louis XVI. Sadly, "and I forgive them for it in advance. I thank you for your sensibility. You have served me well. I esteem you, and if a happier time shall ever come, I will prove it to you." With these words, the king rose sadly and went to the window at the end of the apartment. Dumouriez gathered up his papers slowly, in order to gain time to compose his features. He was unwilling to let his emotions become evident to the persons at the door as he went out. "Adieu," said the king kindly, "and be happy." As he was leaving, he met his friend Laporte, intendant of the civil list. The two, who were meeting for the last time, went into another room and closed the door. "You advised me to resign," said Laporte, "and I meant to do so, but I have changed my mind. My master is in danger, and I will share his fate." "If I were in the personal service of the king, as you are," replied Dumouriez, "I would think and act the same. I esteem your devotion, and love you the more for it. Each of us is faithful in his own way. You to Louis, I to the King of the French. May both of us facilitate him some day on his happiness." Then the two friends separated, after embracing each other with tears. The sole thought of Dumouriez now was to escape from the city where he had witnessed so many intrigues and been so often deceived. He was very sorrowful at heart, ordinarily so gay, so brilliant, so full of Gallic and Rabelaisian wit. Power had made him melancholy. His ministerial life left on him an abiding impression of bitterness and repugnance. One needs, he has said, either a patriotism equal to any test, or else an insatiable ambition, to inspire in any way whatever after those difficult positions where one is surrounded with snares and calumnies. One learns only too soon that men are not worth the trouble one takes to govern them. June 19th he wrote to the Assembly asking an authorization to repair to the Army of the North. "I have spent 36 years in military and diplomatic service, and have 22 wounds," said he in this letter. "I envy the fate of the virtuous Gouvion, and should esteem myself happy if a cannon ball could put an end to all differences concerning me." He never again returned either to the palace, the Assembly, or any other place where he might encounter either ministers, deputies, or persons belonging to the court. He started for the army, June 26, regarding it as the only asylum where an honest man might still be safe. At least death presents itself there under the attractive aspect of glory. He left in the capital consternation, suspicion, hatred, which pierced through the frivolity of the wretched Parisians. With an intuition worthy of a man of genius, he foresaw the vicious circle about to be described by the French history, and divined that, by plunging into license, men return inevitably to servitude, because it is impossible to sustain liberty with an absurd government founded on barbarity, terror, and the subversion of every principle necessary to the maintenance of human society. 2 years later, in 1794, he wrote in his Memoirs, "The serpent will recoil upon itself. His tail, which is anarchy, will re enter his throat, which is despotism." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 17. The Prologue to June 20th. On retiring from the ministry, Dumouriez left his successors a burden far too heavy for their shoulders, and under which they were to succumb. The new ministers, Legarde, Terrier de Montcel, and Chambonaz, were almost unknown men who had no definite, decided opinions, and offered no resistance to disorder. For that matter, they had no means of doing so. The political system then in power had left Paris a helpless prey to sedition. By the new laws, the executive power could take no direct action looking to the preservation of public order in any French commune. Any minister or departmental administration that should adopt a police regulation or give a commander armed forces would be guilty of betraying a trust. The power to prevent or repress disorder belonged exclusively to the municipal authority, which, in Paris, was composed of a mayor, 16 administrators, 32 municipal councillors, a council general of 96 notables, an attorney general and his 2 substitutes. This body of 148 members was the redoubtable power known as the Commune of Paris. It was not composed entirely of seditious persons, and in the National Guard also there were still battalions fervently devoted to the constitutional monarchy. But Pétion was mayor of Paris, Manuel the attorney general, and Danton his substitute. Seditious movements were sure to find instigators and accomplices in these three men. Moreover, the insurrection was regularly organized. It had its muster rolls, its officers, sergeants, soldiers, its strategy and plans of battle. It utilized wine shops as guard houses, the faubourgs as barracks, the red bonnets and the carmagnole, or revolutionary jacket, as the uniform. Its agitators distributed wine, beer, and brandy gratuitously. The Jacobins or the Cordeliers had but to give the signal for a riot, and a riot sprang out of the ground. The mine was loaded. The only question was when to fire the train. The Girondins were of one mind with the Jacobins. Exasperated by the dismissal of three ministers who shared their opinions, they wanted to intimidate the court by means of popular tumult, and thus force the unhappy sovereign to sanction the two decrees concerning the deportation of priests and the camp of 20,000 men. The populace already manifested their restlessness by threats and strange rumors. At the Jacobin Club the most violent propositions were mooted. Some wanted to establish a minority on the ground of the king's mental alienation, some to send the queen back to Austria. The more moderate talked of suppressing the army, dismissing the staff officers of the National Guard, depriving the king of the right of veto, and electing a constituent assembly. Revolutionary conventicles multiplied beyond all measure. The division of Paris into 48 sections became an exhaustless source of confusion. The assembly of each section transformed itself into a club. Meanwhile, the moderate party rested all its hopes on Lafayette, who was friendly not only to liberty but to order. He considered himself the founder of the new monarchy, of constitutional royalty, but for that very reason he felt that he had duties toward the king. Despising the reactionists, whose hopes were more or less enlisted on behalf of the foreign armies, he also detested the Jacobins who were dishonoring and compromising the new order of things. He expressed both sentiments in a letter addressed to the National Assembly, and written from the entrenched camp of Maubeuge, June 16, 1792, the fourth year of liberty. Can you conceal from yourselves, he says in it, that a faction, and to use plain terms, the Jacobin faction, has caused all these disorders? I make the accusation boldly. Organized like a separate empire with its capital and its affiliations, blindly directed by certain ambitious chiefs, this sect forms a distinct body in the midst of the French people, whose power it usurps by subjugating its representatives and agents. In its public meetings, attachment to the laws is named aristocracy, and disobedience to them patriotism. There the assassins of Desilles are received in triumph, and Jourdan's insensate clamor find panegyrists. There the story of the assassinations which defiled the city of Metz is still greeted with infernal applause. Lafayette puts himself courageously forward in his letter. As to me, gentlemen, who espoused the American cause at the very time when the ambassadors assured me it was lost, who, from that period, devoted myself to a persistent defense of the liberty and sovereignty of the peoples, who, on June 11, 1789, in presenting a Declaration of Rights to my country, dared to say, "For a nation to be free, all that is necessary is that it shall will to be so." I come to day, full of confidence in the justice of our cause. of scorn for the cowards who desert it, and of indignation against the traitors who would sully it. I come to declare that the French nation, if it be not the vilest in the universe, can and ought to resist the conspiracy of kings which has been leagued against it. At the same time, the general enthusiastically praised his soldiers. Doubtless it is not within the bosom of my brave army that sentiments of timidity are permissible. Patriotism, energy, discipline, patience, mutual confidence, all civic and military virtues I find here. Here the principles of liberty and equality are cherished, the laws respected, and property held sacred. Here neither calumnies nor seditions are known, including both revolutionists and reactionists in the same accusation. Lafayette makes this reflection: what a remarkable conformity of language exists, gentlemen, between those seditious persons acknowledged by the aristocracy, and those who usurp the name of patriots. All are alike ready to repeal our laws, to rejoice in disorders, to rebel against the authorities granted by the people, to detest the National Guard, to preach indiscipline to the army, and almost to disseminate distrust and discouragement. Lafayette concludes in these words: let the royal power be intact, for it is guaranteed by the Constitution. Let it be independent, for this independence is one of the forces of our liberty. Let the king be revered, for he is invested with the national majesty. Let him choose a ministry unhampered by the yoke of any faction. If conspirators exist, let them perish only by the sword of law. Finally, let the reign of clubs, brought to nothing but you, give place to the reign of law, their disorganizing maxims to the true principles of liberty, their delirious fury to the calm courage of a nation which knows its rights and which defends them. Lafayette's letter was read to the Assembly at the session of June 18. The noble thoughts it expresses produced at first a favorable impression, and it was greeted with much applause. For an instant the Girondins were disconcerted, but, feeling themselves supported by the Jacobins who lined the galleries, they soon resumed the offensive. What does the advice of the general of the army amount to, said Vergniaud, if it is not law? Guadet maintained that the letter must be apocryphal. When Cromwell used such language, said he, liberty was at an end in England, and I cannot persuade myself that the emulator of Washington desires to imitate the conduct of the Protector. We no longer have a constitution if a general can give us laws. The allusion to Cromwell produced its effect. The letter, instead of being published and copies sent to the 83 departments, was merely referred to committee. Nevertheless, public opinion was aroused. A reactionary sentiment against the Jacobins began to show itself. The king might have profited by it, and found his account in relying upon Lafayette, the army, and the National Guard. But Louis XVI. Was in too much haste. His resistance, like his concessions, was maladroit and inopportune. Without having combined his means of defense, consulted with Lafayette, or having any troops at his disposal, he vetoed the two famous decrees, June 19th, and thus threw himself headlong into the snare. The Revolution, which had laid in wait for him, would not let its prey escape. It gave Lafayette no time to arrive, but without losing a minute organized an insurrection for the next day. The royal tree had been so violently shaken that it needed, or so they thought, but one more shock to lay it low and root it out. On June 16th a request had been presented to the Council General of the Commune, asking them to authorize the citizens of the Faubourg Saint Antoine to assemble in arms on June 20th, the anniversary of the oath of the Jeu de Paume, and present a petition to the Assembly and the King. The council had passed to the order of the day, but the petitioners declared that they would assemble notwithstanding. On the 19th, the Directory of the department, which on all occasions had shown itself inimical to agitators, and which was presided over by the Duc de Rochefoucauld, issued an order forbidding all armed gatherings, and enjoining the commandant general and the mayor to take all necessary measures for dispersing them. This order was communicated to the National Assembly by the Minister of the Interior at the evening session. "It is important," said a deputy, "that the Assembly should know the decrees of the administrative bodies when they tend to assure public tranquillity. Nobody is ignorant that at this moment the people are greatly agitated. Nobody is ignorant that tomorrow threatens to be a day of violence." Vergniaud replied: "I do not know whether or not tomorrow is to be the day of troubles, but I cannot understand how M. Becquet, who is always so constitutional" (here there was laughter and applause), "how M. Becquet, by an inversion of law and order, desires the National Assembly to occupy itself with police regulations." The decree of the Directory was read, nevertheless, but the Assembly, far from supporting it, passed to the order of the day. The rioters had nothing to fear. During the same session, a deputation of citizens from Marseilles had been presented at the bar of the Assembly. The orator of this deputation thus expressed himself: "French liberty is in danger. The free men of the South are ready to march in its defense. The day of the people's wrath has come at last. The people, whom they have always sought to ruin or enslave, are tired of parrying blows. They want to inflict them, and to annihilate conspiracies. It is time for the people to rise." This line, generous but enraged, is about to quit his repose, and spring upon the pack of conspirators. Here the galleries applauded furiously. The orator continued: "The popular force is your force. Employ it. No quarter, since you can expect none." The applause and enthusiastic cries of the galleries redoubled. Somebody demanded that the speech should be sent to the 83 departments of France. A deputy, M. Rouher, was courageous enough to exclaim: "It is not by the harangues of seditious persons that the departments should be instructed." Another deputy, M. Lecointre Pourvoux, responded: "It is surprising that men born under a burning sun should have a more ardent imagination and a patriotism more energetic than ours." The question whether the discourse should be sent to the departments was put to a vote, and the president and secretaries declared that the Assembly had decided against it. This did not suit the public in the galleries. They howled, they vociferated, they acclaimed that the result was doubtful. They demanded a viva voce count. This demand alarmed those deputies who never dared to look the Revolution in the face. A new vote was taken, and this time the sending of the address to the 83 departments was decreed. With such an assembly, why should the insurrectionists have hesitated? The rioters of the next day did not hesitate a moment. The order of the Directory had somewhat intimidated them, but Chabot, the deputy so celebrated for his violence at the Jacobin Club, hesitated to reassure them. "Tomorrow," said he, "you will be received with open arms by the National Assembly. People count on you." The Faubourg Saint Antoine was in commotion. Condorcet said, in speaking of the anxieties expressed by the ministers: "Is it not fine to see the executive asking legislators to provide means of action? Let them save themselves. That is their business. The Most Christian King is treated like a divine master. Pétion, mayor of Paris, is to play the rôle of Pontius Pilate. He washes his hands of all that is to happen. He orders the battalions of the National Guards under arms for the following day, not in order to oppose the march of the columns of the people, but to fraternize with the petitioners, and act as escort to the insurrection. This equivocal measure, he thinks, will set him right with both the Directory and the populace. To one he says, "I am watching," and to the other, "I am with you." The rioters count on Pétion as anarchy counts on weakness. He is precisely the magistrate that suits the faubourgs when they resort to violent measures. A last conventicle was held at the house of Santerre the brewer, chief of the battalion of the National Guard of the Faubourg Saint Antoine, on the night of June 19th and 20th. It broke up at midnight. All was ready. The leaders of the insurrection repaired each to his post. They summoned their loyal adherents, and sent them about in small detachments to assemble and mass together the working classes, as soon as they should leave their houses in the morning. Santerre had declared that the National Guard could offer no opposition to the rioters. "Rest easy," said he to the conspirators. "Pétion will be there." Louis XVI no longer feigned not to notice the danger. "Who knows," said he during the night to M. de Malesherbes, with a melancholy smile, "who knows if I shall see the sun set to morrow?" Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint-Amand. Translated by Elizabeth G. Martin. Chapter 18. The morning of June 20th. It is Wednesday, June 20th, 1792. The anniversary of the oath of the Jeu de Paume. The signal is given. The faubourgs assemble. It is 5 in the morning. Santerre, on horseback, is at the Place de la Bastille, at the head of the popular staff. The army of rioters forms slowly. Some anxiety is shown at first. The departmental decree forbidding armed gatherings has been posted, and occasions some reflection in the timid. But Santerre reassures them. He tells them that the National Guard will not be ordered to oppose their march, and that they may count on Pétion's complicity. When the march towards the National Assembly begins, hardly more than 1,500 are in line. But the little band increases as it grows. The route lies through the rues Saint Antoine, de la Verrerie, des Lombards, de la Ferronnerie, and Saint Honoré. The procession is headed by soldiers, after whom comes a great poplar stretched upon a wagon. It is the Liberty Tree. According to some, it is to be planted in the courtyard of the riding school, opposite the Assembly Chamber. According to others, on the terrace of the Tuileries, before the principal door of the palace. A military band plays the Ça ira, which is chanted in chorus by the insurrectionary troop. No obstacle impedes their march. The torrent swells incessantly. The inquisitive mingle with the bandits. Some are in uniform, some in rags. There are soldiers active and disabled, National Guards, workmen, and beggars. Harlots in dirty silk gowns join the contingent from studios, garrets, and robbers' dens, and gangs of ragpickers unite with butchers from the slaughter houses. Pikes, lances, spits, masons' hammers, paviors, crowbars, kitchen utensils. Their equipment is oddity itself. It is noon. The session of the Assembly has just been opened. At this hour the throng, now numbering some 20,000 persons, enters the rue Saint Honoré. The Directory of the Department of Paris demands admission to the bar on pressing business, and the municipal attorney general, Roederer, begins to speak. Heeding neither the murmurs of the galleries, the disapprobation of part of the Assembly, nor the clamor sure to be raised against him that evening in the Jacobin and Cordelier clubs, he boldly announces what is going on. He reminds them of the law and the decrees forbidding armed gatherings which have been issued by the Commune and the Department. He adds that, without such prohibitions, neither the authorities nor the private individuals have any security for their lives. "We demand," cried he, "to be invested with complete responsibility. We demand that our obligations to die for the maintenance of public tranquillity shall in no wise be diminished." Vergniaud ascends the platform. He owns that, in principle, the Assembly is wrong in admitting armed gatherings within its precincts. But he declares that he thinks it impossible to refuse a permission accorded to so many others to that which now presents itself. He believes, moreover, that it could not be dispersed without a resort to martial law and a renewal of the massacre of Champ de Mars. "It would be insulting to the citizens who are now asking to pay their respects to you," said he, "to suspect them of bad intentions." The assemblage doubtless does not claim to accompany the citizens who desire to present a petition to the King. Nevertheless, as a precaution, I propose that 60 members of the Assembly shall be commissioned to go to the King and remain near him until this gathering shall have been dispersed. The discussion continues. M. Ramond follows Vergniaud. What is going to happen? What will the insurrectionary column do? Glance for an instant at the topography of the Assembly and its environs. The session chamber is the hall of the riding school, which extends to the terrace of the Feuillants, and occupies the site where the rue de Rivoli was opened later on, almost at the corner of the future rue de Castiglione. It is a building about 150 feet long. In front of it is a long and narrow courtyard beginning very near the rue de Dauphine. It is entered through this courtyard, which a wall, afterwards replaced by a grating, separates from the terrace of the Feuillants. It may be entered at the other extremity, also at the spot where the flight of steps facing the Place Vendôme was afterwards built. From the side of the courtyard it can be approached by carriages, but from the other only by pedestrians who cross the narrow passage of the Feuillants, which starts from the rue Saint Honoré opposite the Place Vendôme and leads to the garden of the Tuileries. This passage is bordered on the right by the convent of the Capuchins. On the left is the riding school, almost at the spot where the passage opens into the Tuileries garden by a door which had just been closed, and before which had been placed a cannon and a battalion of National Guards. On reaching the rue Saint Honoré, the crowd had taken good care not to enter the court of the riding school, where they might have been arrested and disarmed. They preferred to follow the rue Saint Honoré and take the passage conducting thence to the Assembly and the terrace of the Feuillants. 3 municipal officers who had gone to the Tuileries garden passed through this passage before the crowd, and met the advancing column at the door of the Assembly, just as M. Ramond was in the tribune discussing Vergniaud's proposition. While the head of the column was awaiting the issue of this discussion, the rank and file were constantly advancing. The passage became so thronged that people were in the danger of stifling. Part of them withdrew from the crowd and went into the garden of the Capuchin convent, where they amused themselves by planting the Liberty Tree in the classic ground of monkish ignorance and idleness, as was said in those days. The remainder, which was in front of the door and the grating of the terrace of the Feuillants, became exasperated. The sight of the glittering bayonets and the cannon placed in front of this grating roused them to fury. Meanwhile, a letter from Santerre reached the president of the National Assembly. "Gentlemen," said he, "I have received a letter from the commandant of the National Guard, which announces that the gathering amounts to 8,000 men, and that they demand admission to the bar of the Chamber." "Since there are 8,000 of them," cried a deputy, "and since we are only 745, I move that we adjourn the session and go away." Santerre's letter is thus expressed: "Mr. President, the inhabitants of the Faubourg Saint Antoine are celebrating to day the anniversary of the oath of the Jeu de Paume. They have been culminated before you. They ask to be admitted to the bar. They will confound their cowardly detractors for the second time, and prove that they are still the men of July 14th. It was applauded by a large number of the Assembly. On the other side, murmurs rose against it. Monsieur Ramond went on with his speech. 8,000 men, they say, are waiting your decision. You owe it to 25 millions of other men who await it with no less interest. Certainly, I shall never fear to see the citizens of Paris in our midst, nor the entire French people around us. No one could behold with greater pleasure than I the weapons which are the terror to the enemies of liberty. But the law and the authorities have spoken. Let the petitioners, therefore, lay down at the entrance of the sanctuary the arms they are forbidden to bear within it. You ought to insist on this. They ought to obey." Monsieur Ramond's courage did not last long. Passing to Vergniaud's proposal to send 60 members of the Assembly to the Tuileries, he said: "I applaud the motive which prompted this proposition, but, convinced that there is nothing to be feared by any persons from the citizens of Paris, I regard the motion as insulting to them." Meanwhile, the noise at the door redoubles. The petitioners are growing impatient. Guadet rises to demand that they shall come in with their arms. It is plain that the Gironde has taken the riot under its patronage. After some disorderly and violent debate, it is resolved that the president shall put the question: "Are the petitioners to be admitted to the bar?" They do not yet decide this other: "Shall the armed citizens disperse before the Assembly after they have been heard?" The first question is answered in the affirmative. The delegates of the crowd are admitted to the bar. They make their entry into the Assembly between 1 and 2 in the afternoon. Their orator is a person named Huguenin, who will preside a few weeks later at the Council of the Commune during the September massacres. In his declamatory harangue he includes every tirade, threat and insult current in the streets. "We demand," says he, "that you should find out why our armies are inactive. If the executive power is the cause, let it be abolished. The blood of patriots must not flow to satisfy the pride and ambition of the perfidious palace of the Tuileries." Here the galleries burst into enthusiastic applause. The orator goes on: "We complain of the delays of the superior national court. Why is it so slow in bringing down the sword of the law upon the heads of the guilty? Do the enemies of the country imagine that the men of July 14 are sleeping? If they appear to be so, their awakening will be terrible. There is no time to dissimulate. The hour is come. Blood will flow, and the tree of liberty we are about to plant will flourish in peace." The applause from the galleries redoubles. Huguenin excites himself to fury. The image of the country, he shouts, is the sole divinity which it shall be permitted to adore. Ought this divinity, so dear to Frenchmen, to find in its own temple those who rebel against its worship? Are there any such? Let them show themselves, these friends of arbitrary power. Let them make themselves known. This is not their place. Let them depart from the land of liberty. Let them go to Coblentz and rejoin the émigrés. There, their hearts will expand. They will distill their venom. They will machinate. They will conspire against their country. The order concludes by demanding that the armed citizens shall be passed in review by the Assembly. It was in vain that Stanislas de Girardin cries, "Do the laws exist no longer then?" The Assembly capitulates. Armed citizens are introduced. 20,000 men are about to pass through the session hall. The march is opened by a dozen musicians, who stop in front of the president's armchair. Then the two leaders of the manifestation make their appearance. Santerre, king of the fish markets, idol of the faubourgs, and Saint Huruge, the deserter from the aristocracy, the Marquis demagogue, Saint Huruge, cast into the Bastille for his debts and scandalous behavior, and liberated by the Revolution. Saint Huruge, a man of gigantic stature and the strength of a Hercules, who is the rioter par excellence, and whose stentorian voice rises above the bellowing of the crowd. The spectators in the galleries tremble with joy. They stamp on perceiving both Santerre and Saint Huruge, sabre in hand and pistol at the belt. The band plays the Ça ira, the national hymn of the Redcaps. Is this an orgy, a masquerade? Look at these rags, these bizarre costumes, these butcher boys brandishing their knives, these tattered women, these drunken harlots who dance and shout. Inhale this odor of wine and eau de vie. Behold the ensigns, the banners of insurrection, the ambulating trophies, the stone table on which are inscribed the rights of man. The placards within one reads, "Down with the veto. The people are tired of suffering. Liberty or death. Tremble, tyrant." The gibbet from which hangs a doll representing Marie Antoinette. The ragged breeches surmounting the fashionable motto, "Live the sans culottes." The bleeding heart set upon a pike, with the inscription, "Heart of an aristocrat." The procession, which began about 2 in the afternoon, is not over until nearly 4 o'clock. At this time Santerre repairs to the bar, where he says, "The citizens of the Faubourg Saint Antoine came here to express to you their ardent wishes for the welfare of the country. They beg you to accept this flag in gratitude for the good will you have shown towards them." The president responds, "The National Assembly receives your offering. It invites you to continue to march under the protection of the law, the safeguard of the country." And then, heedless of the dangers the King was about to incur, he adjourns the session at 4:30 in the afternoon. What is going to happen? Will the armed citizens return peaceably to their homes? Or, not content with their promenade to the Assembly, will they make another to the palace of the Tuileries? What preparations have been made for its defense? 10 battalions line the terrace facing the palace. 2 others are on the terrace at the water side, 4 on the side of the Carrousel. There are 2 companies of gendarmes before the door of the royal court, 4 on the Place Louis XVI to guard the passage of the Orangery, opposite the Rue Saint Florentin. Here there might have been serious means of defense. But Louis XVI is a sovereign who does not defend himself. Two municipal officers, Messieurs Boucher Saint Sauveur and Mouchet, had just approached him. My colleagues and myself, said Monsieur Mouchet to him, have observed with pain that the Tuileries were closed the very instant the cortege made its appearance. The people, crowded into the passage of the Feuillants, were all the more dissatisfied because they could see through the wicket that there were persons in the garden. We ourselves, sire, were very much affected at seeing cannon pointed at the people. It is urgent that your majesty should order the gates of the Tuileries to be opened." After hesitating slightly, Louis XVI ended by replying, "I consent that the door of the Feuillants shall be opened, but on condition that you make the procession march along the length of the terrace and go out by the courtyard gate of the riding school without descending into the garden." This was one of the King's illusions. While he was parleying with the two municipal officers, the armed citizens had passed in review before the Assembly. They had just left the session hall by a door leading into the courtyard. Once in this courtyard, the intervention of some municipal officers caused the entrance known as the Dauphin's Door, opposite the street of the same name, to be opened for them. It was by this that they entered the Tuileries garden. While it was the wish of Louis XVI that they should pass out through it from the terrace of the Feuillants, there they are, then, in the garden, having made an eruption there instead of continuing their route through Rue Saint Honoré. Here they come along the terrace in front of the palace, on which several battalions of the National Guard are stationed. The crowd passes quickly before these battalions. Some of the guards unfix their bayonets, others present arms as if to do honor to the riot. Having passed through the garden, the columns of the people go out through the gate before the Pont Royal. They pass up the quay and through the Louvre wickets, and so into the Place Carrousel, which is cut up by a multitude of streets, a sort of covered ways very suitable to facilitate the attack. Certain municipal officers made some slight efforts to quiet the assailants. Others, on the contrary, do what they can to embolden and excite them. The 4 battalions at the entrance of the Carrousel and the 2 companies of the gendarmes posted before the door of the royal court made no resistance. The rioters who have invaded the Carrousel find their march obstructed by the closing of this door. Santerre and Saint Huruge, who had been the last to leave the National Assembly, made their appearance, raging with anger. They railed at the people for not having penetrated into the palace. "That is all we came for," said they. Santerre, before the door of the royal court, one of the 3 courtyards in front of the palace, opposite the Carrousel, summoned his cannoneers. "I am going," he cries, "to open the doors with cannon balls." Some royalist officers of the National Guard seek vainly to defend the palace. No one heeds them. The door of the royal court opens its 2 leaves. The crowd presses through. No more dike to the torrent. The gendarmes set their caps on the ends of their sabres, and cry, "Live the nation!" The thing is done. The palace is invaded. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Marie Antoinette and the Downfall of Royalty by Imbert de Saint Amand, translated by Elizabeth G. Martins. Chapter 19. The Invasion of the Tuileries. It is nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The invasion of the Tuileries is beginning. Let us glance at the palace and get a notion of the apartments through which the crowd are about to rush. On approaching it by way of the Carrousel, one comes first to the 3 courtyards, that of the Princess in front of the pavilion of Flora, the Royal Court before the pavilion of the Horloge, and the Swiss Court before the pavilion of Marsan. The assailants enter by the Royal Court, pass into the palace through the vestibule of the Horloge pavilion, and climb the great staircase. On the left of this are the large apartments of the first story. 1. The Hall of the 100 Swiss, the future Hall of the Marshals. 2. The Hall of the Guards, the future Hall of the First Council. 3. The King's Antechamber, the future Salon d'Apollon. 4. The State Bedchamber, the future Throne Room. 5. The King's Grand Cabinet, called later the Salon Louis XIV. 6. The Gallery of Diana. There are a battalion or 2 companies of gendarmes in the palace, as well as the guards then on duty and those they had relieved. But as no orders are given to these troops, they either break their ranks or fraternize with the enemy. No obstacle, no resistance is offered, and nobody defends the apartments. The assailants, who have taken a cannon as far as the first story, enter the Hall of the 100 Swiss, whose doors are neither locked nor barricaded. They penetrate into the Hall of the Guards with the same ease, but when they try to make their way into the Œil de Bœuf, or King's Antechamber, the locked door of this apartment arrests their progress. This exasperates them, and one of the panels is soon broken. Where is Louis XVI when the invasion begins? In his bedroom with his family. It communicates with the Grand Cabinet, and has windows commanding a view of the garden. Monsieur Acloque, chief of the 2nd Legion of the National Guard, and a faithful royalist, hastens to the king by way of the little staircase leading from the prince's court to the royal chamber, in order to tell him what has happened. He finds the door locked. He knocks, gives his name, urgently demands admittance, and obtains it. He advises Louis XVI to show himself to the people. The king, whom no peril has ever frightened, does not hesitate to follow this advice. The queen wishes to accompany her husband, but she is opposed in this, and forcibly drawn into the Dauphin's chamber, which is near that of Louis XVI. Happier than the queen, these are her own words, Madame Elisabeth finds nobody to tear her from the king. She takes hold of the skirts of her brother's coat. Nothing could separate them. Louis XVI passes into the great cabinet, thence into the state bedchamber, and through it into the Œil de Bœuf, where he will presently receive the crowd. He is surrounded at this moment by Madame Elisabeth, 3 of his ministers, Messieurs de Beaulieu, de la Jarde, and Terrier de Moncel, the old Marshal de Monchou, Chevalier de Conel, Monsieur Hervely, Monsieur Guengourlet, Lieutenant Colonel of the unmounted gendarmes, and Monsieur Vainfraz, also an officer of the gendarmes. Some grenadiers of the National Guard afterwards arrived through the great cabinet and the state bedchamber. "Come here, 4 grenadiers of the National Guard," cries the king. One of them says, "Sire, do not be afraid." "I am not afraid," replies the king. "Put your hand on my heart. It is pure and tranquil." and taking the grenadier's hand, he presses it forcibly against his breast. The grenadier is a tailor named Jean Lalonde. Later, under the Terror, by a decree of the 12th Messidor, year 2, he will be condemned to death for having, so runs the sentence, displayed the character of a cringing valet of the tyrant, in boasting before several citizens that Capet, taking his hand and laying it on his heart, had said to him, "Feel, my friend, whether it palpitates." "Gentlemen, save the King!" cries Madame Elisabeth. Meanwhile, the crowd is still in the next apartment, the Hall of Guards. They are battering away with hatchets and gun stocks at the door which opens into the King's antechamber. Nothing but a partition separates Louis XVI. From the assailants. He orders the door to be opened. The crowd rush in. "Here I am," said Louis XVI. calmly. "I have never deviated from the Constitution." "Citizens," says Acloque, "recognize your king and respect him. The law commands you to do so. We will all perish rather than suffer him to receive the slightest harm." M. de Canole cries, "Long live the nation! Long live the king!" This cry is not repeated. Some one begs Madame Elisabeth to retire. "I will not leave the king," she replies. "I will not leave him." Those who surround Louis XVI. Made a rampart for him of their bodies. The crowd becomes immense. It is proposed to the King that he stand on a bench in the embrasure of the central window, from which there is a view of the courtyard. Other benches and tables are placed in front of him. Madame Elisabeth takes a bench in the next window with M. de Marsilly. Groans, atrocious threats, and gross insults resound on every side. Some one shouts, "Down with the veto! To the devil with the veto! Recall the patriot ministers! Let him sign, or we will not go out of here." The butcher Legendre comes forward. He asks permission to speak. Silence is obtained, and addressing the King, he says, "Monsieur." At this unusual title, Louis XVI. Makes a gesture of surprise. "Yes, Monsieur," goes on Legendre. "Listen to us. It is your duty to listen to us. You are a traitor. You have always deceived us, and you deceive us still. The measure is full, and the people are tired of being made your laughing stock." The insolent butcher, who calls himself the agent of the people, then reads a pretended petition which is a mere tissue of recriminations and threats. Louis XVI. Listens with imperturbable sang-froid. He answers simply, "I will do what the Constitution and the decrees ordain that I shall do." The noise begins anew. It is a rain, a hail of insults. Some individuals mistake Madame Elisabeth for Marie Antoinette. Her equerry, M. de Saint Pardon, throws himself between her and the furious wretches, who cry, "Ah, there is the Austrian woman! We must have the Austrian!" and undeceives them by naming her. "Why did you not allow them to believe I am the Queen?" says the courageous princess. "Perhaps you might have averted a greater crime." And, putting aside a bayonet which almost touches her breast, "Take care, monsieur," she says gently. "You might hurt somebody, and I am sure you would be sorry to do that." The shouts redouble. The confusion becomes terrible. It is with great difficulty that some grenadiers of the National Guard defend the embrasure of the window where Louis XVI. Still stands immovable on his bench. Mingled with the crowd there are inoffensive persons who have come merely out of curiosity, and even honest men who sincerely pity the King. But there are tigers and assassins as well. One of them, armed with a club ending in a sword blade, tries to thrust it into the King's heart. The grenadiers parry the blow with their bayonets. A market porter struggles long to reach Louis XVI., against whom he brandishes a sabre. Several times the wretched monarch seeks to address the crowd. His voice is lost in the uproar. A municipal official, Monsieur Mouchet, hoisting himself on the shoulders of two persons, demands by voice and gesture a moment's silence for the King and for himself. Vain efforts. The vociferations of the crowd only increase. Here comes a long pole on the end of which is a Phrygian cap, a bonnet rouge. The pole is inclined towards Monsieur Mouchet. Monsieur Mouchet takes the cap and presents it to the King, who, to please the crowd, puts it on his head. Is it possible? That man on a bench, with the ignoble cap of a galley slave on his head, surrounded by a drunken and tattered rabble who vomit filthy language, that man, the King of France and Navarre, the most Christian king, Louis XVI. Go back to the day of the coronation, June 11th, 1775. It is just 17 years and 9 days ago. Do you remember the cathedral of Rheims, luminous, glittering, the cardinals, ministers, and marshals of France, the red ribbons, the blue ribbons, the lay peers with their vests of cloth of gold, their violet ducal mantles lined with ermine, the clerical peers with cope and cross? Do you remember the King taking Charlemagne's sword in his hand, and then prostrating himself before the altar on a great kneeling cushion of velvet sewn with golden lilies? Do you see him vested by the Grand Chamberlain with the tunic, the dalmatica, and the ermine-lined mantle which represents the vestments of a subdeacon, deacon, and priest, because the King is not merely a sovereign, but a pontiff? Do you see him seizing the royal sceptre, that golden sceptre set with oriental pearls and carvings representing the great Carlovingian emperor on a throne adorned with lions and eagles? Do you remember the pealing of the bells, the chords of the organ, the blare of trumpets, the clouds of incense, the birds flying in the nave? And now, instead of the coronation, the pillory; instead of the crown, the hideous red cap; instead of hymns and murmurs of admiration and respect, insults, the buffoonery of the fish market, shouts of contempt and hatred, threats of murder. Ah! the time is not far distant when a Conventionist will break the vial containing the sacred oil on the pavement of the Abbey of Saint Remy. How slippery is the swift descent, the fatal descent by which a sovereign who disarms himself glides down from the heights of power and glory to the depths of opprobrium and sorrow. There he is, not content with putting the red bonnet on his head. He keeps it there, and mumming in the Jacobin coiffure, he cries, "Long live the nation!" The crowd finds the spectacle amusing. A National Guard, to whom someone has passed a bottle of wine, offers the complaisant King a drink. Perhaps the wine is poisoned. No matter. Louis XVI. Takes a glass of it. While all this is going on, two deputies, Isnard and Vergniaud, present themselves. "Citizens," says the first, "I am Isnard, a deputy. If what you demand were at once granted, it might be thought you extorted it by force. In the name of the law and the National Assembly, I ask you to respect the constituted authorities and retire. The National Assembly will do justice. I will aid thereto with all my power. You shall obtain satisfaction. I answer for it with my head. But go away." Vergniaud follows him with similar remarks. Neither is listened to. Nobody departs. It is 6 in the evening. For 2 hours, one man, exposed to every insult, has held his own against the multitude. At last, Pétion arrives, wearing his mayor's scarf. The crowd draws back. "Sire," says he, "I have just this instant learned the situation you were in." "That is very astonishing," returns Louis XVI., "for it has lasted 2 hours." "Sire, truly, I was ignorant that there was trouble at the palace. As soon as I was informed, I hastened to your side. But you have nothing to fear. I answer for it that the people will respect you." "I fear nothing," replies the King. "Moreover, I have not been in any danger, since I was surrounded by the National Guard." Pétion, like Pontius Pilate, pretends indifference. A municipal officer, Monsieur Champion, reminds him of his duties, and says with firmness: "Order the people to retire. Order them in the name of the law. We are threatened with great danger, and you must speak." At last Pétion decides to intervene. "Citizens," he says, "all you who are listening to me came to present legally your petition to the hereditary representative of the nation, and you have done so with dignity and majesty of a free people. Return now to your homes, for you can desire nothing further. Your demand will doubtless be reiterated by all the 83 departments, and the King will grant your prayer. Retire, and do not, by remaining longer, give occasion to the public enemies to impugn your worthy intentions." At first, this discourse of the mayor of Paris produced but slight effect. The cries and threats continued. But, after a while, the crowd, worn out with shouting, and hungry and thirsty as well, began to quiet down a little. The most excited cry: "We are waiting for an answer from the King." "Nothing has been asked of him yet," others say. "Listen to the mayor, he is going to speak again. We will hear him." Pétion repeats what he said before: "If you do not wish your magistrates to be unjustly accused, withdraw." Monsieur Sergent, administrator of police, who had come with the mayor, asked if any one has ordered the doors leading from the Grand Cabinet to the Gallery of Diana to be opened, so as to allow the crowd to pass out by the small staircase into the Court of Princes. Louis XVI. Overheard this question. "I have had the apartments opened," said he. "The people marching out on the gallery side will like to see them." A sentiment of curiosity hastened the movements of the crowd. In order to go out, they had to pass through the State Bedchamber, the Grand Cabinet, and the Gallery of Diana. Sergent, standing in the front of the door leading from the Œil de Bœuf to the State Bedchamber, unfastens his scarf, and waving it over his head, cries: "Citizens, this is the badge of the law. In its name we invite you to retire and follow us." Pétion says: "The people have done what they ought to do. You have acted with the pride and dignity of free men, but there has been enough of it. Let all retire." A double row of National Guards is formed, and the people pass between them. The return march begins. A few recalcitrants want to remain, and keep up the cry of "Down with the veto! Recall the ministers!" But they are swept on by the stream, and follow the march like all the rest. While they are going out through the door between the Œil de Bœuf and the State Bedchamber, the National Guard prevents any one from entering on the other side, through the door connecting the Œil de Bœuf with the Hall of the Guards. At this moment, a deputation of 24 members of the Assembly present themselves. Roused by the public clamor announcing that the King's life is in danger, the National Assembly has called an extraordinary evening session. The president of the deputation, M. Brunk, says to the King: "Sire, the National Assembly sends us to assure ourselves of your situation, to protect the constitutional liberty you should enjoy, and to share your danger. Louis XVI. Replies, I am grateful for the solicitude of the Assembly. I am undisturbed in the midst of Frenchmen. At the same time, Pétion goes to turn back the crowd, who are constantly ascending the great staircase, and who threaten another invasion. The sentry at the doorway of the Œil de Bœuf is replaced, and the crowd ceases to flock thither. The circle of National Guards about the sovereign is increased. A space is formed, and he is surrounded by the deputation from the Assembly. Cloquet, seeing that the tumult is lessening and the room no longer encumbered by the crowd, proposes to the King that he should retire, and Louis XVI. Decides to do so. Surrounded by deputies and National Guards, he passes into the state bedchamber, and notwithstanding the throng, he manages to reach a secret door at the right of the bed, near the chimney, which communicates with his bedroom. He goes through this little door, and someone closes it behind him. It is not far from 8 o'clock in the evening. The peril and humiliation of Louis XVI. Have lasted nearly 4 hours, and the unhappy King is not yet at the end of his sufferings, for he does not know what has become of his wife and children. While these sad scenes had been enacting in the palace, a furious populace had been in incessant commotion beneath the windows, in the garden and the courtyards. People desiring to establish communication between those downstairs and those above, had been heard to cry, Have they been struck down? Are they dead? Throw us down their heads. A slender young man with the profile of a Roman medal, a pale complexion, and flashing eyes, was looking at all this from the upper part of the terrace beside the water. Unable to comprehend the long sufferings of Louis XVI., he said in an indignant tone, How could they have allowed this rabble to enter? They should have swept out 400 or 500 of them with cannon, and the rest would have run. The man who spoke thus, obscure and hidden in the crowd, opposite that palace where he was to play so great a part, was the straight haired Corsican, the future Emperor Napoleon. End of chapter 19.